Doesn't have to go down a steep flight of stone steps to find it. Just look at the ruined landscape of what was once America. Smell the bodies thick in the air, see the laughing faces of skeletons stripped completely of their meat. We come to the opening at the bottom of the stairs, except it's not open. Stone has fallen and clogged up this particular entrance. "Nuclear warheads hit the city 13 years ago, the bearded guard says. "This place has one entrance, and one entrance only. You can't escape." "We'll see about that," Abby challenges. "Shut your mouth, traitor," Helga says. She raises a hand and strikes Abby in the back of the head. Anger erupts through me, and I lunge forward. The guard rips me back before I'm even 3 feet away from her. Helga grins. "Lucky that's all she gets, Jupiter." "Move to the right," the guard says. I don't, so he forces me that way. Here in the greenish shadows is a rudimentary staircase made of piled junk. "Up," he orders me. "You do something funny, I cut off a finger. You hurt me in any way, I cut open your ball sack and take your right testicle. I'll leave the other one dangling there, got it?" I don't answer, just go up the staircase. The junk sways and creaks with our combined weight. "Same goes for you two," the other guard says. "You do something funny, I cut off your tits. You hurt me, the blade goes up your vagina. I'll make sure to twist it too." More creaks and groans from behind me as they mount the staircase. About a dozen steps later, we come to an opening. It's a hatch made out of twisted and melded together metal. One part is bronze, another is pure black. Looks like a manhole cover in the metal grill of a Mack truck. Part of the aftermath of the blast, no doubt. The hatch hangs open. From the opening, the smell is so much worse. It stings my nostrils, tries to choke me. I feel my throat swelling, getting tighter, and I'm breathing a bit heavier. "Steady, Jack, steady," I tell myself. Nothing I haven't seen before. But that's not exactly right. I'm the first through the opening, and I come out on a fallen piece of rock that the bomb knocked out of the wall. I look down. It's better lit here, and I wish it wasn't. I'm standing 15 feet or so above a subway car. Below us are dozens of zombies, most of them crisped. Their clothes are singed off or baked into their flesh. Very few have hair or visible skin left. They're just bags of pus and rot. A flash fire probably came through the tunnels and cooked them. 15 years later, they're still here. The subway train has been knocked off its tracks. It snakes along the platform, stuck in the piles of rubble that were once pillars. Farther on, the dull silver of the cars disappears into the blackness of the tunnel. The stone walls are scorched, parts of the metal train crumpled and deformed. I see 3 people in the cars through the gouges in their roofs, milling about. One is screaming. Another stares blankly out the windows, not at me but at the zombies. They look on with the resigned gazes of those who have come to accept their damnation. Seeing these people deflates the last bit of hope I have within me. "Move on," the guard pokes me in the back. "You're in car 3, the other one says. "The traitor's in 4. Out of the corner of my eye, I see this younger guard going over a sheet of paper on a cracked clipboard. "What about this one?" the bigger guard asks, looking at Lily. "Throw her in," Helga says. "The Overlord doesn't care for her." The guard with the clipboard looks up, raises an eyebrow. His eyes find the bearded guard. The bearded guard shakes his head. "I'm not doing that." "I don't want what?" Helga says in a mocking tone. "Want the Overlord to flay you?" She barks laughter. It's a terrible sound. "He doesn't care for this one. Trust me, and the blood will get the zombies riled up. When's the last time they were fed?" The way she speaks to them like they're pets sickens me. "Been a while," the younger guard admits. "Do what you want," the bearded guard says, "but leave us out of it." Helga nods and grabs Lily roughly around the arms. "Come on, sweetie." Lily struggles as Helga brings her to the edge of the stone platform. Abby lunges, but the guards hold her back. I almost break free. I feel their grip slipping. But then I feel something up the back of my head. The guard's pistol. Steel. My vision blackens for a moment, and my legs go weak. I slump to the platform, but the guard holds me up. "Lily," I try to shout, but I'm tasting blood in my mouth again. and it doesn't taste good. "Stop it," Abby says. "Stop it, you bitch." Helga laughs. Now the only thing keeping Lily from going over the edge is Helga's grip. Lily sways, kicks, throws her head back wildly and hits nothing. The zombies I see have taken notice of our voices. Their heads turn collectively. The glowing yellow of their eyes search us out up here like dim spotlights. One nearby opens its mouth to make that dreaded rattling noise, and a burst of worms and maggots crawl out from between charred lips. They slap down on the fractured floor and are stamped beneath the feet of the crowd. Bodies push up against the stone. I feel it rock against their collective pressure. "Stop!" I shout. "Stop it!" Helga loves it. Loves it all. She's not stopping. She never would. With Lily by the arm, her sleeve riding up and exposing the reddened flesh beneath, Helga dangles her out over the platform. Lily only has one foot planted on the stone. The other foot hovers over nothing but thin air. The zombies raise their arms and cry out for a fresh meal in their groans of death. 23. I feel all of our bodies tense up, even the guards. "Say bye, Lily," Helga says. But Lily doesn't say that. She moves quickly to the left, pirouetting like a ballerina. Helga, in all her overconfidence, isn't prepared for this sudden movement, and she stumbles forward as Lily leans back and catches the open hatch with her hip for balance. Lily raises her right leg and kicks out. The bottom of her shoe hits Helga in the lower back, and the old haggish woman pinwheels for balance. The younger guard leaves Abby unattended to try and grab Helga before she can go over the edge. He is too late. Helga screams for the entire 30 or so feet. I hear her hit the ground. The zombies are smart enough to have moved out of the way to clear a path for their meal. I hear Helga scream louder as the dead tear into her with jagged teeth and gnarled hands. How she survived the fall, I don't know. The guard who tried saving Helga peers over the edge. He looks like he's trying to turn away, but just can't. Then he vomits. He spews right onto the crowd below, right on Helga's mutilated corpse. "There," Lily says. She's just standing there, her face flushed, bits of her short hair spiked from the confrontation. "Now you have a reason to lock me up. I killed a knight. You saw me do it. That'll surely get the Overlord's goose, won't it?" All is quiet for a moment between us and the guards. I wish someone would talk, because I don't want to hear the chewing sounds, the ripping sounds, the death sounds any longer. I get my wish, but not in words. Abby erupts in laughter. Lily's stony expression breaks, and she begins laughing too. I can't help myself. It's as contagious as the plague that turned the monsters below. I laugh too. "Jesus Christ," the bearded guard says. "You guys are fucking crazy." 24. The bastards didn't live up to their promise. My balls were still intact, and Abby's and Lily's breasts went untouched by any blades. They throw me in car number 3. The girls go in one together, number 4. I'm sharing mine with an emaciated man in the corner seat. He looks at me with something like hunger, which makes me uncomfortable, but I don't show this. "You climb out. You got nowhere to go," the bearded guard says above me. He's looking down the makeshift opening he threw me down. It's about 8 feet off the dirty subway floor. The edges are sharp, like jagged blades. Even if I could jump up there, my fingers would be cut off. "The zombies are riled up now, and in case you didn't notice, Helga didn't have too much meat on her bones." I take my gaze away from the bearded bastard above me and look at the man across the way. He's still eyeing me, but his gaze looks hazy, like he's imagining a morose chicken, maybe even a full-course meal. I don't like it. I scan the sub for a weapon to grab when I break out of the duct tape. There's not much. The seats are still bolted to the ground. No handlebars are free. The glass hasn't broken, miraculously. It's just dirty, covered in soot and smeared blood. The bearded guard's footsteps recede, and the sub lurches as he lifts himself from its surface with a rope ladder, which he pulls up with him once he reaches the stone platform at the top. I peer to the left and see the crowd of zombies dispersing from where Helga landed. They move gradually, like the rolling waves of a vast ocean. Closer they come. Closer and closer. I realize I am on exhibit. An animal trapped in a cage. This is the most fucked up zoo ever. Through their swaying bodies, I see what is left of Helga. The answer? Not much. Really, all that is left is a red stain on the cement, ripped clothing, and a ring that gleams in the low light, though it is half submerged in her blood. The zombies have even eaten her hair, ripped her scalp clean off her head. A few of the dead hang back, wet tongues licking still glistening bones. Fire-frozen fingers stir around what little guts are left. I do not feel sorry for Helga. The man across the way barks. This is such an odd sound over the muffled drone of the zombies. He has brought both feet up from the floor, and he's hugging his chest. Sorry, I say. I didn't quite understand that. He barks again. Okay, I say, thinking it's probably best to ignore this guy for the duration of my stay, which I believe won't be long. I stand up and begin looking for a way out of this shithole. Not long after, I find a raised lip of steel and use it to saw the duct tape away. There's one problem solved, just a million more left. The end of the car is sealed off from the connecting car, number 4, where Abby and Lily are. At the wall, I knock a few times and shout their names. "Can't hear you, meat," the emaciated man says. "Did you just call me meat?" The guy nods. His tongue doesn't glisten as he swipes it across his cracked lips. "That's what you are, meat. Whether it be me that eats you, or the motherfuckers to your left, we're all somebody's dinner." "I don't think you realize that eating people isn't a normal thing," I say. "The world may have ended a long time ago, but there's still enough food out there for us." "Ain't no meat. Not out there." "Not in here either." The man stands up. He probably weighs a hair over 100 pounds. I'm not a spring chicken either, but I know I'd easily win this fight. "I really don't want to waste my energy on you, friend," I say. "I need to save the bit I got." The man grins. He's missing a good amount of teeth, and those he isn't missing are rotten and shrunk to the root. I doubt this guy saw the dentist much even before the zombies took over. "I've been saving my energy for the last 6 months, he says. 6 months? Left you in here that long? He nods. Scheduled to be killed soon, I reckon. The Overlord was to see to it himself, but I'm hearing that he's going to send his right-hand man to do the trick. I like that better. Right-hand man. That would be my brother. Things have changed, I say. The Overlord is on his way as we speak, for me and the gals over in the next car. He may not be coming for sure, but I hope he is, so I can kill him and get Norm back on my side. The man's smile disintegrates. In his eyes, there is a primal fear. The Overlord's reach stretches far, apparently right into the human soul and psyche. The boogeyman wasn't real before the apocalypse. Now he is, and he only has one eye. So I'm guessing your death is going to really suck, I continue. Maybe the right-hand man was going to go easy on you, certainly easier than the Overlord, but now things have changed. Thanks to me, the Overlord is coming, and you're probably going to have your rotten intestines ripped out of your gut and wrapped around your throat before you're hung by them, after he rips out your eyes and fucks you with a jagged piece of glass, or whatever it is the Overlord does during his executions. I don't know. Haven't been part of one yet. I pause for effect. I like what I see. It's nice watching the guy crumble. If you eat me, imagine what the Overlord and his goons will do to you. Man, I don't even want to think about it, I say. The guy sits back down. There you go, that's the right idea, I say. It almost saddens me, seeing the effect the Overlord has on people, the fear he instills in them. It's stupid. He's just a man. Now I walk over to my cellmate, stick out my hand. He looks at it, but not like it's appetizing. I'm Jack, I say. Jack Jupiter. If you want to live, I think it's important that we team up and find a way out of this place. It takes a moment for him to take my hand, but he does. We shake. His brow furrows as he searches for something inside of his mind. A name, probably. It's been so long since he's had to use his own that he's forgotten it. I can relate. Sometimes I don't even remember when my birthday is. There's certainly no celebrations nowadays. The cake, the candles, the balloons. Forget about it. After another beat or two, the man says, "I'm Haley. Roland Haley." He smiles again, and I think it's because he's remembered his name, but I'm wrong. "So you're the Jack Jupiter, huh?" 15 years ago. My ears would have perked up at this comment. I'd think this guy has read one of my books. Maybe he was a fan of pulpy zombie novels, or maybe he was even clamoring for the werewolf book that I promised my few Facebook fans after the last Johnny Deadslayer release. I'd inevitably be wrong, of course. As you know, not many people read my books back then. None today, I'm sure. Plus, this isn't 15 years ago. I'm not known for my pulpy post-apocalyptic novels with the plucky take-no-shit protagonist Johnny Deadslayer. Now I'm known for better things. Things I eventually lost. "Lot of talk about you," Roland Haley says. "Them guards were talking about you just yesterday. Said the Black Knights were out and on your trail. I didn't believe they'd catch you." I shrug. They did. But it was all part of the plan. Roland's nostrils flare as he snorts laughter. "I don't believe it was. Neither was throwing that bitch Helga over the edge of the platform." "Not part of my plan, at least," I say. I can't speak for Lily. Though I'm pretty sure she didn't plan on that. She took a chance, and it paid off for her and us, except I was fully expecting the guards to keep their promise of genital mutilation. So far, so good. That's not to say they still won't, but I think they're pretty shook about what happened to Helga, and probably agree that it's better to leave our fates up to the Overlord and Norm. The thought of Mason Storm's reaction to Helga getting ripped apart by zombies brings me satisfaction. He hasn't found out yet, otherwise he'd be paying us a visit. Maybe the guards are too afraid to tell him, don't know how to say it. "Plan or no plan, it was pretty damn impressive," Roland says. "You keep good company." His eyes light up again, and I see hope in them. It's good to see. "You really think you can get us out of here?" "I'm Jack Jupiter, aren't I?" When in doubt, fake it until you make it. It's worked well for me so far, and Roland doesn't know that I pretty much have no idea what I'm doing until I start doing it. Even then, I'm sometimes still not sure. Roland nods. "You've been in here 6 months," I say. "You've seen a lot. You may not realize it, but you have. I need a rundown. Time the guards come in, which guard's the nicest, which one is the meanest, zombie patterns, if they get fed or not, all that crap." I'm staring at this old weathered man like a teacher would stare at a bored student who's close to failing. He blinks back. I don't know much about zombie patterns, but they feed us once a day. Water buckets over there." He points behind me. "Cameron is the nicest, but that's like saying a hammerhead shark is the nicest. He's the younger one, skinny guy. But I don't like Brian or Bry. He's a dickhead, the one with the beard and the round belly, like he's 8 months pregnant. But I think that might be personal preference." I nod, roll my fingers in a go on gesture. "So you want at the Overlord, huh?" he asks. When I don't answer immediately, mainly because I'm stuck thinking about what he did to my family in Woodhaven, he goes on. "'Cause that's what I hear from the guards. I heard you took out one of their gas operations. It was a big blow to the Overlord. He's trying to get the jet planes up in the air. He's trying to build an army, you know?" "Of course." "And you took down their Chicago gig. That one really pissed him off. The Chicago gig was supposed to be one of the best." I shrug. That one wasn't my idea either. All credit goes to the crazy brunette in the car next to us. As for the gas operation, really we just needed fuel for our ride. All the explosions and deaths were accidental. For the first time, Roland's cheeks show some color. He's rosy beneath his papery skin. I like you, Jack Jupiter. Sorry I called you meat. Last time I had a roommate, he tried to eat me. Roland lifts up his shirt, shows me a bite mark under his ribs that hasn't completely healed. It's a violent purple and red, like it's infected. I choose not to tell him that. I know what you're thinking, he continues, but my last roommate wasn't a zombie, so I'm not going to turn on you or nothing like that. He was just a pissed-off soldier, half-starved and fully crazy. He was in the pits before he was brought here. They mess you up big time in the pits. I don't even want to know, I say. But I do want to know how you got here. The zombies continue thumping and bumping against our glass window. I hear the hissing of trapped air escaping from their throats and smell the tang of death. The car rocks ever so slightly. If the windows were covered and I didn't have to see their terrible faces, I could probably get used to this. The swaying of the subway car is actually quite relaxing. I stole a loaf of bread, he says finally, and he looks at me like he told me he's murdered someone. The guilt on his face is overwhelming. Bread? That's it? Roland nods. During a festival in Creighton, what used to be Gary, Indiana, I put up a hell of a fight, but... He motions to his protruding ribs, his twig arms. When you look like this, you can't really put up too much of a fight. They're executing you for that? For stealing bread? He nods. Crazy, right? More than that. I shake my head. Whatever, it doesn't matter. We're getting you out of here. I go to the opposite wall and knock 3 times. Hard. After about a 15-second delay, the same pattern comes back to me. That's good. I'm escaping, I yell. Good luck, Abby yells back. 25. It's not hard getting out of the subway car, not with Roland's help. Together, the two of us are able to loosen one of the seats from its rusty bolts. I do most of the work, yes, but I couldn't have done it without him. We stack the seat up against the window as zombies scramble at the glass the closer we get. They don't care if we get out of the cars, Roland says. I once saw a guy who straight up jumped up to the edge and pulled himself up. He cut his fingers to hell. I think he even lopped his pinky clean off, matter of fact. When he got up there, he was losing so much blood that he got all woozy like a drunk, stumbling and bumbling about. If God was kind, he would have made it so that fella fell backward into the hole. Then all he'd have to deal with was a sore back and a missing pinky. But no, our God ain't a just God. The guy, when he passed out, went forward, right into the welcoming arms of the zombies. This was early in my stay. I couldn't even look. But I heard, oh Lord, did I hear. I look out the window, past the swarm of dead, and next to Helga's ripped and bloody clothes, I see another stain of blood on the concrete. The prisoner's, no doubt. Maybe someone else's. So he got out, but he was injured. Let's just make sure we aren't injured, I say. Roland shakes his head. How you can have such confidence in a world like this, man, I just don't understand. Me either, Roland. Me either. I grab onto the seat and give it a wiggle. It's not firmly in place, but it's good enough. Then I take my shirt off. In the reflection of the window, I see what looks like the ghost of myself. I don't look much better than Roland here. It's a tough old world. Son, I ain't like that. I'm not that lonely, Roland says. I laugh. Don't worry. I tear off the sleeves of the shirt and wrap them around my hands. Not much, but it's better than nothing. I put the shirt back on, my cloak on top of it. The cloth stinks to high heaven, and it's wet. With what? I don't know. I scale up the seat bench, careful to sway with its instability. It's not easy, though nothing in this world ever is. But I'm up, at the top. Ladders always tell you not to stand on the top step. I wonder what the warning would be on this piece of work. Just don't do it, probably. The thought makes me smile, which feels odd in all the gloom of this prison. Using the sleeves for cushion, I pull myself up. On the sharp edges, I see caked blood here and a piece of flayed skin there. The metal stabs into my palm, but the pain is almost non-existent. I roll over on top of the car and take a deep breath. The stench of the tunnel fills me up, and I cough it out. "Now you," I say to Roland. He looks at the rickety bench with hesitation. For a moment, I think he's going to cower back toward his corner. He's been in here so long that getting out might seem crazy. But he doesn't. He stands up a little straighter, puts his foot on an armrest, and presses downward, testing the strength of the ladder. There's not much, I could have told him that, but he seems satisfied enough. I hand him the shirt sleeves, and he slips them around his fingers. He begins his ascent. When he's halfway up, I grab him around the shoulders and ease him over the edge onto the top of the car. I'm gentle, but he cries out and clutches his wrist. He's cut. Blood trickles down his dirty jeans. "You all right?" I ask him. Grimacing, he says, "I'll be okay. I think before this is all said and done, I'll have more than a drop of blood to worry about." "True," I say. "Just wait here for a minute." Roland looks over the side. The zombies are staring back at him. Those that still have distinguishable features on their face snarl. Their eyes light up as their mouths hang open. The jagged bones around their lips are barely in the shape of teeth, but they get their point across, the point being that they're hungry. Very hungry. Always hungry. "Sons of bitches, aren't they?" Roland says. "The worst," I reply. But even I know it's not their fault. This is just their nature. They're wired this way. It's like blaming a lion for killing a gazelle. I go from my car over to Abby and Lily's. They're sitting across from each other on rickety seats. The opening in their car is slim enough to make me wonder how they fit through without getting gutted by the sharp metal. Somehow they did, though, because they're in there, which means there's definitely a way to get them out. I'll just have to be careful. The girls aren't talking. Lily's eyes are closed, while Abby stares out at the zombies. The zombies have, pretty much, aside from a few stragglers, congregated around the car Roland is sitting on. I see him leaning over the side, looking at them with scientific curiosity. "About time," Abby says. "How did you get out without cutting your hands?" I pull my cloak over and show her my ripped sleeves. She chuckles. "A muscle shirt is meant to be worn by people with actual muscles?" I turn around. "Okay, I'll just let you hang out in here a little longer. Sound good?" "Jack, you know I'm kidding," she says. Lily snorts. "Your banter makes for some pretty solid entertainment," she says. "Thanks," Abby says. Now I have to figure out how to get them out. None of their benches look particularly loose. I tell Abby to feel around, see if she can knock any of them off their bolts. She says, "Don't you think I tried that? If they were, I would have been out of here long before you." From one of the other cars, a woman cackles. It's a hair-raising sound. I've almost forgotten about the other prisoners. I think there's about 3 more in their own cars. "Give me your coat, Abby," I say. She's wearing a thick leather jacket that's dusty and grimy, despite being picked up only a few days ago. "It's kind of cold in here, you know," she says. I tap my wrist, indicating our lack of time. "Lily, your pants, please." "Is that how you talk to all the gals, Mr. Jupiter?" Lily replies. I smile awkwardly. "Just trust me." "I've heard that one before," Lily says. "At least buy me a drink first." "When we get out of here. Promise," I say. "Okay, don't look," she says. I turn away and begin unlacing my boot. About 5 seconds later, her jeans drape over my shoulder. I place it next to Abby's jacket. Once my boot is off, I tie Lily's pant leg to Abby's jacket sleeve in a knot that my older brother taught me many years ago, a knot that Norm Jupiter swears is unbreakable. I give it a tug, and am satisfied. "Roland," I say. "Yeah?" "Come over here and give me a hand, please." "Sure thing." I place my removed boot on the edge of the upturned metal. The leather should hold up and protect the rope, otherwise I think the opening is sharp enough to saw right through Lily's jeans and Abby's jacket. Now I lower the makeshift rope down the thin opening, making sure the boot doesn't get dislodged. "Lily, after you," Abby says. "No, I insist, after you," she replies. Ladies first, Abby says. Will you guys just hurry up? We don't have much time. They're going to come back in here any minute, I say. Geez, Jack, Lily says. At least you're not the one trying to escape some demented prison in your underwear. You're already out. Don't complain. Lady's got a point, Roland says. I roll my eyes in the most Abby way I can muster, and Lily grabs on first. She climbs until she's at the edge. Luckily, her hands find a sliver of smoother metal, which is still pretty sharp, and Roland and I are able to drag her up to the top. Lily, Roland, Lily, I say, out of breath. Hi, Lily says. She shakes his hand. Don't mind my ass hanging out for everyone to see. Roland chuckles at this, but remains gentlemanly and doesn't even glance below her waist. Why couldn't we have used your jeans? Lily asks, furrowing her brow as she gets up. Well, I'm not wearing underwear, I reply. Lily shakes her head. Too much information, Jack. With Lily to help us bring Abby up, the second ascent goes a lot smoother. It takes a minute to get Lily's pants unknotted from the jacket, but when she gets her jeans on, she seems to be in a better mood. Glad you're making friends, Jack, Abby says. Even in prison. I shrug. We need all the help we can get. I look in the direction of the cackling woman in the farthest car. The cackling soon turns into screaming. Lily is brushing off the dirt from her pant legs. It's not coming off. Whatever it is, it's there to stay. You can't seriously be thinking, she begins. I am, I say. Come on, help me. As long as I get to keep my pants on, Lily says. 26. We go around to the other cars and offer the prisoners a chance to escape. There are 3 left, all emaciated like Roland. The cackling woman doesn't reply to me when I stand over her car and tell her I'm getting her out of here. She recoils into the corner and hisses at me over and over again. I don't hang around trying to convince her. I know a lost cause when I see one. Of the 3 that are left, 2 of them accept our offers. One is a small Mexican man. He has a terrible scar on the top of his head, parting his jet-black hair with pale flesh. He's wearing an old U.S. Air Force uniform. His name is Roberto, but he tells us to call him Nacho. I ask him how he got here, and he says, I tell you the truth, man. I no lie any longer. I see no point. I killed many. They recruit me for the air fleet. I say no. You killed many what? Abby asks. Many districts. Abby steps forward and shakes his dirty hand. Then you're all right by me, Nacho. Also, Lily adds, cool fucking name. Thank you, Nacho says. Turns out that Nacho flew jets in the Air Force before the shit hit the fan. The Overlord sought him out for his own army, and Nacho refused, killing a handful of guards in his attempt to escape. He failed. That's why he's here. The other prisoner we bring to our cause is a woman. She is taller than me, taller than any woman I've ever seen before. Her name is Mandy. Before I can even ask, she tells us, I'm 6'5", and yes, I played basketball. Professional? Roland asks. Mandy shakes her head. No money in professional women's basketball. NBA players made millions, while WNBA players barely made a living wage. They had to get second jobs. No, I worked at Best Buy. Geek Squad. That's something I haven't thought about in a long time, I say. What'd you do to get put in here? Lily asks. Hacked into the district's mainframe computers outside of Indianapolis, Mandy says. I imagine I'm looking pretty surprised because she continues with, I'm more brains than brawn. Trust me. We shake hands, introduce ourselves to the new members of our band of rebels. So you got a plan, friend? Nacho asks me. I shrug. Thought we could wing it. That's always Jack's plan, Abby adds. But I gotta give it to him. He's still alive. Somehow. Luck, I say. Well, we're gonna need a whole lot of that luck, I think, Roland says. And then some. 27. Hours pass. No guard comes in. There's no noise from the outside at all. Mandy says, They're watching us. Somehow. I look around the vast cavern that was once a subway. I see no cameras. The lights running along the walls are barely lit, but they are lit. That means they're plugged in somewhere. They know, Mandy says. How? Lily asks. She is thinking exactly the same thing I am. How can they watch us if there are no cameras? We wait a little longer. We don't talk. Our silence, however, is drowned out by the gurgling of the zombies, by the shuffling of their feet, their moans. At the end of the train, the woman cackles again. What she is cackling at, I have no idea. The walls seem to be closing in. The zombies seem to be getting taller and taller. Soon they'll be able to reach us with their blackened, flame-rigid arms. I have to get out of here. We have to get up on that platform, I say. Too high. Already thought of it, Abby says. She sits cross-legged in front of me. She looks oddly at peace. Next to her is Lily and Roland, one on each side. Mandy and Nacho are sitting next to me. Don't give up before you even try, Mandy says. Normally this kind of attitude would elicit a harsh reaction from Abby, but Mandy is so damn big, not even she will talk back. If I gave up, I wouldn't have gotten into the Overlord's mainframe. Then you wouldn't be in here, Lily says. Her tone is almost bored. There's no animosity in her voice. Good, I think. I have to keep the group together, prevent them from falling out before we can reach the surface. Worth it, Mandy says. I know the district's secrets now. Like what? Nacho asks. Roland says. They wouldn't be secrets if she told us. Mandy shakes her head. No, I don't mind telling. Well, like what then? Roland asks. I know they have weapons. Big weapons, Mandy says. Obviously, Abby says. I was in the district for 2 years. I bet I know just as much as you. You were in the district? Like how? Roland says. His bottom lip quivers, and his eyes go stony. I put a hand on his shoulder. Easy, it's not like that. She was held captive too. Not exactly a lie. Abby meets my eyes. There's understanding in hers. Yeah, captive, she echoes. I know some things too. Not as much as me. Unless you were a top tier, as they call it. You don't know squat, Mandy says. It's not a competition, Lily cuts in. Tell us. I know they have a store of weapons right here in this city. Why would they bring more bombs to a place that has already been bombed and is crawling with radiation? To say a light bulb turned on in my head would be an understatement. The idea that comes to me is more like a comet, burning bright, or a supernova, an exploding sun. Abby mentioned that this whole place was an arsenal, but I figured that just meant guns. Wait, I say. There are bombs here, like bombs that could level the whole city. Mandy nods, crosses her massive arms. See? I told you I know a lot. We believed you, Lily says. She's smiling as she adds. Kinda. And if you get to these bombs, you can set them off? I ask. Mandy doesn't nod as quickly as before, and she shifts her gaze away from me to look out toward the milling zombies. Then she nods. I guess I could, but we'd probably die. I don't know how long we'd have before they blow. I thought you knew everything, Nacho says. I'd have to see them first, Mandy says. I didn't see them, just the arsenal inventory list. I don't know much about bombs, but I know their OS, that's the operating system, and I'm sure I could do whatever needs to be done. Why, Jack? Abby asks, leaning forward. She's about to grill me. I don't like it when she gets like this. What's our goal? I ask. Get out of here alive, Lily says. Well, yeah, that's our immediate goal. But what's our ultimate goal? Survive, Lily answers again. I shake my head. No. It's to take down the district, weaken the one-eyed man's army until his back is up against a wall. We've hit one of their operations, and look how they reacted. Imagine if we took out one of their cities. Abby shakes her head. Jack, you're crazy. Sometimes you have to be crazy to be successful, I remind her. Who said that one? Steve Jobs? Bill Gates? Roland asks. I shrug. Probably. So, You want to get out of here and blow the place to hell? Lily says. Hell yeah, Roland says. Death to the district. This elicits a collective groan from the zombies below us. Even they're on our side, Nacho says, pointing. They're on any side that can give them meat. We blow it up before they get here. I continue with the plan. Hopefully. We're in enemy territory. I'll have no luck taking down the Overlord here. We catch him on the run. We catch him someplace not crawling with hundreds of brainwashed district guards. Abby nods. I mean, he's got a point. As much as I hate to admit that. I'm grinning now, and Abby is looking at me like I'm radioactive. So we get you to the place the bombs are kept, and you can set them off? I say to Mandy. She nods. I think so. I don't intend to take any of them to the bombs with me. I just need to know where they are, and then I can figure out the rest. There's no guarantee that I can get them out before the bombs go off, but they need hope. They need purpose to keep them going. One problem, Jack, Lily says. We're not getting anywhere while we're still in here. I stand up. Roland, give me a boost. Roland knows his limitations. He's nothing but a twig. He brings one arm up and flexes a non-existent muscle. I won't get you very high, if I know what you're thinking. He's right. Though I've lost pretty much everything since the dead took over, I still have some of my pride left. Not much, but enough not to blatantly ask a woman I've just met for help. Looking at Mandy, at the sheer size of her, I'm sure she could throw me through the rock ceiling. Just come on, Roland, I say. He sighs, stands up. We cross the other cars toward the platform. Behind us, I hear Abby snicker. She knows what I'm planning to do, and she knows the outcome before it happens. I tell Roland to kneel down. I tell him I'm going to get a running start, and he's going to boost me up the dozen or so feet toward the fallen rock platform where the one door is located. He looks scared, but God bless him, he goes along for the ride. I get about 15 feet of a head start. Each step is a pain. I've never been in really good shape, and the lack of solid meals and sleep have really caught up to me. If I had to judge, I figure I'm probably going about 5 miles per hour when I reach Roland. His knee is bent, his hands are resting palm up, fingers laced together. My eyes burn with laser focus. Roland's burn with fear. I think, for the slightest of moments, we're gonna do it. It's gonna work. My boot makes contact with his palms. I crouch, ready to spring forward, but the support beneath me gives out. Roland cries, "Son of a bitch!" And there's a pretty sick cracking noise that I think comes from him, and we both fall over, tangled up on top of the subway car. I rock my head pretty hard against the metal, so hard that I see pinpricks of light hanging in front of me when I open my eyes. Abby starts laughing, and the others follow pretty quickly. "Sorry, Jack," Roland says. "Maybe a decade ago I could have done that. I ain't what I used to be." "You all right?" I ask him. He nods. "Sorry." "Don't apologize," I say. "None of us are what we used to be." "That's the truth," Nacho says. "Come on, Mandy, let's help." Next thing I know, Mandy and Nacho are pulling me up. Mandy says, "On 3, 1, 2, 3." And I'm flying upward like a damn rocket ship. Mandy's aim turns out to be impeccable. I hit the edge of the rock platform with my sternum. Before I can slip and fall down and think about having to go through that again, I find purchase with my fingers, which are looking more like claws. "Nice throw," Nacho says. He sounds very far away, like I'm teetering on the edge of a mountain instead of a platform a dozen or so feet up. "All right, Jack?" Mandy asks. "Yeah," I manage to wheeze. "Never better." I pull myself up all the way. I know time is of the utmost importance, but I really just need a minute to catch my breath. I roll over on my back and stare at the dark ceiling high above me. It's faintly lit with the radioactive green light, like the weird illumination you sometimes see coming off of various funguses. This air can't be good for me, but I take a few deep breaths anyway. Lord knows I need them. "You sure you're all right?" Nacho calls up again. Lily and Abby are laughing, almost sounding like the cackling lady in the last car. I get up on my knees and say, "Stop laughing. I don't see you two up here, do I?"
"Because we're not stupid?"
Abby says. Lily cracks up. I've never heard her laugh so loudly. Her and Abby high-five. That's good, I guess, them becoming friends. I remind myself we all need to stick together, even if it's at my expense. I stand up. My legs are a little shaky, but I manage. The hatch is right in front of me.
"What's your plan, Jack?"
Lily asks. "You'll see," I say.
"Oh, God,"
Lily says. I grab the handle around the hatch and bend down. Never lift with your back, always bend your knees. That's what Norm would be saying right now. God, I miss him. I take a deep breath, hold it, and give a yank with all the strength I have left in my body. The hatch doesn't move, even the slightest bit. I readjust my grip, give it another pull. In my back, a muscle, if you can call it that, gives me a warning twinge. I decide it's probably best to stop. I sit down at the edge, let my feet dangle. Roland, Nacho, and Mandy are looking at me. Abby and Lily stand up. Abby puts her good hand on her hip, her stump on the other one.
"Well, that plan was a dud. What else do we got?"
She wants to know. Hey, at least I tried, I say. That's when I look past them and see the old woman in the last car, the one who was constantly cackling. She is standing up now, too, watching me. Her lips are parted into quite possibly the creepiest smile I've ever seen in my life. Faintly, I hear my name being called over and over again. I think it's Lily, but I'm too enraptured by this odd woman to answer. On the other side of the grimy window, the woman points behind her. I cock my head, confused. Her smile fades, and words form on her thin lips, words I can read perfectly. She mouths, "Through the tunnel lies the real hell, but the real hell is your escape." 28. Mandy, are you sure you're going to catch me? I ask.
"I mean, the odds are pretty good,"
she says.
"but I wouldn't exactly put money on it."
That's reassuring. "If she misses, I got you, Jack," Roland says. Giving his skinny arms and beanpole body another glance, I highly doubt it. As I scoot closer off the edge, our boosting failure is still fresh in my mind, probably because the rib I injured all those years ago was flaring with pain. I originally heard it when I tackled Pat Huber off of the roof of the Woodhaven Recreation Center because he had a gun and was being crazy. If I managed to survive that fall, I can survive this. I hope. The woman has sat down again, retreated back to her corner, huddled into herself. Her dirty clothes hang from her thin frame like an oversized blanket. She is hugging her knees. My eyes keep flicking over to her, and Abby catches on to this. She turns, looks, and turns back, arches her eyebrows.
"Come on, Jack,"
Mandy says. I look down at their upturned faces, their opened arms. It's hard not to picture them as zombies waiting for me, waiting to sink what's left of their teeth into my flesh. I let go of the edge and fall for what feels like a long time. Then, I'm being cradled in Mandy's arms.
"Aw,"
Lily says.
"That's so cute."
"Shut up," I say. Mandy puts me down.
"You look like you've had an epiphany or something,"
Abby says. I ignore her, keep walking to the last car.
"What are you doing?"
Lily asks. The woman starts laughing again. As I get closer and closer to her car, I smell the death within. This woman is not going to make it much longer. She has withered away to virtually nothing, and the Grim Reaper awaits her in the other corner. The rest of the group follows me. I cross one car, 2 cars, 3. I'm near the tunnel. The closer I am to it, the more it glows that radioactive green color, like some disease is slowly spreading from organ to organ, place to place.
"What are you doing?"
Abby echoes Lily, then a little lower.
"She's crazy. You know that, right?"
"Aren't we all a little crazy?" I say.
"Well said, amigo."
Nacho says. I think that for years. I nod at Nacho. She might not be as crazy as we think. Want to put money on that? Lily asks. I pull the pockets of my pants inside out. Broke, I say. Approaching the edge of the makeshift opening in the older woman's subway car very carefully, I raise my hand to let her know I mean no harm. She looks up at me with hazy eyes. Living in Chicago, you see a lot of homeless people, and a lot of homeless people were usually high as hell on smack or crack or some other drug that rhymes with those two. You'd see this glazed look in their eyes, this look like they had no idea where they were or what they were doing, and it had a way of breaking your heart. That's how this woman looks in her tin can of a cell. Hello, I say, careful to keep my voice low. I don't want to disturb her or shock her to the point of cutting off all conversation. Is there a way out of here? Through the tunnel? She doesn't answer for a long moment. The gurgles and moans of the zombies and the sounds of them slapping at the glass fill this silence. Come on, let's just leave her alone, Abby says. She just wants some peace. She grabs me. I think about putting up a fight and standing my ground, but part of me says she's right. This woman is crazy, and maybe I'm crazy too, for thinking that she mouthed something to me. Just as I turn around, the woman's hoarse voice reaches my ears. Yes, she says. There is a way. I spin to face her. Did you guys hear that? They all look at me like I'm crazy, Abby especially so. Yes, Jack, we heard that, she says. I lean over the edge of the opening and look this woman in her roomy eyes. Where's the opening? Where is it? I ask her. The woman stands up now, and her clothes look even baggier than before. There is a wound on her wrist, not a bite mark, but a gash, like someone hit her with a blade. It's festering, the flesh around it purple and swollen, and it looks beyond the need of amputation. With this injured hand, she points out the windows on her left, where the tracks lay crookedly, disappearing into the mouth of the tunnel that is glowing with its radioactive green light. There, she says. There is the way. They come from there. Who does? I ask. The hobgoblins, she says. Her eyes widen. Don't you see them? Oh, they're everywhere. Nasty little creatures. She shrieks and jumps, causing pretty much all of us to jump. There's one now, she points. Roland looks down at his right foot. There's nothing there, but he shifts away regardless. Crazy, Abby whispers. I told you so. Lily mumbles her agreement. Can you describe the hobgoblins to me? I ask the woman. I realize I'm really grasping at straws here, but what else do we have going for us? The rest of the place is sealed shut. I could follow the power lines that connect to the lights, but whatever hole they are funneled through will be too small for us to squeeze into, not to mention that in order to reach those power lines, we'd need the ability to scale the walls like Spider-Man. So, if talking to a crazy woman on borrowed time is my best shot at getting out of here before the Overlord can come and kill us, then by God, I'm gonna take that chance. She purses her lips and moves them around, thinking, Are you insane? She asks me. Pot kettle, Mandy says, and Nacho laughs. They're right there, the woman says. She turns her head so fast she's a blur. It's like she's following a hummingbird that's zigging and zagging around her backyard. Oh, geez, you missed it. It was right there, the little stinker. I call that one Bruno. He's always getting into my fresh bread. Fresh bread, Abby whispers. The craziness thickens. My eyes aren't what they used to be, I say. Please, just describe them to us. The woman caresses the loose skin of her face with a shaky hand, thinking deeply. It's not easy, she says, describing them. They're tricky little bastards. Sometimes they look one way, and then a few hours later they look entirely different. Cuckoo, Abby whispers, covering her mouth as she speaks. I do my best to ignore her. It's not easy.
Sometimes they look like little green men. You know, like those aliens in Roswell, New Mexico.
I nod.
But they're much uglier, like they have diseases or something. They won't talk to me. They just make these terrible faces and stick their tongues out and blow raspberries.
The woman's features become pinched.
Oh, God, do I just want to rip their little faces off, the clever bastards. The zombies don't notice them. They weave in and out of their legs like rats, except they're much bigger, uglier, too.
Thank you, I tell the lady. Unlike the rest of the people in my group, I'm managing a straight face. Abby looks close to bursting, but she's never been one to humor bullshit. I, on the other hand, was a writer of fiction before all the world went to hell, so it's safe to say I keep an open mind. I mean, how can one not, when the world is overrun with zombies, these fantastical creatures meant for fiction? Still, hobgoblins? There must be some place where I draw the line, right? Keeping that straight face, it's tough, I'll admit. I say. Where do they come from? The lady points into the darkness of the tunnel.
Back there, she says. There's a door about this high.
She raises her hand about 2 feet from the car's floor.
And this wide.
This time she uses both hands to make a foot-wide gap between her palms.
They come and go as they please. I holler at them a lot, tell them they need to start paying rent or I'm telling the Overlord, and the Overlord doesn't take too kindly to squatters, but they just laugh and make their faces at me.
She crosses her arms and sticks her bottom lip out. I see her top teeth in this expression, or rather, her lack of top teeth. I think they locked her up and sentenced her to death for insanity, Roland says. I look at him out of the corner of my eye. There's no smile on his face. He's serious. The disgust I have for the Overlord and his terrible district is almost overwhelming. What kind of government executes people because they're crazy? That would make a lot of sense, Abby whispers. I mean, she is crazy. Not that I agree with her getting executed for it. Do you think I can fit through there? I ask the woman. She shakes her head.
You don't look like much of a hobgoblin, son.
Well, I'm not, I begin.
Unless you are a hobgoblin.
She shoots up from the bench and raises her hands high above her head, shrieking. The sound causes a few of us to step back. Not me. I stand my ground.
Hobgoblin, the lady yells. Evil hobgoblin.
This goes on for a solid 30 seconds. The zombies take notice of her screaming, and like one large mass clumped together, they sway to their left, their leaking bodies trailing blood and muck behind them. Jack? Abby says in a subdued voice that still manages to carry over the shrieking woman. Can we have a moment? I almost can't turn away from the car. I've seen a lot of weird things in my time on the road, but this, a woman in a makeshift prison shouting evil hobgoblin at me, is definitely near the top of the list. Not exactly at the top, but definitely up there. So you do realize she is completely crazy, right? Abby asks. Like completely off her rocker, talk to the birds and think they're talking back crazy? Like tinfoil hat crazy? Like, why don't you just say thinks she's hobgoblins crazy? Lily chimes in. Okay, guys, I say. This isn't a joke. Mental illness is a real thing. So are zombies, but we joke about them, don't we? Abby replies. I see there's no arguing with her, so I just nod and say, yes, I know she is crazy. And you know there's no possible way that little hobgoblins are running around this place, completely unnoticed by us or the zombies, right? She continues. I don't answer instantly. My head is somewhere else. Where it is, I just can't say. Jack! Lily is snapping her fingers in front of my face. Jack, don't tell me you've fallen off your rocker too. I shake my head, blink a couple of times. Yes, I understand there are no hobgoblins around here. Or anywhere. Right? Abby intones. Well, I say, that's a completely different argument. Abby throws up her arms as if trying to get God's attention. As it has been for the last 15 years or so, he's not answering. Listen, I say. This is all I'm thinking. Craziness is somewhat grounded in reality. There are cases where the person suffering from mental instability is too far gone. Yes, of course, I know this, but this woman doesn't seem too far gone to me. Not yet. So, the hobgoblins are something? Roland asks. I nod. Not exactly hobgoblins, but something is tricking her brain into thinking that's what it is. Something tangible. Everyone is looking at me like I'm the crazy one now. I can't really blame them. The woman continues her wailing, but now she's saying, Evil green hobgoblins! All of them evil green hobgoblins! I don't know about goblins, Nacho says, but there's green light everywhere, no? Roland nods. And that's when another idea invades my head like a comet plummeting through the atmosphere. It hits me so hard I almost fall backward. That's it, I say. The radioactiveness or whatever. Very scientific, Jack, Lily says. Don't act like you know what to call it either, Abby says. Lily rolls her eyes at this. She's picking up on Abby's mannerisms more and more. Anyway, I see that I have Abby's attention. She's seeing green light wafting in from an opening in the tunnel, I say. I point into the blackness. No one speaks again. It's quiet except for the zombies. Okay, Abby says. Say there are radioactive ghosts floating in here or something and say she's right. Do you really think you can fit through the opening she described? That's just it, I say. She can't see the opening from here. Her mind is filling in the blanks. She's taking the ordinary and making it extraordinary. Remember? Grounded in truth. Filling in the blanks by completely fabricating all of that bullshit, Abby says. Lily nods. She's smiling, unsure. I mean, she says, it makes sense. Yes, I say. All eyes are on me. Abby says, Okay, I'll admit it makes sense. If you want to bet your life on the odds that a crazy woman gave you, be my guest. There's also another huge problem, Roland says. He taps a scrawny finger at the corner of his mouth. There is dirt beneath his 2 long nails, and this dirt seems to be glowing as well. I wonder to myself how this place is affecting my health. Will I develop cancer for my short time here? Will my hair start falling out? Will I sprout a 3rd leg somewhere from my midsection? Will I, at the very least, have nightmares? Well, I have nightmares anyway, when I find the time to sleep, that is. I shake my head, trying to put these dark thoughts to the back of my mind. I've had enough time with dark thoughts. I have to keep moving forward. Life never stands still, so neither can I. We must get out of here. Now all eyes are on Roland. He subconsciously takes a step backward. I imagine he doesn't like the spotlight, after being cooped up in that little tin can for half a year. What? Abby asks him. What's the other thing? He moves the finger away from his mouth and points to the left, over the edge. We turn our heads collectively, the same way the monsters sometimes move. Oh, fuck, Abby says. He's right. The zombies. We forgot about the zombies. How is that even possible? I look at their glowing yellow eyes, and a feeling of sinking despair freezes my body. 29. Mandy is the first one who moves. She peers over the edge with squinted eyes. Maybe 100 in all, she says. Some aren't threats, too burned or maimed to get around much. So let's say about 70, maybe a 60 if you're an optimist. 70, Nacho repeats. Mandy nods, and Nacho whistles through his teeth, shaking his head. That's a lot. Thanks, Nacho, I say. We know. You're welcome, he replies. I see he hasn't mastered the concept of sarcasm yet. We'll have to work on that, I guess. No way we can take on that many zombies, Jack, Lily says. This is the part where he says, well, you don't know who I am.
Am I right? Abby says. I shake my head with an exasperated look on my face. We don't fight them. Obviously, Abby. She makes a sound like a cat hissing, and with her good hand, hooks her fingers to mimic claws. The whole time this is going on, the woman below us is hooting and hollering loud. It's mostly just become background noise, though. Eventually, I think she'll wear herself out. Well, hopefully. All we have to do, I say, is distract them. For you? Nacho says. Oh, good, amigo. I say no. No for me. I'm not going to see hobgoblins. He's shaking his head. Thanks, Nacho. Same for me, Mandy says. No offense, Jack. None taken. I'm mighty good at distractions, Roland says. Worked as a party magician in the 90s. Geez, Abby says. That's one part I wouldn't want to be at. Hey, I was quite good. Could pull a rabbit out of my hat, the colored handkerchiefs out of my sleeve, a bouquet of flowers out of thin air, you name it. I made good money back then, Roland says. I'm assuming this kind of distraction won't involve magic, Lily says, although I do love magic tricks. You got a deck of cards? Roland asks. Lily shakes her head. Well, if we get out of here and we find a deck of cards, I'll show you some really cool stuff. I'll hold you to that, Lily says. Okay, enough magic talk, Abby says. Back to Jack. Let's say you somehow managed to make it up the tunnel. I know, I'm playing devil's advocate a lot today, but someone has to. Anyway, you make it into the tunnel. The zombies are catching on to your scent. Our distractions or magic tricks aren't working. She offers a sly smile to Roland, who is nodding and smiling to himself. The zombies are closing in. First one, then two, then a dozen, then bam, a freaking 100 of those bad boys. You get to the end of the tunnel, and there's no opening, or the opening isn't big enough for you and your big noggin to fit through. What then? Roland is no longer smiling. Nacho shakes his head, mumbling some Spanish I don't understand. That's an easy answer, I say. I pause for dramatic effect, even though I know we don't exactly have time for this. I die. Nacho whistles again. I barely hear it over the ladies' moans below us. They've at least tapered off some. Not much, though. All because you trusted the word of a crazy woman, Abby says. What would Darlene say? And this strikes me harder than I thought it would. Then again, the mention of my dead wife will always strike me in some type of way, no matter how much time passes. I mull this question over. Abby isn't trying to be a jerk. She's honestly wondering about my thoughts. Maybe she thinks I've gone crazy, truly gone crazy, and I should be sharing the car with the woman below instead of leading all of them up here. I say, Darlene isn't here, but she'd tell me I'm an idiot. Then what? Abby asks. Then I'd do it anyway. 30. Do it is what I do. We split up and go back into the subway cars. Everyone gets something heavy, some sort of blunt object. Roland has a piece of metal handrail. Nacho has the back of a seat. Lily and Abby both have strips of steel that have fallen in through the hole. Mandy has her massive fists, and I've got nothing. I decide it's best to travel light. I don't know how long the tunnel stretches, nor where this opening, if there is one, lies, but I know I have to get there fast, before the zombies catch my scent. On the furthest car now. There's a metal ladder on the outside, something used for servicing the train, or maybe it's an emergency escape, I don't know. The metal is twisted and charred, bent out of its ladder shape. But I'm standing on the top rung, looking at the rest of the zombies. Abby hands me a spare piece of steel, and I lean down and jab a zombie who strayed to the side of the tracks through the head. The blackened brains don't ooze out so much as they wheeze like a puff of dust. The zombie drops, and another one ambles over. I do the same to this one. I think it's a man, but it's pretty burnt. Shoving the steel through its head reminds me of the papery feel of a bee's nest. It lands near the first down zombie. For the moment, this side of the subway is clear. I nod and say, All right, get as loud as you can. Abby nods back, all business. Lily, though, she takes my hand and looks into my eyes like it's the end of the world. Be careful, Jack, she says.
and she puts her hand on my forearm, giving it a squeeze. I will, I say. I look to the rest of the group. Do it. They nod back with fear in their eyes, more fear than in mine, probably. Then the vast cavern fills up with the terrible raucous of metal on metal, of shouts and screams, and Nacho's high-pitched whistling. The zombies pressing up against the car move like a herd of cattle. I look behind me, see nothing but fractured ground and the dead bodies of the two stragglers. Quickly, I begin my descent. Abby is turned around, still banging the metal against the top of the car. She's watching my back. As my feet touch the gravel and the crooked tracks, this feeling comes over me like I'm stepping in hot lava, like the game Norm and I used to play when we were young. We'd jump from couch to coffee table, trying to throw each other off onto the carpet. In our imaginations, the carpet was lava. Norm always won, him being older and stronger, and we never played it when Mother was home, otherwise she would have kicked both of our asses. Even though I always lost, it was a hell of a lot of fun. I look down at the dead zombies, their toasted corpses, their leaking brains, and I realize I can't say the same thing about this. This is no fun at all. The passageway in front of me, aside from a few downed rocks, is clear. For once, I'm thinking, something is going right for me. Can I luck out 2 times in a row? Can I find the hobgoblin's secret doorway? Bad thoughts, bad thoughts. Don't want to jinx it. I weave in and out of luggage, crisped by fire, half open, spilling fossilized items out from inside. A hairbrush, clothes, running shoes missing their laces. Just as I'm getting into a groove, moving as fast as an Olympian, I somehow pinpoint a rattling much too close. I don't know how I hear it over the chaos, but I do. My adrenaline, already spiked to begin with, shoots off the charts. I stumble, but I don't fall. Not yet, at least. It's important to always be aware of your surroundings, especially when running from zombies. I seek out the threat. Between the broken cars, there is nothing, no zombie, and I'm starting to think I've imagined it. I freeze. That's almost unheard of. I never freeze. Go, Jack! Abby yells, shocking me back to the present. She's right. I need to get going. I take a step. That's when a hand grips me around the ankle, cold and harsh. I stumble backward and trip over a Gucci bag so burned I can barely decipher the double G logo. My ankle makes a terrible snapping sound. For a second, I think I've broken it, but I don't have time for a broken ankle. On my ass now, I look up, and here's the upper half of a zombie. A woman. She has long, stringy hair on one half of her scalp. The rest was most likely burned away by the fire that tore into this cave. Her cheek has a large hole in it, and her tongue snakes out like a malignant tumor, bloated and black. Reinvigorated by the sight of fresh meat, the woman zombie digs her claws into the dirt and pulls herself out from beneath the subway car. She leaves her other half, crooked legs and tightened torn jeans, behind. I'm reminded of that old party trick, the one where you cross your pointer finger over the thumb of your left hand, bend the first knuckle of your right-hand thumb, put the halves of the thumbs together and pull it away like you're yanking the top of your thumb off. Now you see it, now you don't. But this isn't a party trick. This is the real deal. The zombie is coming for me, and for the moment, I'm frozen, unable to get up because my ankle is flaring with white-hot pain. Jack! It's Abby's voice, louder than the terrible banging noises, louder than the moans of the dead. It jars me out of the funk I'm in, and I manage to slide backward. As soon as I put weight on my bad ankle, though, the pain is almost unbearable, and I fall back down again. Abby stops her banging. The others are unaware of what's happening. They're too invested in distracting the 100 other zombies. She reaches the ladder. I look up past her and see the old crazy woman has her face pressed against the glass, smashing her features. Her tongue slides all across the window. She looks like one of those fish that clean algae off the glass. As she's doing this, she's still managing to screech and bang the window with her fists. Thump, thump, thump. Her knuckles crack and bleed. The skin flaps up and down, up and down. Why I focus on this, I don't know. Abby loses her balance. The metal railing of the ladder creaks and moans like her weight is murdering it. Then, it snaps, and Abby falls. She hits the ground and clocks her head against the bottom part of the car.
This makes the woman shriek all the more. She's hitting the glass so hard I think it's about to break. It won't, though. It's lasted this long, it'll last a little longer. The whole time this is happening, the zombie woman has been making her way toward me. Now she's just inches away. Her jaw opens. The rotten teeth she'll devour me with drip with black spittle and blood and gore and God knows what else. I reach to my right, into the Gucci bag. My fingers grasp the first hard object they find. I don't know what it is until I pull it out. It's a hair straightener. The only reason I know this is because Darlene had one. She'd forget to turn it off after she used it sometimes, and by the time she realized it, she was already halfway to work, stuck in the Chicago morning rush, and she'd call me and tell me to unplug it, and I'd made the mistake of grabbing it by the business end and burning skin off the tips of my fingers. So, I have this straightener. It's heavy, well-made, probably cost an arm and a leg, and the cord dangles at the end of it. I grab the cord, wrap it around my knuckles as fast as I can. The trick, when fighting zombies, is to keep a good distance from them. I know this, you know this, everyone knows this. Since I've already failed in that aspect, I have to work with what I've got. I cast the straightener over my shoulder like a fishing rod. As soon as I hear it thump in the gravel and dirt behind me, I swing with all my might. What little abdominal muscles I have clench with the force I put behind the swing. The woman with half a head of hair looks up. I see the purple straightener reflecting in her eyes, and then crunch. The metal blasts through her skull. Brains and bones and blood spray every which way. It's the grossest piñata I've ever seen. As gore runs down what's left of the zombie's face, she lets out a dying croak before her body goes slack, and she hits the dirt, down for the count. I scramble up now. The pain in my ankle isn't as bad. I just tweaked it a little. Lord knows I've had way worse in my 15 years of traversing this hellscape. I hobble over to Abby and give her a shake. She's dazed, but she opens her eyes. "What happened?" she asks. Her speech is slightly slurred. "Did I fall?" "Yeah. Come on," I say. "Get up, get back on the sub." "Sub?" she says. I lift her up. It's not easy. I struggle so much that I almost bite through my tongue in the process. That's when Lily screams, "It's not working, they're coming!" Her footsteps thunder above us on the metal. She leans over the side, cupping her hands so she can shout into the tunnel, "Jack, they're coming!" She looks down, sees me, looks up, does a double take. "Jack, what the hell?" "We had a little mishap," I say. "Shit," Lily says. I have Abby around the waist. I turn ready to help her up the broken ladder as Lily is reaching down. But it's too late. The herd of zombies has migrated around the car. Their crisp legs make a crunch, crunch as they come toward us. "Hurry!" Lily shouts at me. The banging and whistling and shouting stops. The others have caught on to what is going on. Roland says, "Oh, shit." Zombies pour in from every crevice, every opening. I can't help but think of moving a piece of bark on a dead tree stump and seeing a legion of ants crawling there, climbing over each other in sheer madness. Because that's what is happening. The zombies have smelled me. Those that still have eyes have seen me. They stick their arms out and lumber toward us. I look over my shoulder, toward the dark opening. Already from that way, inside the tunnel, the dead pour from between the cracks and the downed rocks. The crazy woman is shouting, "Hobgoblins! Hobgoblins! I told you! I told you!" "Fuck it," I say, and scoop Abby up into my arms. We can't go back. There's no way we'd make it up the ladder before the herd reaches us. Abby isn't going to get up on it by herself anyway. She'll move too slow, and then we'll both be goners. And the zombies are here. 31. I hear Lily calling our names as we get deeper and deeper into the tunnel, but we can't turn back now. The zombies are chasing us, moving in their glacial way. They can't be stomped when they all group up like that unless you have a tank, and even then, I wouldn't bet my life on that tank. Their low guttural moans echo off the rock walls, amplified 100 times over. They sound like they're everywhere, all around us. Abby is just coming to. She shakes her head. I don't know how I'm able to carry her and still run on my bad ankle, but I'm doing it. "Jack, put me down, Jack," she says. "Jesus, I thought you'd never ask." "Never mind, keep carrying me," she says. I put her down.
Now is really not the time for fake injuries. She brushes off her jeans, reaches, and brings up a sharp piece of broken concrete. What's that for? I ask.
In case the door isn't there,
she says. You gotta have hope, I say, and even I know how this sounds. All hope is lost. We're going on the word of a crazy woman, and now we can't go back. I sigh. Through the green glow, shadows dance on the walls, the shadows of the shambling dead. Now it's my turn to drop down. I find the thickest piece of concrete and fill my hand with it. We keep going, I say, until we have no place left to go. Abby nods. In the faint light, I can see the fear in her face. Of all the ways to go out in the apocalypse, I know she wouldn't want to be eaten by zombies. She's been bitten once before. She knows the pain that comes with the spreading infection. She knows the fire and the delusions that fill your mind while being on the cusp of death.
If I'm gonna die, Jack,
she says,
I'm glad it's with you.
A pause.
But I wish it didn't have to be in this place.
The tunnel bends, and we stumble over a few fallen boulders. They're not tall enough to slow the zombies down, though, at least not for long. Over these rocks, I see the end of the darkness. This is where the green glow oozes. There is no door. There are no hobgoblins. We turn around now. I shift the piece of concrete into my left hand, and Abby sticks her left wrist into my right hand. I feel the ghost of her fingers close around mine even though they are not there. We raise our other hands, the ones holding concrete slabs given to us by the detonation of a nuclear weapon. The zombies are so thick that they almost don't fit into the narrow passageway. Over the fallen rock they come. There are so many. The yellow eyes combine into one pulsing orb, almost gelatinous in its movement. Dead limbs, guts hanging from their opened bellies. I picture Darlene. I picture Junior. Their smiling faces. Anything but the terror in front of me. We step back.
Jack,
Abby says over the zombies' noises, groans, the moans, the squelches. Yeah.
Thank you,
she says. For what?
For saving me.
The leader of the pack has made his way over the barrier first. He is a man that is mostly intact. This alone is surprising. He wears clothes that have not fully rotted away, unlike most of his face, a button-up shirt almost open to the navel. It was once white, but now it is the color of stormy skies. I can still see the blue stripes going up and down. One of his eyeballs dangles on his cheek, and he is missing an ear.
Do you want to take him, or do you want me to do it?
Abby asks. I don't answer. She steps forward. With a sigh, she says,
It really is like the good old days, isn't it?
Now comes a woman with no arms, a rail-thin male reaching out toward us. The lead zombie lunges. Abby slides out of the way and bashes it in the back of the head. It collapses in a heap. The no-armed woman comes at me. I swing my arm down and bring an end to her second life. Then the rail-thin man jumps, and he moves faster than I expected. I stumble backward and hit the pile-up of rocks behind me. The instant pain in my spine jolts through the back of my legs. Abby cleans up the mess I've made by bashing this zombie in the back of the head, too. Unfortunately, I'm there to take the spray of rotten brains. They slap my chest wetly. Thanks, I say.
Same old, she says. Even until the end.
Then she's looking down at me, there in this pile of rocks.
I'd offer you a hand, but, you know.
I nod. I know. I decide I'm not going to die lying down. I'm going to stand up and fight until I no longer can. As I'm making up my mind, the stone I'm lying on wiggles like a loose tooth. My heart, already pounding in my chest, skips a beat. The zombies are all around us. Abby swings and kicks and swings and kicks. The blood is flying, the bodies are dropping. I pry the stone free, and the glowing phosphorescence of radioactivity hits me in the face. I pull another stone out, then another. This is no hobgoblin's door, but it is a way out. 32. The hole is wide enough for us both to fit through. I don't ask. I don't wait for Abby to finish smashing this zombie to smithereens. I just grab her and pull her through. We tumble backward down another pile of rocks. Dust and soot invade my nostrils and lungs. I'm coughing, and my ankle is flaring with pain again. I'm not even sure where Abby is, but I know I have to get up before the zombies start pushing their way through the hole atop the pile. They're relentless. On shaky legs and a painful ankle, I grab the biggest rocks I can find and start piling them. Limbs push through with a force I can't comprehend. I move the stones over them anyway. One arm lops off, spraying blackish blood over the rocks like a macabre waterfall. Abby's up now. She's helping me pile the stones. As we work, I'm thinking in the back of my mind that I'm going to turn around and see another legion of zombies just standing there, waiting for us to finish so they can chow down. The thought is so real I can feel the cold air expelling from their lungs on the back of my neck, raising the hairs there. But when I spin around, when the rocks are piled and the groans from the dead on the other side are all but muffled, I see there are no zombies waiting for us. "Wow," Abby says as we're trying to catch our breath. I glance over at her. She's covered in blood, dust, dirt, you name it. I can't imagine I look much better. Never mind that. I can't imagine the last time I actually looked moderately presentable. Roaming around the wastelands in a cloak with long hair that falls back from my brow and a beard both speckled with gray, I might add, is hardly presentable, even in this day and age. "Wow, what?" I reply. "We made it out again? We survived?" I smile. "Are you really surprised about that? You're with Jack Jupiter. All I do is survive." She hits me. "No. Wow, you really pulled that one out of your ass." I shrug. Not really. When you think about it, with the radioactivity in the area, the after effects of the bomb leaking out into the prison, the old woman knew what she was talking about. Hobgoblins. Right. She somewhat knew what she was talking about. "Most old people do," Abby says. She shakes her head. "Hobgoblins. Hobgoblins," I repeat. Now we're looking at where we wound up, and we're not seeing much. It's very dark in here, with only the faintest of a green glow. The darkness, however, has its benefits. For example, the golden eyes of the dead would stand out in the dark. Right now I see none, and that's a good sign. A really good sign. My own eyes begin adjusting as the adrenaline in my body starts returning to its normal levels. I see the muted gleam of silver tracks, more wrecked pillars, an old turnstile, its bars pointing up like a frozen spider. "Come on," I whisper, "and be quiet. Our voices are probably carrying." I step up on the platform as Abby makes a point of not letting me lead her. She weasels her way in front of me, moving carefully around debris. Though my eyes have adjusted, they're not adjusted very well. I can hardly see farther than the down turnstile. I'm searching for an exit, for some kind of light, focusing so intensely that I don't even see the dead body in front of me. I hit it and almost fall on my face. The body makes this crunching sound like stepping on old newspaper. Abby stops. I bend down and put my hand on what I think is a leg. The flesh is very well done. Burned. The explosion blasted through here like it blasted through the other side of the pile of rocks. Touching this body's leg doesn't bring up a feeling of disgust or anything like that. All it brings is pity. They could have been a zombie at the time the fire cooked them, or they could have been a regular person just seeking refuge underground. It doesn't matter. All that matters is that they are dead before their time. Taken. "Jack," Abby says. She's about 15 feet in front of me, judging by her voice. I stand up straight, the pain in my ankle all but forgotten, and go to her. "Stairs," she says. I can't see them all that well. They really just look like a hunk of rock vaguely in the shape of the steps, but there's a tunnel here around them, mostly intact. I run my hand along the rough surface of the wall and feel something. Paper. I pull my face close to it, close enough to make out a few letters in the darkness. The font is white, that helps. It's a poster. The kind you see in almost every subway from here to New York City. I make out the words at the bottom of the page. It reads, "Paid for by the CDC." I pull the page out of its fractured frame and look over the rest of it, willing my eyes to adjust further. They listen to me, somewhat. The message atop the page says, "Please wear your masks." and the picture accompanying it shows an Asian woman fitting what looks like a more advanced version of a surgeon's mask over her ears, a perfect white smile just visible. Abby looks over my shoulder at the page, shakes her head again.
There's more, she says. I've seen them before. The government was really trying to save face after what happened. Whether it was accidental or on purpose, who knows? But it's funny, isn't it? They knew what they were dealing with, the virus. They knew how dangerous it was.
She takes the poster out of my hands, grins.
And they still tried shoving their public service announcements in our faces. Half the world was probably dead by the time they printed up this one, yet they kept going. Crazy.
I nod. The anger is still present, though, not really simmering down yet. Seeing the poster hasn't helped, but at least the anger masks the fear, right?
There was one, Abby continues, that showed a man in a trench coat and hat and sunglasses clutching his arm. The heading on top of the poster said, "Don't hide a bite. Go to a government-approved clinic today."
Her eyes flash with anger in the darkness.
By then, I'm guessing everyone knew just what those government-approved clinics were.
I nod. I can imagine. The government's goal was to stop the spread of the infection as quickly and as quietly as possible. But the disease went through the country like wildfire, an old simile, and by the time the secret of the clinics came out, it was all too late. The secret, of course, being that behind the facade of scrubs and mask-wearing doctors and nurses was a small army in hazmat suits. They would throw the infected person in a room with a bunch of other infected persons, dim the lights so they couldn't see their eyes, then blast them all to hell with their government-approved rifles. They knew there was no cure. They knew there was no stopping the disease. The only hope they had was to kill all those who were infected. Nearly 2 decades later, here we are. It happened. I can't change the past. I have to live in the moment.
Jack,
Abby says. Are you all right? I figure there's no point in lying. No, I say. I'm not.
Me either, she answers. I think this is a way out. Let's go.
33. Abby is right. There is a door up here, or what's left of a door. It is not easy to open. We're going to have to kick it, I say.
What if there's district out there?
I smile at her. Then we're going to have to kick them too. She nods. Together on 3, I say, and then I count. On 3, both of us swing our legs out and hammer the metal emergency exit. The door opens slightly wider, but it's wide enough for us both to fit if we turn sideways. We don't immediately go out, though. We wait about 2 minutes, watching for either district or zombies. They would have heard the noise we made. None arrive. We slide through the opening and come upon what looks like a city dump. There are piles of debris and garbage, at least upon first glance. The truth is that this isn't a dump. This is just part of a city that was hit by the nuclear bomb. We walk on slowly. From beneath a pile of cars, a pair of shoes stick out. I'm reminded of the Wizard of Oz, when the house lands on the witch. Connected to these shoes are bones. There's hardly any meat on them, and I wonder if that was the blast or the zombies. Probably a little of both. The thought makes me shudder. Abby says.
I know, it's bad, don't look. Looking just makes it worse.
Makes the imagination run wild, I agree. She nods.
Now what? We're here, so what do we do?
We get the rest of them out. It takes us a solid 15 minutes to find what resembles a street. The ground beneath us is fractured, faded away to nothing in some parts. Semblances of civilization are all around us. Broken street lamps, cars flipped over or blown to metallic husks, traffic lights without their colored glass, looking at me like a face without eyes, burned clothes with their former inhabitants' ash marks on what was once sidewalks. We circle the block. In an alleyway, tucked behind trash and piles of debris, we hear voices. Abby grabs me and pulls me down to the ground, between what's left of 2 tall buildings. Ahead of us, the shadows of district soldiers dance high upon the brick walls. They are talking, laughing, generally shooting the shit. Once they disappear from the mouth of the alleyway and their voices fade, Abby whispers,
This place is crawling with district assholes.
Such an eloquent way of putting it, I say. We crouch walk to the end of the alley. The soldiers are walking up a dirt road that looks well padded down by traveling feet. They are heading into the heart of the diseased city, where jagged buildings jut up to the sky like broken gravestones, glowing with that eerie green light of radioactivity. Across the way is a different dirt road, heading to the east. Beyond that are gates, what was once the subway entrance that would lead you into the heart of the city, but is now the entrance to the underground prisons and torture chamber. We have circled back. The two figures are still out there. They hold guns. My eyes are not good enough to see if it's the same men, the one with the beard and the younger fellow, but it doesn't matter. Whoever they are, they will have to be disposed of quickly before they can alert the other district soldiers in the area. The problem is an obvious one. We don't have weapons, not to mention we're pretty injured, banged up and beaten. You go left, I'll go right, I say. On my mark, we take them down at the same time. What could go wrong? Abby says sarcastically. Behind them now, I can hear what they're saying. Fucking psychos, the bearded one says. I hope they rip that Jack Jupiter apart. That would be funny, huh? The other guard mumbles his consent. You all right, Cameron? The bearded one asks. Yeah. Making you uneasy, huh? Cameron says. I don't like it. They never made all that damn noise before. I think something's up. Nothing's up, the bearded one says with a chuckle. That damn place is sealed tight. Even if they could get out, they'd never see the surface. All those damn tunnels would get you turned around. On top of that, there's over 100 deadheads roaming around in there, and they're hungry. Starved. Not so much after Helga, eh, Bry? Cameron says. I hear the humor in his voice. Fucking bitch, Bry, the bearded one, says a little lower. Glad that dyke threw over the edge. She deserved it. Can't stand them Black Knights. Can't stand them at all. Almost as bad as the jack-offs in the cells themselves. Except for that Mandy bitch. Remember what I did to her? Cameron twists his face up in disgust. He shakes his head. I remember. Never thought a bitch that big would be so tight, Bryce says. Best damn prison pussy I ever had. Disgust roils in my stomach, but I barely feel it over the hate I have for this man. I have to hold myself back from storming out there and ripping Bry's head off. I can't stand the Black Knights either, Cameron says, obviously trying to avoid talking more about what Bry did to Mandy. They think they're all hot shit because they get to drive around and look for traitors to the district, but we all know they're just sitting on their asses doing nothing most of the time. Sure, they get lucky here and there, but who doesn't? You got a good head on your shoulders, kid, Bry says. Maybe one day you and me will be running this place. What do you say to that? I say, Cameron says, that you're full of shit, Bry. Bry laughs heartily. But if you're serious, then we should go in there and kill all those motherfuckers ourselves, cut 'em up and feed 'em to the zombs. I like the way you're thinking, Bry says. But we have to bide our time. You want to start a revolution, you have to do it from the inside. Think about an infection, the way it spreads. You talking that old world shit to me again, Bry? You know I don't remember that. Right, Bry says. Just because you don't remember it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Across the way, Abby and I catch eyes. I give her a nod. That's partly my signal and partly the telepathy we share from surviving together for so many years. She picks up the lid of a trash can and bangs it against the concrete. On my side, both guards whip their heads in the direction of the sound. What was that? Bry asks. Cameron replies with, I don't like this. He clutches his gun to his chest. His finger no longer hovers on the trigger guard. It is now on the trigger. I have to be careful, I know. I'm gonna check it out, he says. Bry chuckles. So wet behind the ears, son. What the hell does that mean? You insulting me? The bearded guard sighs and shakes his head. Never mind. All I'm saying is you don't split up to check a suspicious noise. We go together. Got it? What, you scared? Cameron asks. He grins. His teeth are the color of nicotine stains, nearly brown in their appearance. I ain't scared, I'm just smart. How do you expect to take over an empire being a damn fool? Cameron's smile disappears. I give Abby the signal again. These two bitch and moan like an old married couple, but I'm no match for them together. We have to separate them. Abby slams the trash can lid on the ground harder. This time, Bride jumps. I think he was lying when he said he wasn't scared. And that's all right. He should be. Okay, something's really up, Cameron says. I whistle, and that's another sign. Cameron whirls around, so does Bry, and there's Abby waiting for them. She says, "Boo!" Before Cameron can raise his weapon, Abby throws the garbage lid at him like a frisbee. He's not fast enough to dodge it, and the sound it makes as it whirls through the air and crunches against his nose is vomit-inducing, at least to those not used to violence. For me, it's music, a sweet melody in my ears. Cameron cries out. I think his gun's about to go off, but it doesn't. Instead, he drops it and uses both hands to clutch the bleeding pulp that was once his nose. The rifle clatters on the ground, and Abby dives for it just as Bride levels his in her direction. "Bitch!" he shouts. And that's the last word he ever speaks. I'm on him in an instant. I grab him under the scruff of his beard and twist. His neck doesn't break on the first go-around. In the old movies, those relics of the world before this one, the action hero always broke the bad guy's neck the first time. Then, of course, a barrage of bullets would bounce off his sweaty and muscular chest as if he was made of iron. But this isn't the movies. I am no action hero. It takes me 2 twists of the neck before I hear a slight crack, and even then, Bry's resisting me. He has a thick neck. It's not easy to break, but when I'm determined, I can get a lot done. Crack! He falls to the ground in a heap. I take his gun and aim down at Cameron. The blood is pouring down his face, gushing. He's not as stupid as I originally thought, because he takes his hands away from his nose and raises them in the air. "No, please," he says. Abby stands behind him with Cameron's rifle. She shakes her head emphatically, telling me to pull the trigger. I sigh. "Are you brainwashed?" I ask him. "Huh?" I look at Abby. "Is he brainwashed? You'd know." "Turn around," she orders him. "Look at me." Cameron stifles a sob, turns. She says, "The last of the living will never survive. If you want to make it, you have to—" "What?" Cameron says. "What are you talking about?" "He's not brainwashed," Abby says. "What? How do you know?" I ask. "I know," she says. "There's a saying like a trigger. He doesn't know the saying. Do you?" Cameron turns around and looks at me. "What? What's going on?" "He's just a follower," Abby says. "Scum like the rest of them. Are you going to let him live? Are you really going to let him live, Jack?" I don't answer verbally, but I lower the rifle. That's answer enough. Abby says, "Don't you remember Froggy? Don't you remember what he did to Mother's village? Don't you remember what happened to Darlene after that?" "I remember," I say. "How can I forget? I remember it all too well." "Please," Cameron says. "If you're going to kill me, do it now. Don't make me wait." I point into the night, where just faintly the bridge into the city is barely visible. Through the haze I can see its repaired towers, its long, taut cables. "That is where you are going to go," I tell him. "You're going to cross that bridge, and you're going to get out of the city and away from the district. Do you understand?" Cameron says nothing. "You get out of the district. It's no place for a kid like you. You have a chance to lead a normal life. As normal a life as it can be now. You go west and you settle down in a place where there's no district." "They're everywhere," he says. Tears stream down his face, get lost amongst the dirt. "No," I say. "They're not." "They'll take over the country. They already have jets," he says. I shake my head. "I won't let them." "Who are you?" he asks. I know he's not asking my name. He already knows, but I tell him anyway. "I'm Jack Jupiter. Remember that name? That's the man who let you walk out of here alive. You want to take over the world? You aren't going to do it with the district, I'll tell you that." Cameron looks at me with a mixture of hate and understanding. I don't blame him. I remember being young. I remember being conflicted all the time like he is now. I hope he lives long, and I hope he changes his ways, and when he's sitting under the light of the full moon, maybe with a wife who loves him and children of his own sleeping behind strong walls, he'll remember the man who spared him. The guard drops his hands, turns, and runs toward the bridge. Abby and I watch him as he disappears over the horizon, getting smaller and smaller.
I hope you don't regret that later, Jack, she says.
I'm past the point of regrets. Whatever happens, happens. But I don't have to kill, if it's not merited. Abby points to the dead man at my feet, the one whose neck I snapped. She flips him over with the toe of her boot, cord standing out at her neck with the effort. The bearded man, Brian, whatever, is big. He stares up at me with blank eyes. His head lolls flaccidly, the bones severed, out of place.
What about him? Was his death merited?
Abby asks with a smirk. She's always trying to get a rise out of me. I think she enjoys it, but if I pressed her about it, she'd tell me she's just playing devil's advocate. Abby has never had any qualms about killing, not even that first night in Woodhaven, when she and I were the only ones to escape the recreation center, and she certainly doesn't have them now, though we're the only ones of our original group who haven't died, besides Norm. Looking back into Brian's glassy eyes, I say, "Didn't you hear him? What he said he did to Mandy makes me sick. And he did call you a bitch. If that's not a good enough reason to snap his neck, I don't know what is." Abby's smirk spreads into a full-fledged smile. When she smiles, she looks a decade younger, like she hasn't lived all her adult life in the apocalypse. It's nice to see her smile.
Touché, Jack Jupiter.
"Touché," she says. I bend down. The pain in my ankle is almost non-existent now. That's the adrenaline again. By the time it wears off, I think I'll need a wheelchair. Don't even get me started on tomorrow. I'll need to be electrocuted just to get up. That is, if I ever get to sleep. I'd bet some good batteries and old pain pills on the chances of me not getting to bed tonight. Gently, I use my fingertips to close Bry's eyelids, so he's not staring up at me like a stuffed deer mounted above someone's fireplace. He said he raped Mandy. Pieces of shit like him should die. Abby nods, then bends down and takes a knife from Bry's belt.
He won't be needing this.
No, he won't. The gun either. Come on, let's go bust our friends out of prison. As Abby and I are dragging Bry's body into the alley we came from, and covering him up with some of the loose debris and trash, she says,
"What if the younger one goes on and notifies the other soldiers? Well, not really what if, more like when."
"You really need to work on your views of the human race." She shrugs.
"Can you blame me?"
"No, I guess not. People suck."
"That's a drastic understatement,"
she says. She lays a burned piece of cardboard, its edges crisped and singed, over Bry's face. She pats it twice.
"Sleep tight, Bri."
We walk to the mouth of the alley. The gates to the subway entrance are only about 20 feet from us, on the corner of what is left of the street. As we're walking, I say, "If he lets the guards know about our escape, you get to say I told you so. But it doesn't matter much. They'll know about it sooner rather than later, I think."
"That's reassuring."
I reach out and take the cold bars of the gate into my hands. Slowly, I pull them open. They whine and scrape the concrete. Someone really isn't keeping up with the maintenance around this particular district stronghold. I don't worry about anyone hearing the noise. If they didn't hear our scuffle with the guards, they won't hear this. I am glad, however, that our scuffle didn't turn into a firefight. That would have really sucked. It was a big risk doing what we did, I know, but like I said earlier, I'm past the point of regrets. Down the steps we go for the second time. It's a little better this go-around because we aren't being escorted by the beard and the brat. We're moving on our own free will, and we're going to save our little band of rebellions. The first walk through was a pretty nice precursor. Now we know where to go, how to get out, what knobs to turn, what doors to push. "Ladies first," I say to Abby, and make a sweeping gesture toward the ladder that leads to the hatch.
"No, I insist."
"I should have known," I say. "Chivalry may not be dead, but it's certainly dead for Abby Cage." She nods, bends down and picks up some rope.
"Here."
She hands it to me.
"We may need this."
I go up the ladder and push the hatch open. It doesn't squeak as loudly as the gate on the surface did. As soon as the hatch opens, the constant drone of zombie noises assault my ears, just as their smell assaults my nostrils. But this is put on the back burner after what I see right in front of me. A skinny man, as big and as intimidating as a scarecrow, with his lips peeled back in a bloodless grin, his fists held high above him. He means to crush my face into dust. I recognize this as Roland. Mandy probably threw him up to the platform so they could attack the guards when they returned. A silly plan, but no sillier than the one I embarked on an hour ago, going on the confidence of the hobgoblin lady. But hey, that plan worked out, so why couldn't theirs? "Wait!" I shout. "Don't!" The whoosh of wind, as his fist whistles through the air, brushes past my cheek. I nearly lose my footing and fall down the steps. That would do wonders for my ankle, wouldn't it? "Jack?" Roland says, cocking his head. He pulls his punch at the very last second. Cringing, I say, "Yeah, it's me." You're alive?" "In the flesh." He puts his hands under my arms and rips me up through the hatch. I didn't think the guy had that kind of strength, but lo and behold, I'm on top of the rock platform. "What is it?" Mandy calls. "Roland?" Lily echoes. It's good to hear her voice. I'm glad she didn't come after me and Abby. Roland lets me go, and I peer over the edge. "Jack," Lily says. "Oh my God, I thought you were dead. Where's Abby?" From behind me, Abby says, "Right here." She has the ladder that attaches to the rock platform, and she hooks it over the hinge on the edge. It rolls out and reaches the bottom. Lily is the first one to come. She wraps us all up in a hug. The rest come not long after. "We're free?" Nacho asks. I clap him on the shoulder. "Free as hell, my friend." He shakes his head. Tears pool in the corner of his eyes, threatening to drip down his cheek. "Gracias. Gracias." "You're welcome, Mo," I say. "De nada, Jack. De nada," he corrects me. "De nada," I say. Abby leads them through the hatch, then pokes her head back up. I'm looking out over the platform at the milling zombies. Some of their heads tilted toward me, but most are busy jumping into each other and making that death rattle in the back of their throats. "You coming?" Abby asks. "I'll be there in a second." Now I'm looking at the last subway car. I can just see the top of the hobgoblin woman's leg, her graying hair. Abby must see this because she says, "That's a lost cause, Jack." I shrug. She helped us. Now I'm going to help her. How? I raise my rifle and press down on the trigger. Heads explode, bodies fall, the undead become the dead once more. Abby does the same. The darkness fills with our gunfire, and the smell of cordite is thick in the air, but it is no thicker than the smell of death. We shoot until the ones that can still move, which is about 50 or so, don't, and we shoot the ones that can't move, too. As we put our weapons down, my ears ringing, my hands trembling with phantom vibrations, Abby says, "You're too good for this world, Jack. The way it is now, you're too good." I say nothing. She leaves as I climb down the platform toward that last subway car. 34. The woman looks out the grimy windows as if she's appreciating the first true summer's day after a long and cold winter and a wet spring. "You killed them all," she says. I stand atop her car, looking over the edge, down at her scalp. She looks like a woman in a dream. "I did. Now you can get out of here." "Thank you," she says. "You were right, you know," I say, and she looks up at me. "About the doorway. There was one." "I know," she says. "That's where the hobgoblins came from." "That they do. Be careful out there." I give the woman the rope Abby gave to me, hoping that she'll climb out. "You be careful, too." "Where will you go?" I ask her. She smiles somberly, and for a moment, I can see the woman she was before this world took her sanity. She looks like she might have been a schoolteacher, strict yet caring, always looking out for her students, both in the classroom and outside of it. I had teachers like that when I was growing up. They're worth more than they think. I hope this woman knows she is worth more than she thinks, too.
Wherever the wind blows me, she says. But I presume I will go far. Far away from here.
I nod. Good. I don't think this place will be around much longer.
Are you going to destroy it?
I'm going to do what I have to do, I answer.
So yes, she says. More destruction for a destructive world.
She turns away from me, starts gathering up her things. I toss a knife through the opening in the top of the car. It lands a few feet away from her feet. For protection, I say.
I don't need it, she replies. Not even from the hobgoblins.
I smile. Take it just in case. She picks it up and puts it into the canvas bag with the rest of her things.
Happy?
I am. Go someplace west, I say. It's safer out west.
Wherever the wind takes me, she mumbles again. If it is west, then it is west. If not,
she shrugs. Smiling, I leave her. I go back up the ladder, but I don't take it with me, so she can use it whenever she is ready. Something tells me she will not leave, that she was just humoring me. She is at peace with death, and there's nothing I can do about that. But this woman, whose name I don't even know, has helped me more than she'll ever know. I hope she finds peace, whether it be out west or in the afterlife. 35. On the surface, Mandy is bent over. She's holding a stick and drawing some sort of map on the dirty, cracked concrete.
You sure?
Abby asks.
You sure that's where they're at?
Mandy brings her free hand up and makes an X over her left breast.
Cross my heart, she says. I pored over those schematics for hours.
If they found out about you hacking in, surely they'd change them around though, right? Lily says. She's bent down looking over the crude map. Now she looks at Mandy.
They didn't know what I looked at. All they knew was that I was in a place I shouldn't have been.
Not to mention that they were betting on you being dead soon, Roland says. Mandy nods.
And that.
I step into the circle. The map is actually pretty good, considering the circumstances. They wouldn't have moved an entire arsenal of armed weapons because a peasant, no offense, Mandy, hacked into their mainframe, I reason.
None taken, she says. I agree.
Abby stands up straight. She reloads the rifle from a clip she took off of Brian before we buried him in the trash. Click, click.
So you know where it's at, for sure?
Mandy stands up. She points into the darkness, where we can just make out the broken black fingers of the few skyscrapers that once made up this city, whatever city it was.
Just over there, she says. No less than a mile in.
Well, what are we waiting for? Roland asks. Let's take those sons of bitches down. I shake my head. No, Roland. His jaw is set firm, but at the sound of my words, it drops. What do you mean? He asks. I look at Nacho, then at Mandy. You're going the opposite way, I tell them.
I know how to set the warheads off, Mandy says. I know how to get there. You need us.
That's where you're wrong, Abby says, but her tone isn't hostile. I know how to set off the warheads. It's not difficult. And if she didn't, Lily adds, I'm sure we could manage. But I know where Jack is going with this. She eyes me. It's not hard to read, Jack Jupiter. Gee, thanks.
It's going to be dangerous. We've put you through enough danger as it is, Lily continues. The rest of this journey is ours and ours alone.
Funny, I think. Not too long ago I was telling you the same thing. I had tried to make Lily go back the way she came because it wasn't safe, because I knew that the only thing lying in front of me was death and there was no reason to bring anyone else down with me. That's how I feel. Those who walk with me only die, from Kevin to my own wife and son. But Lily is hard-headed. There's no convincing her otherwise, no telling her no. She's like Abby in that way. But we want to help. We want to take down the district, Roland says. See, Nacho says. It is the reason we are here. Yeah, Mandy adds. No, I say. I make sure my voice is heavy with finality. They seem to buy it by the way they shrink down before me. This is our fight. There may be a time for you to make your stand, but it is not now. I step forward. Get out. Get out while you still can. Roland steps to meet me. Okay, Jack, he says. I'll go. Godspeed. Roland, Mandy says. You can't be serious. Roland looks back at the tall woman, who somehow looks smaller than she has ever looked. Can't you tell? He doesn't want our help. He saved our lives, and for that I'm grateful. You should be too. The least we can do is grant his wish. Nacho sidles up next to Roland. See, he says, somberly. Now they're both looking back at Mandy. I glance at Abby. She averts her gaze from mine as if to tell me I'm on my own here. That's okay. She's right. Mandy throws up her hands. Fine. I stick my hand out for Roland. He takes it in his own. It's been great knowing you, I say. Great knowing you, too. Be careful. Meet? I grin. Nacho salutes me. Then they are off, headed in the same direction as Cameron, toward the bridge and hopefully to safety beyond it in the west. Well, that was interesting, Abby says. You could have backed me up a little, I say. Abby points to Lily. That's what she's for, she says. I do the shooting, and Lily does the talking. I guess, I say. Whatever the case, I'm glad you're both here for me. Lily elbows me in the arm. Don't go getting sentimental on me, Jack Jupiter. He's actually pretty good at that. You should have seen him the first time I met him back during one of the first zombie outbreaks. His fiancée, Darlene, was locked away in the Woodhaven motel with that creepy guy that owned the place, and Norm. She snaps her fingers. I can't remember his name. Anyway, every step Jack took, he couldn't help but bitch and moan about getting to Darlene. He's come a long way since those days, that's for sure. Lily is staring at Abby with shock. Abby looks back. What? She says. That's when she realizes her blunder. Darlene is dead, and it's safe to assume I'm not over her, because I'm not. Oh, Jack, I'm sorry, she says. I raise a hand. It's not a big deal. I didn't mean to bring her up. I just thought that story was funny. No, I don't know what I thought. I'm sorry. I know how much she meant to you. She meant so much to me, too. She was like the sister I never had. I don't know where I would be without her. I shake my head. Seriously, Abby, don't worry about it. I was young and scared back then, that's all. It is a funny story, considering all the other crap we've gone through. Abby smiles, but she doesn't believe me. That much is evident in the way she won't meet my eyes. I'm sorry, Jack. Just know that. Actions speak louder than words. The Overlord killed my wife. He killed my son. Let's make sure his empire can't spread. Let's make sure he can't take anyone else's wife and child from them, I say. I turn toward the city, looking at that diseased skyline, the rotten buildings, the memory of civilization. I feel, for the first time in a long time, fear. Pure fear. It courses through my veins, slows the pumping of my blood. Looking at that diseased skyline, I think there is a chance I'll never look at another skyline again. We are talking about nuclear weapons here. Nothing as small as guns and knives, but nukes. Yes, I've stopped the world from being reset before when Doc Klein tried blowing us all to hell, but even those bombs were far away. All that was in front of me was the big red button you're not supposed to press. Tonight, I'll be directly in the blast zone, whether I like it or not. Suddenly, I'm not so sure I'm prepared for that. Prepared to die. Still, I can't let the others know how I'm feeling. Spraying one last look toward the bridge, as the silhouettes of Mandy, Nacho, and Roland grow smaller and smaller in the distance, I turn back and face the city. Then, I'm putting one foot in front of the other. I'm holding the gun out in front of me, keeping my finger close to the trigger, ready for war. No less than a few steps later, I hear Abby and Lily following me. And I think, if I'm gonna die today, I'm glad I'm not going to die alone. 36. The farther into the city we get, the more the place crawls with district soldiers. Men, women, and even boys and girls that look like they should be roaming the halls of a high school instead of carrying assault rifles nearly as big as they are. We stick to the shadows for most of the way. That proves an easy task. Inside the city, without most of the grid being back on, shadows are everywhere. There are lookouts built high above the streets, and each one has a spotlight, like the towers found on prison grounds in those old black-and-white movies, but the guards up there aren't moving the lamp back and forth like they're probably supposed to. With the bridge probably being the only relatively safe entryway into the city, I don't think they're too worried about guerrilla rebels infiltrating the place. Up ahead, Abby says. We are hidden behind the husk of an old Dodge. Probably a minivan, I think, but who knows? It's barely recognizable as a vehicle. If it weren't for the melted steering wheel jutting up from somewhere in the front with its Ram logo embossed in the middle of it, I'd probably never know it was a car, let alone a Dodge. About 100 feet up the road, we take a right and we'll be at a stadium. Like the one in Eden? I ask, referring back to Spike and Butch Hazard's place of torture, where we'd found ourselves all those years ago, back when we were whole. Abby shudders. I'd forgotten about that place. Thanks, Jack. I shrug. But no, not like Eden. Mandy told me this place is where college football games were played. Remember football? Abby says. Lily shakes her head. Blah. Something I tried to forget. Such a girly girl, Abby says. The spotlight atop the nearest guard tower sweeps the street. Lily grabs us and yanks us down. The light doesn't linger over the wrecked Dodge. It continues on up the road, makes another pass, then stops as it illuminates an equally wrecked storefront. The inside of the building is scattered with loose papers. A bookstore, probably. I wonder how much longer they'll think we're imprisoned, Lily says. Not much longer, if they haven't discovered our absence already, Abby says. She's right. We'll have to take out the guard up there, I say. No way we're getting past the tower without him seeing us. I know, Abby says. You got a plan, Jack? I shake my head. Well, there's a first time for everything, right? Abby snickers sarcastically. What about you? I ask. She picks up a rock and steps out from the cover of the Dodge. Abby, Lily hisses, reaching for her, but she can't catch her sleeve before she's fully visible in the street. I pull Lily back and shake my head, telling her that we just have to let Abby do what she wants, that there's no stopping her. Sometimes her stunts work, sometimes they don't, but most of the time they do. And Lily will learn that truth soon enough. Let's just hope whatever she's doing works out this time. 37. Abby cocks the rock back over her ear and launches it up toward the guard tower. As the rock flies through the air, I think how genius Abby is. She's gonna break the spotlight and shroud the whole street in darkness. Nope, I'm wrong. The rock doesn't hit the spotlight, though it's not because she missed her target. Instead, it hits the guard square in the back of the head. A hollow clonk fills our ears, then the clang of his gun hitting the metal railing as he stumbles forward and falls over. He screams on the way down, a short and sharp sound that is gruesomely cut off by the chorus of cracking bones we hear when he hits the pavement. He rides there for a second, then the glow of the nearby spotlight illuminates the blood coming from his head. I don't think he's dead, but I also don't think he'll be getting up anytime soon. Abby looks back at us and shrugs. I played a little softball in high school. Seems like I still got it. Lily and I look at each other, our faces masks of seriousness. Then the seriousness crumbles, and we can't help but smile. Told ya, I say to Lily. We get more ammo off the guard, plus a handgun that we give to Abby, since she's the one who knocked the guy out, and a hunting knife I strapped to my leg beneath my pants because I gave my other one to the hobgoblin woman. The stadium stands at the end of a long road. There are 2 more guard towers in the distance, and their lights are on, but they're not sweeping the perimeter. In front of the stadium, lit up by torches, are 3 guards. Our prospects are not looking good at the moment. Plan? Lily asks. I don't think we can get close enough to hit them with rocks. Abby grins as she rotates her arm in a circle. Never say never. I shake my head, pointing above us. A series of office buildings of nearly the same size surround the stadium and the watchtowers. We have weapons. Now all we need is a vantage point.
Genius,
Abby says. I can't tell if she's being sarcastic or not. Probably is, but I don't know what else we have going for us. Surely we aren't going to waltz up to the guards and throw rocks at them. They'd see us before we got within throwing distance. A gunfight might work, but we want the element of surprise. Get them before they can get us. The less shots fired, the less chance that other guards will be notified of our attempted coup. Abby turns toward the door of the nearest building. She kicks it open in one go. The door practically blasts off of its hinges. The noise is loud enough to make Lily jump. "A little warning next time would be great," she says. Lily raises her eyebrows. "Sorry." The inside of the building is dark, and it stinks like corpses and dust. We don't have any light aside from the moon and the stars that shine in from the outside through holes in the brick in the roof. By that light, we find the stairs. I estimate it'll take about 5 minutes to get to the top if we hurry. On our way, we pass mutilated corpses. Businessmen and businesswomen twisted at odd, unnatural angles. Some of them no longer have faces. They've been smashed by falling ceiling beams and crumbling walls. An eye over here, an ear over there. Others, aside from the way their legs are bent beneath them or the way their arms have snapped and now dangle by threads of frozen sinew, look like they could be sleepwalking or something. I pass a woman with brittle blonde hair. The way she's looking up at me, the stars gleaming in her eyes, makes me think of Darlene. And this terrible feeling clutches the pit of my stomach. I want to stop and fall down next to her, cradle her in my arms. I want her to wake up and tell me everything is going to be okay, but I know it's all bullshit. Everything is not going to be okay, and that is not Darlene. Darlene had her throat slit by the one-eyed man, the Overlord. She died in San Francisco, just like Junior did, just like the rest of my family in Haven was taken from me. Keep up, Jack, Abby says. Lily must see me staring at this woman. She comes down the few steps and puts her hand on my back, on the stinking cloth of my cloak. "It's not her, Jack," she says. "I know," I say. "I know." "She's in a better place," Abby adds. She's looking at the woman's corpse now, too, and a flicker of recognition flashes in her eyes. So I'm not crazy. This lady does look like Darlene. "Remember that. And remember she's watching over you. Junior, too." Abby turns away, but I catch a gleam in her eyes before she does. She's tearing up. This hurts me more than I care to admit. Abby crying? I'm sure I've seen her cry before, but it takes a lot for her to do that. A lot. "Let's go on," Lily says. She gracefully takes the role of leader for now. "Thank you," I say. "For what?" she asks. "For everything," I reply. And then we're going back up the steps. The door to the roof is not easy to open, but through our combined efforts, we force it wide enough for us to slide through the crack. The sound the hinges make is akin to someone screaming bloody murder, like a banshee, but we are too high for anyone to notice it on the ground. I hope. The city is full of a screaming current. The air cuts through the buildings, finds the blown-open spaces, and makes a sound like wind around old headstones. We take a spot on the east side of the building and peer down. Inside the stadium, lined up like cannons in a war, are nuclear missiles. They're smaller than I expected, but then again, there's the saying that dynamite comes in small packages. Nuclear weapons do too, I guess. Not far from the arsenal, bisected by a length of chain-link fence, is a helicopter landing pad. The H and the circle around it look to be written in bright white spray paint. There's no helicopter parked in the pad, though. "I'll take the 3 in front of the stadium. You take the watchtower," Abby says. "What do I do?" Lily asks. "You guard the door," Abby answers. "But I'm a good shot," Lily argues. "Tell her, Jack." I look at Abby and nod. She is. Back before we came to in Chicago, we had a shootout on a farm. She covered me from about a quarter mile away with no scope. "And at the gas mine," Lily says. Abby says, "Fine," and hands over her rifle. Lily grins. The student has become the master. she says. Enough bullshit, Abby says. Blast those guards to hell. We gotta get in and out before the Overlord lands. See anything moving in the stadium, you blast them too. But it seems Abby has doomed us. By speaking of the Overlord landing, she has made it come true. The air fills with the sound of whirring helicopter blades. We all look up and see, coming from the east, the same side of the building we're currently standing on, bright lights against the dark cloud-covered sky. On the helicopter's tail, red flickers on and off, on and off. A rush of wind washes over us as Lily is crying for us to get down, but it's so dark up here I doubt whoever's in the helicopter has seen us. They swoop over the stadium as the bird rocks back and forth as it prepares for a landing. I peer over the edge. What are you waiting for, dummies? Abby shouts. It's now or never. She's right. The sound of the blades will mask our shooting. I take aim at the men in the guard tower as Lily aims down at the men in front of the arena. We pull our triggers. The darkness is now alight with intermittent sparks of gunfire. I hit both of my targets. One is a clean headshot. I watch his skull explode like a watermelon dropped from 20 stories. The other guard is farther, so my aim isn't as clean. I clip him in the shoulder, and he spins around viciously, exposing the back of his head. I aim and fire again, but I misjudge the angle and get him in the neck with 2 slugs. In the dusky brightness from the lamp on his tower, dark red sprays and splashes the glass, turning the light a crimson color. Lily has no problem hitting her mark, though. As I turn to watch her mop up the last guy, I see he's smart enough to make a run for it. Except he doesn't run into the cover of the stadium, but instead takes off down the road. He goes sharp right. Lily, the epitome of concentration, with the gun's barrel balanced firmly on the ledge, one eye closed, holding her breath, takes the shot. The man falls as soon as the thunderclap from the gun reaches our ears. Jeez, Abby says loudly. The helicopter's blades continue whirring. You weren't lying. Lily hands her the gun back. Nope, she says. I'm up and out the door, already on the first step. If that's the Overlord in the stadium, it's only a matter of time before he catches on to the attack and flees. I have to get him before he does. Jack, wait up, Abby yells. But I don't. I'm sprinting down the steps, going around and around. I step over the woman who looks like Darlene without even sparing a second glance. A couple times in my descent, I consider sliding down the railing, but realize that probably won't end well for me. I'll slip, fall over the edge, and probably break my neck or bust my head open. Typical Jack Jupiter shit. So I'm as careful as I can be, going down these steps until I reach the door Abby busted open, then I burst through it the opposite way and onto the street. I hang a right and go up the road leading to the stadium. I'm sprinting faster than I ever have in my life. My feet almost don't touch the ground. It's like I'm flying. My lungs are mercifully pumping air without the usual burning that accompanies the horrendous act of running, especially when said runner has had no sleep and very little food. On my left is the guard tower where I shot the man in the back of the neck. Something stops me in my tracks. It's the crackle of a walkie-talkie, and a man's voice saying, "We're under attack, we're under attack. I'm letting them out now and sealing off the downtown. If you're within the boundaries, get out now. I repeat, get out now." Another crackle, another voice. "Operation Viper release is a go." That's when I hear something else. Something much louder than the crackle of the radio and the slowed whirring of the helicopter's blades. It's a sound like a gate being raised, like chains rattling. Then, the collective groan of hundreds of zombies, and the sound is getting closer. Closer. 38. They ooze out from the cracks of the city, like some kind of poison from a wound. These are not zombies like the ones below ground in the subway prison. These are worse. So much worse. Radiation sickness was the cause of their deaths, I'm guessing. The slow poisoning caused by the aftermath of the bomb dropped on the city. Their dead organs glow with a slight green tinge. I never thought that effect was true of radiation. I thought it was something reserved for pop culture. Boy, am I being proven wrong now. The zombies amble around the watchtower. Their arms are out, reaching for me. On their flesh, lit up faintly by the sickly green light, are blisters and sores. Each one leaks its own rivulet of pus and blood and dark ichor. One with only tufts of stringy hair hanging from its scalp sights me and turns in my direction. Its neck is broken, and its head hangs crookedly, bobbing with each step. The zombie behind this one looks like it's wearing an exercise ball on its back, and the seams of their shirt are stretched to the limit. It steps with the right foot and drags the left, and on each step, whatever is in the bubble on its back sloshes around. I can hear it over the collective moans. Here is one with a third arm no bigger than a baby's, growing from the base of its neck at the collarbone, which juts out like broken sticks in mud. The fingers on this useless arm wiggle, grasping at nothing. I take a step back before I realize there is nowhere for me to go. They are surrounding me, coming from every angle. I can't even lift up my rifle. Stop it, Jack, I tell myself. Stop it and move. It does not end here. It does not end right now. Think of Darlene. Think of Junior. Think of Herb and Tim and Carmen. You have to live for them, because if you die, they can no longer be a part of you. They die with you. Their memories, their smiles, their love and warmth. Move, Jack. Move, you idiot, move. It's Abby's voice. I snap my head to the left and see her and Lily on the street. They have their guns raised, and they're blasting the crowd. Green blood splashes the walls. The sidewalk's cracks fill with brains and guts as bullets cut the zombies into shreds. That's enough of a wake-up call for me. The gun doesn't feel so heavy now. Up it goes, my finger on the trigger. It feels like home. The bullets eat away the tops of the closest zombies' heads. They explode. The gun vibrates, rocks my whole body. This can get painful, but I'm so used to it now that I have calluses on my right shoulder from the constant friction. Then I hit the pulsing back of the zombie with the abnormal beach ball-sized tumor on its back. It pops in an explosion of greenish-white pus and drenches the nearby undead as they reach out for me. It's a tidal wave that knocks them off balance, of course. That's no problem for me. I adjust my aim accordingly, then squeeze the trigger until the gun clicks empty. I reach in my pocket and pull out another magazine, lock and load. This is where I get cocky. I line up the next shot perfectly. A group is at my back, coming from an alley near the stadium, but they're about 300 feet away. That means I have about 20 seconds before they reach me. 20 seconds is a long time when fighting a horde of zombies. I can take down as many as 30 for sure, 50 if my aim is on point, which it usually is. Plus, I have Lily and Abby on my side tonight. They're mowing down the zombies as fast as they come. But where are they coming from? We haven't seen a single zombie since we left the subway prison. This place seems completely devoid of the undead. Then, bam, all of a sudden they're everywhere. The only thing I can surmise is that the district keeps them locked up someplace. I don't know why. Maybe as a form of warfare, a failsafe if all goes wrong, like is happening for them now. I pull the trigger. The gun does a half click. That's not good. Not good at all. I know that half click too well. It means the gun is rejecting my trigger finger. It's jammed. The zombies are coming right for me. I stumble backward, and my soul squelches in something that reminds me of mud. I slip, fall, feel gravity turn against me. Next thing I know, I'm on my ass, and the zombies are closing around me, getting closer and closer. Each of their ruined faces turns black. They were hoods now. They are Grim Reapers, come to bring death upon me and end me once and for all. Scrambling backward, I manage to stand up. I squeeze the trigger again and get nothing but the dull click-click from the jammed weapon. Abby, Lily, a little help? I shout. Abby is barely visible over the horde, but I know she's over there because of the spray of blood. She brings her gun down on the head of one of the zombies. It splatters everywhere. I raise my gun. Like a fucking MLB player, I swing with all the force I have left in my body and knock the head off a guy whose face looks like a lump of clay. The open mouth makes a gurgling noise as it flies through the air. I'm still backing up. I keep moving, but when I turn around, there is a new horde to greet me. They come from seemingly nowhere, yet here they are. I spin around, smack the gun down on top of the head of a mutant woman. She crumbles beneath the hit, but my gun is stuck in the ruins of her skull and brains. The gummy wounds have swallowed up the butt of the gun, and I can't get it out. All of a sudden, I'm like King Arthur before he's king, trying to pull Excalibur from the stone, except where he had success. I don't have any. Shit. Fortunately, 15+ years in this hellhole has taught me when I've won and when I've lost. Right now, I've lost. I abandon ship just as Lily's gun rips off a bevy of rounds and a bunch of zombies pile up in front of her. Too bad she's about 50 feet from me. I scream her name, scream for help. I'm man enough to admit this.
but she doesn't hear me. The collective death rattling is too loud. If I want to live, I'll have to find my own way out. A zombie lunges at me. I swing downward with my fist, and the top of its head squelches upon contact. It's a sickening sound, and an even sicker feeling. It falls to my feet in a heap of blood and radioactive sickness. I step over it, careful not to slip in the muck. By this time, I hear a voice. It's Lily. "Go, Jack, go!" she yells. Then her gun is ripping off rounds, and zombies are falling all around me. A path is cleared, and I do not hesitate to take this path because what else can I do? The only other option is death. I'm not ready to die yet. I have one goal in mind, and it lies beyond the stadium gates. There, the Overlord awaits, and there I will slay him and exact my revenge for what he did to my wife and son, to my home, to Haven. The path leads straight to the stadium's entrance. I rush through fallen zombies at what seems like light speed. I'm crushing fingers and faces beneath the soles of my boots, using them as stepping stones. No less than 30 seconds later, I'm at the stadium's entrance. The gates are cracked. I feel a hand closing around the tail of my cloak, but I slip through the crack just as the hand grips my hem. Turning around, I am face to face with possibly the ugliest zombie I've ever seen in my life. Like with some zombies, I can't always tell if it's a female or a male. The monster possesses just a few strands of hair, but they're not long. Maybe once upon a time they were, but not anymore. In its mouth is an array of broken teeth, jagged, sharp, ready to sink into my flesh and tear me apart. I twist and move rapidly, trying to shimmy the damn thing off me. My heart is going a mile a minute. Every sense in my body is in maximum overdrive, but the zombie is holding on for dear life. He must be hungry, very hungry. I yank it toward me. Any other time, this might be suicide, but right now the movement wedges my attacker beneath the bars. There's a sound that reminds me of a garbage disposal just as I lift my boot and kick the bastard square in the forehead. With my back against the wall, I know it's life or death, so I kick out with all the force I have left in my body. The zombie's head crumbles beneath my soul. There's so much juice and rotted brains within that head that I'm soaked all the way up to my socks. The zombie drops to the concrete, and I don't stick around for the others that are coming. And best believe more are coming. They always are, aren't they? It must be the smell that attracts them, the smell of death and gore, or my flesh, I don't know. One of the guards Lily took out is sprawled out against the fence on the other side. I take his gun from him, eject the magazine, see there's not many rounds left. Then with my foot, I push the poor guy forward. He slumps, teeters, and falls flat on his face. A stream of blood leaks out from the bullet wound in his head, stretching down the concrete ramp that leads up to the stadium. The zombies, with their glowing greenish-yellow eyes, turn their attention to the food thrust before them. One drops on top of the body. Another. Two more. The body is swallowed up by the mass of undead. Hands plunge into the soft flesh of the guard's neck. There's a sickening pop as two zombies tear the guard's head off by the ears and the hair. Blood spurts from the stem of his neck, covers the grimy zombies in a sheet of red. One of those zombies falls backward, cradling the guy's skull like it's some precious treasure. Up to the zombie's mouth the head goes, and the zombie's jaw practically unhinges, showing me rows of rotted and sharp teeth as it bites into the soft flesh of the guard's cheek. More and more are coming and dropping to their knees. It doesn't take long before they have the headless corpse flipped over on its back, and they're digging into the man's stomach. Hands of exposed bone pull out organs, massive pink things that are slimy, close to bursting. There's one zombie with a burnt head that reminds me of Freddy Krueger. He's missing most of his arms. That doesn't stop him, though. He plunges into the gore with his stubs and sloshes the mess around. Then his face follows. When he pulls back up, his burned skin glistens with blood. I have to turn away. I can't look any longer. An intermittent burst of gunshots sound off over the heads of the zombies that couldn't enjoy the district guard buffet. Abby and Lily. My blood freezes as I spot them. Just see them over the misshapen and ruined heads of the undead. I have to get to them. I can't lose anyone else. The gun in my hand, I'm ready to plunge through the gate back into the chaos, knowing there's no way I'll make it, no way I'll survive. I'll miss the Overlord, too. I know that. I part the gate slightly, about to slide through. Dead hands and fingers dripping with the guard's life force reach out for me. I hear rolling thunder. Then the dark streets are alive with a lightning storm. Then I hear a high-pitched scream.
Not of pain, not of fear, but of victory. Nacho, Mandy, and Roland have come back for us. 39. Yeah, I shout, thrusting my fist into the air. Roland looks over to me, smiles, and raises his hand back in a beautiful sign of victory. The tight circle of zombies that was closing in around Lily and Abby disappears. The undead fall like dominoes, one after the other. Yeah, I continue shouting. Woo! But there are too many zombies. They're like trees in a forest, blades of grass on a lawn. Abby looks at me. Her jacket shines with blood, not her blood. Go, she yells. Get the son of a bitch. Shit, I think. She's right. I raise my hand up high above my head again. Abby raises her stump. Then, over the sounds of the rip-roaring gunfire, I hear something else, something I don't want to hear, something that makes my stomach drop below my knees. The sound of a helicopter starting up, the unmistakable whirring of blades. The Overlord is getting away. Up the rest of the ramp I go, moving even faster than I did when I fled the old building. I come out on an upper level that looks down at the field. One of the goalposts is gone, and the paint in the grass that once held the team's name is almost completely faded. All I can make out is an S and an A. The shadows of the nuclear weapons obscure anything else. They are much bigger this close. It fills me with fear, seeing those agents of destruction and chaos. Unlike everything else in this messed-up world, they shine as if someone has polished them every day and has taken good care of them since the apocalypse started. The fact that weapons are more important than people says a lot about the bit of the human race that has survived this plague. Beyond the warheads is a helicopter pad where the helicopter sits. That same light on the tail blinks on and off. A brighter spotlight comes on near the nose, brightening the dimly lit stadium. There are two figures in the cockpit, pilots. Their hands are raised above them, flipping switches, pressing buttons. A third figure is climbing aboard. A man. He wears a dark coat with the collar turned up. He has no hair. His head is shaved clean. It's the Overlord. It has to be. I aim down the iron sights on my rifle. It's a far shot, but I think I have it. I squeeze the trigger. The gun barks, barely audible over the roar of the helicopter's engine, and sprays its rounds. It's time to die, you son of a bitch. 40. The cockpit's side window bursts in a spray of glass and crimson. Direct hit. I sunk your battleship. The two figures in front slump forward, dead. The third figure spins toward me. The blades of the helicopter create a shadow that obscures his features, but not enough for me to see him dip his right hand down and pull a pistol free. He squeezes off 3 rounds. I drop behind a guard railing separating the walkway from the lower-level seats. The metal sparks as the bullets hit home. I roll left. Fuck, that could have been my face. More shots toward my way. I keep rolling until I find shelter behind a shuttered vendor stand, probably an ice cream place or something. I can't tell for sure because the signs on the side of the building are beyond faded. On the other side, I lean out. See, the figure is gone. That's okay. I rip off a stream of shots at the helicopter. The bullets hit the body of the bird, sending a spray of sparks every which way. With a low whine, the blades are finally slowing down, but I have to get there before the one-eyed fucker makes an escape. I doubt he knows how to properly fly a helicopter, but when it's life or death, I know the things people can find themselves capable of. A minute passes. 2 minutes. I watch the helicopter and the field around it for any sign of movement. There's nothing. Oh no, where did that piece of shit go? Part of my mind is telling me that he's supernatural. The dark magician, or whatever he is, just snapped his fingers and poof, he's gone. I shake my head, and with it the thought. Outside of the stadium, the gunfire continues. I hear the shattering of broken glass and war cries and the low groans of zombies. It's Armageddon Part 2 out there, and I'm praying to whatever gods are listening that my friends are okay. But I can't worry about them right now, as hard as it is not to. I have to focus on the matter at hand. Where did the one-eyed man go? Another minute passes. I stand up in a crouch and keep my weapon low. I don't know how many rounds I have left, but it can't be that many. Maybe I shouldn't have wasted the ammo on shooting at the helicopter. My intentions were to scare the bastard out of hiding, but I should have known he's not one to scare easily. I hop the fence and go down the row of concrete steps in the lower bowl of the stadium. I keep my head low, my eyes sharp. I see nothing. No movement. My heart pounds so hard against my rib cage that it almost sounds like the crushing, clashing helmets and shoulder pads of a football game. The phantom noises fill my head. At the end of the row, I hop the barrier and land on the field. The spongy grass cushions my landing. It doesn't hurt my ankle as bad as concrete would, but the impact still brings a flaring of pain. The warheads are lined up near the 30-yard line. I'm just beyond the goalpost opposite the helicopter, the blades of which are still winding down. The bombs are right in front of me. Above and past the warheads in the helicopter is the broken screen of a jumbotron. There is a lightning bolt crack right down the middle of it, and a spiderweb of smaller cracks in the upper right corner. The nose of the missiles points straight toward it, ready to fly at the push of a button. As I get closer to them, I think I can feel the radioactivity within, the immense power, but I know that's just my mind filling in the blanks, my overactive imagination. Still crouched, my goal is to make it to the helicopter. I will strip the pilots of any weapons and ammunition that they have, then I'll search the main section for whatever else I can find. I'm sure there is something. What I don't think I'll find is the one-eyed man. The idea that he might have magicked himself far away from here is creeping into my consciousness again. It's becoming more and more plausible because the feeling that I'm alone is very prominent. I am alone in here while my friends, what's left of my family, fight out there. What am I doing? I say aloud to myself. He's gone. I lower the rifle and prepare to run back toward the exit. There will be another chance to kill the one-eyed man. I'll make sure of it. Back between the warheads I go, my pace fast, my ankle only slightly bothering me. It's that great old constant of my life, adrenaline. Without it, a sound overhead. I stop and wheel my weapon toward the top of the missile closest to me. It's the one-eyed man. He didn't vanish, you idiot, Jack, I'm thinking, as the figure reveals himself. There is no fear, only confidence. I know it ends here, it ends right now. My finger finds the trigger, but it's not the one-eyed man. Not the Overlord. No. It's my older brother. It's Norm. 41. I am a deer in the headlights as a semi-truck comes barreling down on top of me. Tons of steel coming to crash me into oblivion, and I can't even move a muscle. Can't even scream. Norm tackles me. I'm knocked backward, land on my ass with bone-jolting force. The rifle wasn't strapped around my shoulder, so it's gone, somewhere behind me, near the 20-yard line. I roll a couple of times and spring up in a fighting stance. The first thing I notice is how different he looks. He has no hair, which isn't a far cry from what the top of his head usually looked like, him being a fan of military buzz cuts. Now, though, there's no hair whatsoever. He's squeaky clean bald. One of his eyebrows is gone, too. The other, the right, has about 5 vertical lines shaved into it. His skin is old and cracked with wrinkles. His eyes are haunted, even more so than before. But through this mask my older brother wears, I see that he's still my older brother, my Norm Jupiter. It's the way he grimaces, the way his upper lip comes up to show me those pearly whites. It's the perpetual smile at the corner of his mouth, always threatening to burst into a shit-eating grin. It's the finger he had cut off and eaten by the psychopaths Spike and Butch Hazard. It's the way his shoulders are straight, never slumped, in his own fighting stance. Norm, it's Jack, I say. It's me, Norm. I don't answer to that name anymore, he says. My name is the Judge. He reaches behind him, pulls out a gleaming chrome pistol. It's me, Norm. It's your little brother. My hands are up, but not in a I surrender type of way. I'm pleading for him to remember me. Dying is the furthest thing from my mind. All of my family is dead, he says. His voice has changed, too. It's a few octaves lower, gruffer, pained. But beneath it, like beneath his mask, I hear his real voice. No, I say. No, I'm still alive. Abby's still alive. Don't you remember Abby? Remember how she'd hit you whenever you said something stupid? Don't you remember, Norm?
For your crimes against the district, I sentence you to die, friend. He ignores everything I've said, aims right at my head. I show no fear because there is no fear inside of me. There is only acceptance. If this is the way I die, by fratricide, so be it. Norm pulls the trigger. 42. I don't close my eyes. I stare my older brother right in the face. The gun clicks. I'm thinking of fate. If this is not fate, then I don't know what is. Norm moves the slide back, reaches into one of the pockets of his cargo pants, which are stained with mud. He pulls out a fresh clip, never taking his gaze from me. Fearless, huh? He says. Norm, I say. You're brainwashed. You have to remember. Think. Think. Then an idea pops into my head. A face. Tim, I say. Don't you remember Tim? His mask wavers. One eye flashes with remembrances. The other remains dead, devoid of all emotion. What about Darlene? And Carmen? Herb? What about your nephew? My son? What about Haven? We helped build that place together, you and me, Norm. He chuckles. It's a humorless sound, like the snapping of dead tree branches. Haven, he says. I remember that place. Hope freezes my lungs, and I can't breathe. He remembers. I remember it just fine, he says. I remember that the Overlord destroyed it, set the place on fire to send a message. I remember he saved me from that nightmare, and then he put the place and all its shitty people out of their fucking misery. A smirk stretches across his face, one I don't recognize, and my false hope is snatched away, replaced by a fiery anger I've not felt in a long time. I can't control myself any longer. My body tenses, and then the next thing I know, I'm launching forward, going for my older brother's throat. He is caught off guard, but only for a moment. I manage to throw my shoulder into him, knock him off balance. He is older than me, past middle-aged, but he is still as solid as a rock. Seconds after we collide, he's regained his balance and is coming my way. His gun isn't loaded, so he holds it by the barrel and swings it like a hammer. I dodge the blow. Barely. Now I take a swing. All the force I have left goes behind this punch. I feel a rib snap beneath the force of my fist, and he cries out. But he doesn't crumble, which was my intention. His face goes as red as blood, and the emotionless look in his eyes changes to that of a psychopath in the throes of a killing spree. He swings back, and I'm not quick enough to dodge it. A fist as hard as steel catches me in the side of the jaw. Teeth are knocked loose. The coppery taste of blood floods my mouth. I stumble backward, seeing a duplicate of Norm. You piece of shit, he barks. Then he's running, and I don't know where to go because there's two of them coming at me. As they get closer, they merge into one, but I'm too late in moving. He slams me up against the warhead. My brain knocks against the metal casing, thrums, and my brain rattles. Warm liquid gushes down my upper lip and frames my mouth. More blood. Fight back! Fight back! He demands as he hits me with a fury of blows, each one more bone-crushing than the last. I spit blood out of the side of my mouth. My brother looks down. My eyes somehow manage to follow his, and I see he's looking at the knife I have strapped to my calf, the one I pulled from the guard in the watchtower. He snatches it from its holster and brings it up to my face. It's done, he says. You won't fight back, so it's done. I can't fight back even if I want to. Norm, I plead. Don't do this. Just think. You have to remember. Enough. He flips the blade in his hand, catches it by the handle, and stabs down. Norm! I reach up and catch his wrist, his teeth bare as he struggles. Mine have bitten through my bottom lip. Sometimes you have to accept failure. Failure is a part of life.
Sometimes you have to remember the ultimate goal. For me, my ultimate goal is to bring down the district, to make the Overlord pay for what he did. If I'm dead, I cannot achieve that goal. So, I do what I have to do. I scream as I bring my knee up. The blow catches Norm in the same injured ribs I punched earlier, and he cries out in pain. His grip around the knife loosens, and I easily take it from him. In one smooth motion, I do the unthinkable. I stab my brother in the gut. The blade is easily 6 inches, and Norm's flesh swallows the blade completely. Still, I press until my fingers are wet with his blood. He collapses to his knees, with both hands wrapped around the knife. He tries to pull it free. Can't. Now he's holding his hands up in front of his face, hands that are bright red with his life force. I stare at him in utter horror. What have you done? What have you done? I ask myself over and over. But I know what I did. I did what I had to do. Norm blinks heavily, like he's sleepy or drugged. He smiles. It looks so wrong on his pain-twisted face. He opens his mouth to talk, but he can only cough. Flecks of blood hit the turf, stark red against the green. Supposed to finish the job, maggot, Norm says when the fit passes. Leave no survivors. Norm, I say. I drop to my knees. Though I know the danger of this, I know he could be playing me for a fool, but I don't think so. My gut tells me he's back. Jack, he says. It's good to see you, man. He can no longer hold himself up on his knees. He falls backward, moaning. Tears are rolling down my face. They're warm, and I'm sweating, but I feel so cold right now. So cold. Norm, I missed you, I say through the tears. He shakes his head, but even this seems like a lot of work. Don't get all sentimental on me, man. A laugh bursts forth from my mouth. Norm grins back. I'm sorry, I say as I take his hand. He is cold too. Don't be sorry. You did what you had to do. He puts his arms up. I hug him. He hugs me back, weakly. He's a bad man. He can't finish my name. God, it hurts. I know. I'm gonna beat him. I'm gonna kill him if it's the last thing I do, I say. Norm nods. His face has gone unbelievably pale. His shirt is soaked through with blood. The knife handle is still sticking out of the wound. That's my little bro, he says. He points to his jacket pocket. In there. I reach in and pull out what looks like a cheap smartphone. What's this? I ask. He shakes his head and shudders in pain. I cradle him closer, trying to avert my eyes from the knife, from the blood, but it's hard. It'll... No, don't. I'll figure it out. Norm nods, smiles again, despite the agony he's in. I squeeze his hand. He squeezes back, but it's too soft. I barely feel it. My little bro, he says. He laughs, which quickly turns into hacking, blood spraying the front of his shirt and jacket, turning the steel zipper red. Don't talk, I say. Don't talk, just hold on. I'm gonna fix you. I'm gonna get you some help. But logic is telling me we'll get no help here. This part of the city is overrun with zombies. Who can help us? Norm shakes his head. I'm done. No, I say. He nods. Laugh coughs again. Hey, you finally beat me, he says. I wish I didn't. A sob racks through my body. I'm still holding his hand. I squeeze. He doesn't squeeze back. He closes his eyes. Norm, I say. Rest, he says. I stare at him for a long time. Eventually, his chest stops rising and falling, and his muscles go stiff. He dies in my arms. 43. I don't know how long I sat there with him. It must have been a long time. Then someone calls my name. I look up to the gate I came through, the metal bars just visible from where I'm sitting on the field. Through the bleariness, I see a collection of figures. Zombies? Probably. No, they don't talk, Jack. Don't be stupid. I know that I should get up, that I should fight. But I can't let go of Norm. Letting go of him means he'll be gone for good, and I'm not ready to lose more family. I'm not. I can't. I did. I have. I killed him. Jack! It's Lily. She is covered in gore and running toward me, hopping over the gate like an Olympic hurdler. Behind her are Abby, Nacho, Roland, and Mandy. We have to go. We have to get out of here, Abby yells. We're overrun, out of ammo. The helicopter, Nacho, Roland says. Can you fly it? See. The gate rattles and groans as zombies beat against the metal. The group stops short, looks at me with wide eyes. Abby brings her stump up to her mouth. I can just make out her trembling lips. She turns away. Norm, I hear her say. Lily puts her arm around her. I stand, then bend down to scoop up my dead brother. He weighs a lot, but I'm not leaving him here. I'm so sorry, Lily says. Abby is crying. She pulls out from under Lily's hold and comes over to Norm and me. Her face is wet with tears as she wraps her arms around us both. The others look on like casual attendees at a funeral, people who were only friends of the deceased, because in a world like ours is now, this is the closest we'll get to a funeral. I'm sorry, Abby says. I'm sorry, Jack. I killed him, I say. I had to. You didn't kill him. The Overlord did. Behind her, the gates squeal as they begin to give beneath the weight of the zombies. We need to go, like, now, Lily says. Nacho? The small Mexican man nods and runs toward the helicopter. He knows how to fly it? I find myself asking no one in particular. Abby doesn't answer because she's staring at Norm, at the bloody rags that were once his clothes. Lily answers instead. He was in the Air Force, remember? I nod, but I don't remember. My mind is not working like it did moments before. The helicopter roars to life. A lot of time passes in what feels like no time at all. Roland and Mandy escort Abby and I to the helicopter. Lily crawls in. Mandy says something about the warheads still being armed, and Abby says, What can we do about it? As soon as they're disarmed, the district will rearm them. Then Nacho is mentioning something about the weight capacity of the helicopter. The next thing I know, we are flying straight up as a mass of zombies pour through the gates and into the stadium, like river water from a broken dam. Lily is holding my hand. Norm lays in front of me, his eyes closed, his face no longer in pain. At peace. Resting. On the bridge, an army of headlights is fleeing west. Zombies crawl over the ruins of the streets like ants over an abandoned picnic. I reach into my pocket and pull out the device Norm gave me. I think he meant to say, this'll help. But how? Mandy's eyes lit up at the sight of it. My God, she says, having to shout over the roar of the helicopter. That's the key to the kingdom. I don't know what she means, but I know I'll find out. Right now, I'm not okay. Right now, I don't want to think about what lies ahead. I look at Abby across from me and try to smile at her. It's not easy. Sometimes I guess you don't get a happy ending. I've lost my wife, my son, and now my brother. Who else will I lose before this journey is over? I look out the window as I hold my dead brother's hand. The glass is starred by bullets, but still intact. The city below us grows smaller, that diseased skyline fading. Gone. This concludes Dead Judgment by Flint Maxwell. Narrated by Neil Helligers, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2018 by Flint Maxwell. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Flint Maxwell and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Dead Last by Flint Maxwell. Narrated by Neil Helligers. So It Goes. Kurt Vonnegut, Slaughterhouse-5. 1. A warning alarm blares through the helicopter. Nacho curses loud enough to be heard over the chuck-chuck of the blades. I barely hear it, because I'm holding on to my dead brother's hand, my mind far away. His skin is cold now. So cold. We have been flying for I don't know how long. It feels like hours, but it might have only been minutes. All I know is that we left that ruined radioactive city behind us a long time ago. The stench of the zombies is still in my nostrils, yes, but that too is far from my mind. At the forefront is Norm. He is dead. He is gone. I killed him, stabbed him with a knife, watched the life leave his eyes. It was only when he was on his way out of this world and heading into the abyss of the afterlife that he changed back to his normal self. His flinty eyes relaxed, and the corners of his mouth curled up into his perpetually sarcastic smile. And then he bled all over me. And he bled because of me. Abby sits across from Norm and I. Roland is in the front passenger seat. Mandy and Lily surround me. Lily is looking out of the window, her hands over her ears. The landscape below is scarred and burned and empty, yet it's rising up closer and closer to meet us. "I gotta put her down," Nacho says in his thick Spanish accent. "We're almost out of fuel. We'll drop out of the sky and die if I don't." "Field over there," Roland says, pointing. My stomach lurches as we descend. The landing isn't smooth. We come down roughly, everyone jostling around, me nearly falling out of my seat. Above us, the whirling blades begin to slow. "Any idea where we're at?" Abby asks. Nacho takes off his headset and turns. "I got latitude and longitude, but that means jack shit to me without a real map." I look around. We're in an overgrown field, some kind of farmland. I see no buildings on the horizon, but that's not saying much because the dark is heavy and closing in on us. Most importantly, I see no glowing eyes bobbing in the distance, the eyes of the dead. It's only a matter of time, though, before they come, drawn by the sounds of the helicopter, the rustling of the branches created by the windstorm the blades have made. "We're closer," Lily says. "That's all that matters. We were lucky enough to find a way out of that shithole. And we're alive." Most of us, I think, looking down at Norm. I still remember, as if it only happened minutes ago, the night he told me the truth, the reason he left my mom and me and joined the army, how he was gay and had been too afraid to tell anyone, even his own brother, for years. I remember how it didn't mean a damn thing to me. He was my brother, no matter if he liked men, women, or aliens. I remember standing on the beach next to Norm on a sunny day, the tide lapping calmly, the smell of sea salt in the air. I remember seeing Tim's face, Timothy Lancaster, Norm's best friend and lover for years. I remember him smiling, the adoration in his eyes. We were all dressed in tuxedos, simple black and white. The girls, even Abby, wore dresses of frill and bold colors. It was Norm and Tim's wedding, officiated by a woman from Haven who'd been an ordained minister since the 90s. It was the second wedding at Haven in less than 6 months, the first one being mine. Cupcake sat between Darlene's legs, wagging his tail whenever I looked at him. I remember how angelic and beautiful, how radiant she looked. Her belly was swollen, pregnant with Herb Jr., and she rested both hands on it, watching the ceremony in peace. I remember all the good times. And I remember all the bad times. Like in any life, there is both good and bad, but that's what makes a life worth living. To me, at least. I hadn't seen my brother in years, not since the Overlord, the one-eyed man, ravaged Haven and killed my wife and son right in front of me. The others file out of the helicopter. I remain sitting for a long moment, just staring at Norm. It's Abby who comes in a few minutes later. "We're leaving, Jack. Heading east," she says. I nod. Then she's back in the seat across from me, looking down at Norm too. She wears a somber smile on her face. "Do you remember that Christmas when Norm got really drunk and sang karaoke in front of everyone at Haven?" she asks, her eyes hazy with a distant memory. Yeah. Of course I remember that. How could I forget? Junior was only 3 years old. He was sitting on my lap, dressed in a shirt that read, "Santa's Little Helper." We, those of us in charge at Haven, decided a Christmas party would be good to boost morale. Morale was always something we were worried about after the end of the world. In that year alone, we had 3 suicides and 6 others killed on supply runs. I didn't want to do it, I say. Throw that party. "Yeah, you were a real Grinch," Abby says, smiling. "I thought of all the people, Norm would have been the one who didn't want to have it. He was always on us about supplies and energy usage." I don't think he would have if we hadn't found that semi-truck full of beer. Abby rolls her eyes. "Oh, man, I almost forgot about that, plus all the booze we'd already stockpiled." I nod, laughing. It was fun. "What did he sing? I can't remember." She lifts her arm with the missing hand and the hook attached to the stump and motions like she's drinking. "Glug, glug, glug myself, right?" Hey, I was no angel either. We had all that gin, too, I remember. Oh, boy, was that a headache the next morning. I paused, trying to think of the song Norm sang. A picture comes into my mind of that Christmas night. Norm is standing on the little stage we constructed for the singers and the game runners. He wears no shirt. A necktie is fastened around his forehead and rocks with him every time he busts out one of his silly dance moves. The song coming through the speakers is... I got it, I nearly shout. It was Play That Funky Music by Wild Cherry. Abby nearly doubles over with laughter. It's a sweet sound in the grim silence of the world. I laugh with her. I never thought I'd laugh again. "That's it," she says, wiping tears away with the back of her jacket sleeve. "He didn't even remember the next day." I wish we would have gotten it on video, I say. "Me too." I look down at Norm. He is not smiling or laughing. His eyes are closed. His mouth and jaw are relaxed. He looks like he's at peace. I lean and place my hand on his cold chest. Feel no heartbeat. I think it finally hits me then that he's gone. Really gone. Never coming back. "You did what you had to do," Abby says. "You're stronger than me." "Don't say that. It's true." I sigh. "No, it's not. We're both strong. And we both make each other stronger." The silence falls over us for a moment. Outside, I hear the others talking. Roland says something about being glad his feet are on solid ground again, how he was never much of a flyer, and Lily says that flying is better than dying, which we certainly would have done had we stayed in the radioactive city. "Do you have plans?" Abby asks. I smirk. It feels false on my face. Do I ever have a plan? That was more Norm's territory. True. I stand up, crouched in the helicopter. It wobbles beneath my steps. I go outside, my soles flattening the overgrown grass. We are not in Ohio, I can tell just by the air. Growing up there, I know the heavy cloud of depression that hangs around the Buckeye State all too well. But we are close. Probably somewhere in Indiana. The others stop talking when I look at them, and they look at me like they're waiting for me to speak. I'm their leader. And that frightens me more than I care to admit. Any time I lead, it's usually to death. Time and time again, those who follow me die, and I remain standing and hating myself for it. I only want to do one thing tonight, I say. I want to bury my brother. We'll help you, Lily says. Yeah, Mandy agrees. She is nothing but a large shadow in the distance, standing around with Roland and Nacho. The other two voice their assent. Thank you, I say. We leave the helicopter behind after we search it and strip it of anything useful, which is not much. A few rounds of ammunition, a small handgun, and a flimsy road map. I alone carry Norm's body. The others follow me into the distant woods. I spend too long trying to find the perfect resting place for my brother, knowing I'll never truly find the perfect place, because such a place doesn't exist. But if we're in Indiana, which I am pretty sure we are, that's a start. Norm lived here many years ago, before the outbreak of the virus, and he lived here by choice, on his own free will, after he got out of the service. 2 large rocks lay in a clearing not far from a dirt road that is just past the fields we landed in. The rocks glitter in the moonlight. My heart fills with hope and a deep sadness. There, I say. It's beautiful, Abby says from behind. Shovel-less. We'll have to dig at the cold ground with flat rocks. I say to the others, you don't have to do this. I can do it myself. He was my brother. But they all have stones in their hands, and Roland steps forward from their semicircle. He is a skinny man who looked on the cusp of death just hours ago as he rotted away in the underground prison, as the radiation and poison threatened to put an end to his working organs. He looks better now, healthier, though it may just be the lack of light. Still, he's smiling. A smiling face can hide 1,000 sicknesses, I think. Jack, you saved our lives. Without you, we'd be dying or dead in that prison. Your brother may not be our brother, but he's close enough, Roland says. Agreed, Mandy says. Couldn't have put it any better myself, Lily adds. See, Nacho says. I look at Abby. She shrugs. Don't expect me to get all sappy again. I've been doing that too much lately. Doing her famous eye roll, she continues. Yeah, it's gonna be a bitch digging, but I'll help too. I am overwhelmed with emotions. I feel on the verge of tears, and I don't know if I can hold them back. With my dead brother in my arms, and the last of my living family, full of faces both new and old, I decide it's best to just let my emotions do what they have to do. So I cry. I cry right there, in front of all of them. And it's okay. 2. We dig a shallow grave. By the time we are done, our hands are sore and bloody. Together, all of us, we lower Norm into the soil. I wipe blood and loose dirt away from his brow, and I fold his hands over his chest. He looks different than how I remembered. He has no hair, his skin has wrinkled slightly with age, and his cheeks are without color. But he's still my brother. still Norm. Lily helps me out of the grave. Then, together, we bury him. This takes until sunrise, and it's a beautiful sunrise. The light purple gold and resplendent. I think Norm would be glad to be buried on a morning like this.
I could say a few things from the good book, Roland says once the dirt is patted down, and the grave barely a visible scar on the land. I memorized a few passages from my youth. I think to myself, was Norm religious? Did he have a faith? It's a question I don't know the answer to. Abby either, judging by her silence. Thinking back, I recall Tim being religious, at least slightly, and as my brother and I grew up, we had our fair share of the fear of God drilled into us. Did Norm follow that through in his adult life? I don't think so, but I can't say for sure. Then, another part of my mind asks if it really matters. God or no God, we all go to the same place. That I know for a fact. Unless you have the misfortune of coming back as an undead monster, a zombie. And even then, who's to say what becomes of our souls and consciousness? So I tell Roland to go ahead. That it would be nice. He smiles softly and steps forward. Then he begins reciting from his memory. I hear the words he speaks, but I don't comprehend them. My mind is in a faraway place. The words, though, and the man's tone with which he carries them are sweet and powerful at the same time. Norm would have appreciated it. When he's done, he steps back, wiping tears from his cheeks, smearing dirt there. The others are crying too. I'd like to say a few words, Abby says. I'll keep it short and simple. I nod at her. In the golden sunlight streaming through the trees, her eyes are red from crying, bloodshot from lack of sleep. Norm, she begins in a soft voice I barely hear over the sighing of the wind. You were a son of a bitch sometimes, but you kept me grounded. You taught me a lot of useful shit, like how to start a campfire, how to debone a fish. You taught me a lot of dumb shit, too, things I still do in my day-to-day life. But most importantly, you taught me how to have fun. I don't know how many times I hit you for talking stupid or just being stupid, but I'd give anything on earth to be able to hit you again. When I was in Chicago, doing all those bad things under the pretense of being brainwashed, I kept asking myself, what would Norm do? How would he get out of this? And I could never find the answer, especially knowing you were a couple states over, brainwashed out of your mind, bending your knee to the Overlord. But I had my memories of the past, all the stuff you taught me, and that helped me get through my time there. It helped me more than you'd ever know. You know, it isn't easy for me to say this, but I love you, man, and I'll miss the hell out of you. Abby steps away from the patted dirt. The tears flow stronger down her cheek. As she walks by me, I grab her hand and give it a reassuring squeeze. She knows as well as I that life changed for the worse when the Overlord sent his army to Haven. Abby did what she had to do to survive, and so did Norm. But life is more than just survival. It's about free will. And that free will was taken from all those murdered and mutilated, all those kidnapped and brainwashed. The squeeze of Abby's hand, I hope, communicates more than any words ever could. It tells her that this is not over, that I am here for her now, and that the Overlord will burn. Sorry, went on a little longer than I intended, Abby says. It was beautiful, Nacho says. Through a haze of tears, Mandy agrees. I step forward. I do intend to keep my word short. I said all that needed to be said to Norm as he died in my arms on the football field. Besides, I was a writer too many years ago. Words fail me now. And no words could truly convey the love I felt for my older brother. I say,
Norm, I love you. I hope you find Tim and Herb and Darlene and Junior and everyone else we lost. I hope you find your peace. And, most importantly, I hope there's a lot of beer and a lot of karaoke in heaven. Amen, Roland says, and crosses himself. We leave the grave, heading back to the road. Norm's eternal rest officially begins. But I know deep down inside that I'll be seeing him again. Soon. 3. As it turns out, we aren't far from the Ohio border. With the sunlight and the new day comes visibility, and we see in the distance the etchings of a medium-sized metropolis against the sky. There are a few skyscrapers, apartment buildings, offices. The closest city I can compare it to, on a personal level, is Akron, Ohio. Like Akron, this is a place that once had a couple 100,000 occupants, no professional sports teams, a state university, maybe. If we continue heading east, we'll hit the downtown area. We need a ride, I say. The Overlord will be on to us. At the very least, Abby says. He'll be on to us, but he'll also send out his goons. The Black Knights most definitely made it out of the city. They'll be on the hunt. But we got out in a helicopter, Mandy says. No way they'll find us. Lily perks up. We're walking on the dirt road, heading closer and closer to the empty skyscrapers in the distance. I'm sure someone in the Overlord circle knew how much fuel was in the helicopter. Simple math would tell them how far we got. I mean, we could have only gone 4 directions, right? I nod. It's crazy, I know, but I wouldn't put it past the Overlord to be so thorough. This is a man who felt threatened by a medium-sized safe haven thousands of miles away from his setup, so threatened that he personally saw to the ravaging of the place, my place. He is power-hungry. He wants to take over the graveyard that was once the United States and make it his own, and I think he'll stop at nothing until he does. But I also think he feels endangered, especially now that we have destroyed one of his cities. He knows we're the real deal. He has to. I hope he is scared. I really do. I am coming for him. I just need a ride first. Come on, I say. Just up ahead. No zombies, Mandy says. That's weird, isn't it? I shrug. Damn it, Roland exclaims. You said the magic words. Now they're gonna come. That's just how it goes. Don't be ridiculous, Mandy replies. That gas station, I say. Up ahead. We keep walking. I'm in the lead, Abby and Lily behind me. They're talking about something I'll never understand. Ryan Gosling's good looks. It's been nearly 2 decades since the world has ended, and they're still hung up on Hollywood. The gas station is a speedway. There are all these signs and advertisements hung up on the window. 2 hot dogs for $2. Get your morning cup here. But they're yellowed with age, some of the signs hanging crookedly in the dusty windows. This place sits pretty much by itself on the road. About a quarter mile back, the dirt changed to asphalt, but the asphalt is cracked, the yellow line bisecting it faded. Plants and grass grow through cracks everywhere. Soon Mother Nature will devour the road. Soon the roads will no longer exist. There are not many people left to travel on them anyway. I'll go first, I say. Get a look around the place, see if I can find anything. We are in dire need of water and food, anything that'll make this journey a little easier. Mandy steps forward. She puts a big hand on my shoulder and gives it a squeeze. No, let me. Ladies first, right? Not necessary, I say. They shouldn't even be traveling with me. Roland, Mandy, and Nacho. I told them to get out of the city to head west when they still could. They didn't, obviously, and I don't know why. Then again, where would I be without them? There's probably nothing inside, Nacho says. I'll go with her. That makes you feel better, friend? I stand there for a moment, looking at the gas station. What could possibly be inside besides an ancient zombie? sluggish and easily beatable. We are so far out of the city that I feel no threats here, but then again... I step forward. It's not a big deal. I'll do a quick scan, see what I can find, but Mandy and Nacho have already started walking in front of me. Mandy is laughing, and Nacho is echoing her laughter. I'm glad they can still laugh. As many years as they've spent in the wasteland, laughing is something to be proud of. Be careful, I shout after them. But of course they know that. You don't get this far without being... An explosion from the gas station cuts off my line of thought completely. I'm blown backward, a scorching heat unlike any I'd felt before roasting my front. Then my body jolts as it comes to a screeching halt against the concrete. My ears are ringing, high-pitched beep sounding in my head. As this fades, I hear Abby's and Lily's moans of pain. Slowly, painfully, I sit up. Blood runs down my forehead, and my hair, normally slicked back, is in my eyes. I feel like I'm in the middle of a war zone, but when I look up, I see the Speedway sign standing high in the sky. Flames are billowing out of the broken front windows. The door is gone. One of the gas islands is nothing but scorched and curled metal. Worst of all, I see 2 bodies lying near it. Both of them obliterated. Like the rest of the world. 4. I stand up, but I don't know how. The air feels like fire, and there's blood dripping off of my face, splashing onto the gas-stained concrete. I rush over to Abby. She's groggy, a little scratched and bloody herself, but otherwise okay. Roland was the farthest away. He's in the middle of the road behind us. Scorched, but okay too. I make my way towards Lily, who was probably the closest to the blast besides Nacho and Mandy. I got her, Jack, Abby says hoarsely. Check the others. But I know there isn't much left of them to check on. Through the heat-shimmering air, I see that neither of the bodies are moving. Still, I limp toward them, avoiding the small flames devouring debris from the inside of the gas station. Mandy is who I settle my eyes on first. I wish she wasn't. But once they are on her, I find I can't take them away. She is burned to a crisp. All of her hair is gone, and most of her face. One arm is missing nearly up to the shoulder, and the way she landed on the pavement bent her right leg back at an excruciating angle. My stomach clenches with nausea, and I almost double over and spew. The smell is the worst part, the pungent odor of charred flesh and hair. Mandy is dead. And again, it should be me instead. Just as my eyes move from her smoldering corpse toward Nacho, he coughs. No, coughs isn't right. He hacks. I bend down close to him. Blood runs from his mouth, down his chin and neck. One of his eyes has been stabbed through with shrapnel, reddish-white pus pooling in his socket. His cheeks are burned. He's missing teeth. Stomach, he moans. One charred hand pats at his middle. There is a squelching sound that follows. My stomach. I don't want to look down at his injury, but I do. His belly has been torn open. Shiny gray tubes dripping with blood have fallen out of the wide gash. His guts. In a way, this is more damning than a zombie bite. An injury like this is impossible to come back from, barring a medical miracle, and since we're seemingly in the middle of nowhere, far away from medicine and people qualified to perform such a surgery, Nacho, I know, is out of luck. Oh, Nacho, Roland says from over my shoulder. I didn't hear him come up behind me with the flames roaring. Oh, Nacho, man. The others come too. Lily's limping, one arm around Abby's shoulders. It hurts, Nacho says. Real bad. I know, I say. I know.
But I don't know. There's no way I could ever know pain such as this. He closes his eyes tightly, wrinkles Crease's brow. What do we do? Lily says. Abby and I exchange a look. We both know what we have to do. We both know it's the humane thing. No, Roland says. He must have caught mine and Abby's glance. No, you can't. In a low voice, Abby says, What? Do we just let him suffer while he bleeds out? His insides are on the outside, man. No, he'll get better. He'll heal up. Just give him... Roland stutters. But I'm up now, and I have my hand on his shoulder. Shaking my head, I say, Abby's right. It's what needs to be done. Nacho opens his one eye. The other is just a mutilated mess. Slowly, he nods his head. Do it. Are you sure, Nacho? It doesn't have to be the end for you, Roland says, leaning closer to the dying man. Pain, Nacho replies. Too much. He closes his one eye again, and I think he's going to die right here. I almost hope that he does so we don't have to do what needs to be done, but Nacho's chest rises and falls raggedly. He's still alive. How? I don't know. Roland turns away from him. I can't imagine how hard it is for the guy. They'd known each other for a long time, judging by their relationship at least. The specifics are beyond me, but I know it's hard for me to see Nacho like this. Mandy, too. So it must be damn near brain-splitting for Roland. I can't do it, Roland says. I put my arm on his shoulder, look him directly in the eyes. You don't have to, man. I'll do it. This wouldn't be the first time I put someone out of their misery. But, believe it or not, there was once a time when I couldn't do such a thing. We had met that man on our way out of Woodhaven all those years ago. Darlene, Abby, Norm, and I. This was before we found Herb. The man warned us that Eden, our destination at the time, was nothing but death, and we didn't heed his warning. I wish we would have. This man had been robbed and beaten nearly to death. He was dying, in pain. Norm told me to do it, but I just couldn't. He was the one who ended up pulling the trigger. How long ago that all seems now. Jack, Abby says. I can do it if you want. I shake my head. Not necessary. I pull out the handgun from the helicopter, then snap the cylinder open. 5 rounds fill the chambers. Roland gives me one last terrible look, and it breaks my heart to see the old skinny guy like that. He's about as hard-looking as any Harley-riding, leather-jacket-wearing biker I've ever seen, but right now, he seems more like a scared kid. I can't blame him for that. All these years in the wasteland, and I'm still scared too. Goodbye, Nacho, Roland mumbles. I doubt the little Mexican man hears him, and even if he could, who knows if his mind can comprehend the words. He is gone. I can tell that much as I stand over him now. Looking down, his one open eye is glazed over. For half a heartbeat, I think he might have passed on, and what a mercy that would be. But then he takes another ragged breath, and I see he hasn't. I'm sorry, Nacho, I say. He doesn't respond, but he manages a smile. His teeth bloody, some of them missing, knocked loose from the concussive blast. Why? I'm thinking to myself as I pull the hammer of the handgun back. Why do the good ones always die and the bad ones keep living? It was supposed to be me who walked into that explosion, who tripped the wire of whatever trap wound up ending Mandy's and Nacho's lives. I should have gone. It should have been... I pull the trigger, looking away. The round goes directly into Nacho's forehead.
The crack of the gunshot rolls far in the distance, toward the skyscrapers in the heart of downtown. I smell the familiar smell of gun smoke even over the burned bodies and the gasoline. We'll have to bury them, I say. Find a nice place. Roland, I think you should pick it out, since you knew them so well. Roland, his eyes damp, nods solemnly. But then Lily raises a shaking arm and points off in the distance, in the direction we had come from. I don't think we'll get to, she says. Before I even follow the direction of her finger, I know exactly what she is talking about. The one constant in this fucked-up world. The dead. The zombies. The walking abominations. A group of 100, maybe more, ambles their way down the cracked road, no doubt drawn by the blast of the explosion and the thunder of the gunshot. Fuck them, I say to myself, but it comes out louder than I intended. Yeah, fuck them, Abby echoes. We better get a move on, Lily says. Jack, unless you can carry 2 bodies. I can't. It's as simple as that. Mandy was a large woman, the kind who could have easily played professional basketball in a different world, and Nacho, though he was short, was solid, and must weigh close to 200 pounds. I shake my head. I can try, Roland says in a small voice. God damn it, I can try. These are the times when I hate that I've been elected leader. The zombies, spurred on by the possibility of a meal, probably smelling the scent of charred meat, have sped up. The downward slope of the road helps them, too. We don't have time. We can't be slowed down. Not now. We have to leave them, Roland, or we'll die. But they're my friends. I know. They're mine, too. But they'd understand, I reply, hoping if there is an afterlife and they're looking down on us, that they do understand. It's true they were my friends. Without them, I would be dead beneath the city. Nacho flew us out, and Mandy helped us discover the place where the district kept their bombs. They're dead. But like Norm, they won't be forgotten. Abby, her arm around Lily's waist, starts moving away from the zombies at our backs. Roland continues standing near the burning pumps, looking on at his dead friends. Just leave me here with them, he says. I'll protect them. My grip on his shoulder tightens. No, you're coming with us. You're not dying here. Just leave me. As Roland lowers his head, a tear drips from the bridge of his nose and onto the gas-stained ground. The zombies are so close I can smell them. That ancient scent of long decomposed bodies. I can hear them, too, their death rattles. In the lead is a walking pile of dust, each step jerky and painful. The zombie's legs are too slow for the pace at which the rest of its body wants to go, and gravity wins out, pulling him down the hill. There's no scream of shock and surprise. It just continues rattling and reaching out in our direction with arms as thin as reeds. Lying in the middle of the street, perhaps 20 yards from where Roland and I stand, the others catch up and trample this fallen zombie to powder and dust. Jack! Abby yells, looking over her shoulder. Come on! I hesitate for a moment, the debate in my mind as clear as day, but only for a moment. There's no leaving Roland behind, not even if he was on his knees and begging me. We have already lost Mandy and Nacho, and I blame myself for that. Not to mention your brother Jack, who you stabbed to death. Now Roland actually does drop to his knees, sobbing. My voice turns stern. Roland, you have 3 seconds. He doesn't reply. He doesn't even look up at me. In my head, I count. 1, 2, 3. And then I punch him as hard as I can in the back of the head. I hate myself for it, but it's either do this and knock him out or let him stay here with Mandy and Nacho so he can die with them. Roland falls like a sack of bricks. Sorry, man, I say, but he's not hearing me. He's out. One of the zombies strays from the pack, its hanging jaw and stringy hair waving with each movement it makes. Then it takes a swipe at me, and I barely dodge it. A gun goes off, drowning out the moans of the dead and the roar of the flames. The zombie's head explodes, its body driven back about 5 feet, where it lays motionless.
"Jesus, Jack, come on,"
Abby says. I look at her. She's holding a smoking pistol in her hand. Lily has kept going, trying for a head start. I bend down and pick Roland up, throw his limp body over my shoulders. Luckily for me, he's light, though I'm no longer young or as strong as I once was. With him draped over my shoulder, I turn away from the dead and their stink, and run toward Abby and Lily. 5. Running from zombies is not hard. I've been doing it for almost 20 years. What's hard, what can prove fatal, is when they corner you when there's so many of them that you don't have a chance in hell to get out alive or unharmed. I've been in that situation many times before. I've come out hurt, not fatally, but damn near close enough. Luckily for us, we aren't cornered. Not yet, at least. I'm sure the time will come. It always does. Maybe I'll get out of the situation alive, or maybe I won't this time. My days are numbered. All of ours are. Really, with where we're at now, surviving this long after the world has ended, we are playing with house money. Every extra second on this earth is a bonus. Abby and I catch up to Lily, and Abby puts her arm under Lily's to help speed her up. I don't look back. Norm taught me never to look back. Not metaphorically, but literally. Especially if you're getting chased by zombies. So yeah, I don't look back, but I know they're far behind us now. One thing they have going in their favor is that they never give up. They keep coming and coming because they feel no pain. They need no sleep or rest. They have no obligations. All it is with them is eat, eat, eat. "Right here," Lily says. She's pointing to a bookstore. My heart breaks at the sight of it. It's been ransacked and burned and destroyed by Father Time and the Apocalypse. I wonder if any of my books are inside. Does Johnny Deadslayer live on? But I doubt it. There aren't many books inside that haven't been destroyed. I stepped through the threshold and put Roland down on a chair in the cafe area. He's out, man. I must have hit him harder than I thought. "Sorry, dude," I say. But of course he doesn't hear me. We manage to barricade the door with an empty bookshelf that's not totally burned to a crisp. It does a good enough job blocking the opening from prying dead eyes. Then we wait. For a long, long moment, we wait in silence. Abby sits on the floor and Lily takes a seat next to Roland. I don't sit at all. I remain standing by the barricade, listening. I hear nothing but the heavy silence of the forgotten world. Until I don't. Until the zombies make their way past us. Peeking through a crack in the blockade, I see them trail down the road. There are legions of them, shambling dead, going against every law of nature. Their eyes are like those of spooked horses, rolling around in their sockets, searching for a piece of meat, an arm, a toe, anything. I honestly almost feel bad for them. Almost. When the last zombie walks by, I turn to Abby and Lily. They both looked wiped out, totally exhausted. I feel for them. Just carrying Roland that short distance has my back and arms screaming. Then again, it could be worse. I could be like Mandy and Nacho, gone, dead. The nauseous feeling in the pit of my stomach after seeing them hasn't subsided. I don't know if it ever will.
"Now what?"
Abby asks. I look around the bookstore. It's not much, but it's a shelter. We spend the night here, I say. Rest up, then we hit the road hard tomorrow at first light.
"Good idea,"
Lily says.
"Judging by how hard you punched Roland, I think he's going to be out until then,"
Abby says. It wasn't that hard, I say. And it was either that or let him die. And we don't need any more deaths on this journey.
"You always say that."
Abby stands up and bends backward, her spine popping satisfyingly.
"I'm good to go once he gets up. We probably shouldn't waste too much time."
"But the night," Lily says. She looks scared, more scared than I've seen her look since I met her.
I know. The zombies become bigger assholes when the sun goes down, but so do I. And I'm already sore, hungry, and pissed off. The advantage is definitely in my favor, Abby says. Abby, I say, just rest. She eyes me warily and wearily, but after a moment, she lies down. Before I know it, she's snoring as loud as a tornado. Lily, too. I don't sleep. Sleep doesn't come as easily as it once did all those years ago. Plus, it's my job to keep watch. I mean, someone has to do it, right? The day stretches on. I am alone with my thoughts and the snores of the others. Near what I would guess as 5 a.m, Roland sits up, groaning. He rubs the back of his head, bending forward. I see there's a lump poking through his hair. Ouch, he says. What happened? I could lie. Abby and Lily are asleep, though they'd probably go with the lie anyway. But I'm not a liar. I clocked you on the back of the head because you wouldn't move. The zombies were coming. Oh, right, Roland says. Thanks, Jack. I'm sorry about that. Don't be sorry, I say. It's okay. So, Nacho and Mandy, I didn't dream it? Slowly, I shake my head. It happened. How? The explosion, I mean. How did that happen? I shrug. It beats me, honestly. But if I had to guess, I'd say it was an old booby trap. Someone rigged the station to explode, tripwire, or pressure points. A zombie deterrent, I guess. And a people deterrent, too. Yeah, I say. Also gives a fair warning to whoever rigged it. I'm sure that explosion was heard all over the county. Where are we? Roland asks. He sits up straighter and looks around with wide, tired eyes. A bookstore on the outskirts of the city. I still don't know what city. Doesn't really matter, though, does it? I answer. Roland shakes his head. You should get some sleep, I tell him. I hit you pretty hard. It won't hurt if you're asleep. I'm sorry again. I've slept enough. You, man, are the one who needs sleep. Look at you. You look almost as bad as the zombies out there. I used to fight sleep, mainly because of the terrible dreams I would have of Darlene Jr. and the one-eyed man. But lately those dreams are fewer and fewer. Still, nothing is more terrible than the real world. I'm not going to fight sleep anymore. I stand up and stretch. A yawn takes hold of me. Through our barricade and the small storefront windows, the night approaches. Sounds like a good idea, I say. Wake me in a couple hours. I don't need 8. Yeah, you do, Roland says. Sleep well, Jack. I find a spot on the back. Instead of the floor, I sleep on a pile of boxes. Before I lie down, I look inside of them. They're filled with hardbacks, the near 2 decades old, newest James Patterson thriller. I don't pick one up to read because I know once I start I won't stop, and sleep seems all too good now. I close the box and lower myself atop the stack. I use a roll of paper towels as a pillow. It's not ideal, but it works just fine. My body is racked with pain. All the recent stresses have hit me hard. For a while, I don't think I'll be able to fall asleep at all, that I'll just lie there thinking of Norm and Darlene and Junior and revenge. But soon, the stress and pain begin to slough off, and sleep starts to hit me. It's amazing. 6. When I wake up, it's full dark outside. I feel better, well, as good as I can considering the circumstances. My mouth is beyond dry, and my stomach grumbles with hunger. I get up and sit on the boxes for a moment, trying to get my head right. That's not an easy task whatsoever, but it's worth a shot. Outside in the front room, amidst the scattered books and trash and broken and splintered tables and chairs, Lily is up, sitting in the spot Roland had sat before I went to sleep. Roland is on the floor, just below Lily's feet, snoring away.
He must have needed it. We all do. Lily has a book in her hand. That newest James Patterson novel, co-written by someone else, their name much smaller beneath Patterson's. You all right? I ask her. She looks up from the book. She still has scorch marks on her face from the explosion, and I think maybe a few strands of hair had been singed away by the blast. Her forearm is dirty and bruised. She looks the furthest thing from okay. Not really. You? She asks. I rub at my back. It's sore. I have certainly seen better days, that's for sure. You and me both. Has Abby been up? Lily shakes her head. Good, I say. She needs the rest. Lily then closes the book and sets it on the arm of the chair. She looks intensely into my eyes, so intensely that I almost want to look away. I've only known her a little while, but she has never seemed so serious. Her lips move, and she asks a question I'm not prepared to answer. Is this the end, Jack? She says. Do we go on after this? I hesitate. How can I answer that question? Honestly, a voice says in the back of my mind, a voice that undoubtedly belongs to Darlene. That voice is right. Lily is with me on her own free will. She deserves the truth. I don't know, I say. I can't tell you that because it's a mystery to me. You know, she says accusingly, your right eyebrow does this squiggly thing when you're lying, Jack. Darlene used to say the same thing, though I did my best to never tell a lie. I know it's the end, for me, I say. But for you, I'm not sure. If I'm being totally honest with you and with myself, I don't think any of us will be getting out of this alive. We already lost Nacho and Mandy. They would have come in handy, Lily says. More than that, they were friends. Without them, I'd probably be dead. Me too. Lily runs a hand through her short hair. And Mandy was going to tell you what that thing is. She points to the bulge in my jacket pocket. I pull it out. It's the cell phone-shaped electronic that Norm gave me. He said it would help. How so, I have not the slightest idea. When Mandy saw it, she told me it was the key to the kingdom. Electronics and technology was her specialty. It has never been mine. Back when I was typing thousands of words on a laptop for a living, I would have gladly exchanged my MacBook for a good old-fashioned typewriter. This thing in my hands now, this little PDA thing, looks both retro and futuristic. Did she tell you? Lily asks. I shake my head. Never got the chance. It wasn't exactly at the top of my list of priorities. Norm was. But if it can help, that's a bonus. If not, I shrug. It doesn't matter. I'm going into the Overlord's kingdom one way or the other, and my only purpose is to kill everyone who gets in my way. Maybe Abby knows, Lily says. She was pretty hands-on in the district. Yeah, maybe. The conversation drifts into silence and hangs around the air like bad weather. I lean my head back against the front cashier stand and flip through a magazine. It's a Time, dated before the fall of civilization. There's a striking black-and-white photograph of a burning mosque in some Middle Eastern country. In the background, just barely, you can make out the crooked shadow shapes of the reanimated. This was before the term zombie had really caught on. Of course, zombie was in the general population's lexicon, but no one truly believed such a thing could happen. Seeing the image makes me sick to my stomach. I put the magazine down. I need something with less pictures. There's not much left in the store, and what is left is destroyed. Pages ripped, covers sodden. I get up in search of something I may like to read, something that'll get my mind off of the road ahead for the time being. But as I stand, my back creaking, my knees and joints stiff and cold, I hear the rumbling of an engine. 7. Lily drops her book, not bothering to mark the page where she left off. Abby sits up fast, her eyes wide open. She looks like she's been awake for hours instead of sleeping at all. Roland remains snoring, and in his dreams he mumbles words I wish I could make out. He says, "Nacho," and "Mandy," and "No, please." "District?" Lily asks. It seems neither she or Abby have noticed Roland's unconscious cries for his lost friends, or if they have, they don't say anything about it. "Could be," I say. Abby shakes her head. "Doubt it." "Whoever it is," I say, stepping toward the barricade. "They heard that explosion, and they're curious." "Took them long enough," Lily says. "Maybe they were waiting until the sun went down," I say. "Creatures of the night, you know. I used to be like that. Zombies are bad, but running into a group of hungry, apocalypse-crazed people is way worse." Abby nods. "He's got a point there. For once." She crosses the bookstore toward the barricade. I nudge her with her elbow when she's close enough. "Old age is treating you well, Jupiter," Abby says, "but you're still weak." "Stronger than you." "Can you dummies be quiet a minute?" Lily seethes. Abby makes a zipper motion across her lips. The rumbling of the engine comes closer now. It sounds like a larger vehicle, maybe a military truck of some kind. A gas guzzler. I peer through the crack and see yellow headlights sweeping down the road. They are high up. I think I'm right in assuming it's a military truck. It trundles past the bookstore, knocking a few books from the few remaining shelves and rattling the window panes. It seems to slow as it rolls by, but then again the streets are riddled with debris and trash, and I may just be imagining it. It doesn't stop, and I suppose that's a good thing. If it stopped, we'd be completely outmatched and outgunned here. Then at the intersection it turns left toward the gas station. I can't see the station from here, but the black smoke still funnels into the sky, inky and oily. The rumbling grows distant. "Well, now we know we're not alone," Lily says. "Never are," Abby says. After a moment, when the engine is no longer within hearing distance, an intermittent burst of popping sounds fills the air. Gunshots. "Seems our friends have found the last undead stragglers," I say. "Wonder where they came from," Abby says. "Me too," Lily echoes. I smile, a plan forming in my head. "What do you say we find out?" "I'd say you're crazier than you look, Jack," Lily replies. "Thanks." "The plan?" Abby asks. "Not a whole plan," I say, "just a semblance of one. Come on, Ab, you know me." She nods and then shakes her head in disapproval. "Don't worry." I head to the back, where those boxes of old New Patterson books are stacked. They follow me. It's not as crazy as you might think. I'm just going to get a higher vantage point and see where they go back to. "Sounds easy enough," Lily says. "Knowing Jack, he'll fuck it up." Abby laughs. I glare at her. "I'm only joking, only joking," she reassures me. You're probably right," I say. Then I'm walking around the back room, searching for a door that leads out. Covered by a few more stacked boxes is an emergency exit. As I look at the setup of the boxes, I think they were probably deliberate, that someone may have had their last stand here while the zombies rampaged the streets outside. I picture a small, bookish man, his glasses barely hanging on the crook of his nose, sweating in the corner as gunshots ripple and cars crash and people scream. There's no smell of decay here, no bones. If a survivor was ever barricaded inside, they are no longer. Which begs the question, the one always on my mind when I think of the world and how it used to be, what happened to them? Maybe they escaped, got out, got someplace safe. At least I hope. I have my handgun with only a few rounds left, so for good measure I grab an orange-handled box cutter sitting atop a stack of broken-down cardboard in the corner. The blade is sharp, though spotted with rust on its broadside. "Be careful," Lily says. "Don't jinx him," Abby replies, slapping her on the shoulder, which makes Lily moan. "Oops, sorry. Forgot you were injured in the explosion." Lily frowns and rolls her eyes, much like Abby. I go outside. The door opens onto a little alleyway. Another brown brick building stands opposite of the bookshop. It is dark, but my eyes have adjusted already. Unfortunately, as I stalk down the alley, I find no ladders running up the sides of any buildings. Probably for the best. I've had too many close calls when it comes to heights and ladders, especially back in Woodhaven. Near the other end of the alley is a dumpster. It comes up to my chest. I climb on top of it and then scurry up the opposite wall. It's not an easy task, and I almost slip and break my neck more than once, but I make it. The parapet isn't much cover, especially if for some reason someone shines a light up here, but it'll do for now. When I stand, the first thing I do is check every nook and cranny for a zombie. I've learned the hard way about that. Again, back in Woodhaven with Freddy, my old high school bully. He was atop the pharmacy, devouring his date the night of the 4th of July parade. There are no zombies up here. Not much of anything. Now I wait. In the distance, I hear more popping gunshots. Voices, too. It's funny how far words carry in a silent world. Of course, I can't see anything. The buildings across the street obscure my view. What would I see anyway? Nothing I would want to see, nothing I haven't seen before. Mutilated creatures that were once humans being killed by mangy humans with guns who were once normal. A chill wind blows my too long hair from my brow. It's only now I realize I'm sweating, losing more moisture I so desperately need. I arm the sweat away and smack my dry lips. A minute passes. 2. 3. And then about 5 more until I hear the rumbling engine start up again. Soon the truck rides the main drag of road, going about 20 miles per hour, taking its time and burning sweet fossil fuels. It turns down the street the bookstore's on, and barrels past. I keep my head barely visible over the low wall, peering out. At the end of the street, the vehicle keeps going. I watch as long as I can, before its red taillights are swallowed up by the darkness. In the silence, I wonder what needs to be done. And I'm not exactly sure. 8. I'm greeted by a steady stream of splashing when I climb back down onto the dumpster. Ah, shit! Roland yelps, turning away. The splashing stops for the moment. Sorry, I say, and head back inside the bookstore, but not before I hear Roland's voice drifting toward me. Hits me in the head, then can't let me piss in peace. When I enter the store, Abby and Lily sit up, their eyes wide, waiting for the plan. Before I give it to them, I say, You know, I think I might have just seen Roland's penis. Ah, yeah, Abby says, furrowing her brow. He wanted to pee inside, but I wouldn't let him. Lily's disgusted, but she shakes her head and asks, So? Truck went south of here down the road. Straight shot, I think. I watched it for a long time before I couldn't see it anymore, I say. We know the general direction, but we don't know the place, Lily says. That sucks. Shouldn't be hard to find. I doubt there's many people hanging around this ghost town, Abby says. But the few that are here are going to defend it like starving dogs over a T-bone, I say. Roland comes in. He's limping slightly, and the knot on his head has somehow grown another few centimeters since I saw him out in the alley. I think it's only fair, Jack, that you show him yours, Abby says, snickering. Show me what? Roland asks. Never mind her, I say. She's being immature. Back to the plan. What's your play? Lily asks. Aw, man, we gotta keep moving, huh? Roland slouches as he walks to the cashier's counter. He climbs up and sits on top, his lanky legs dangling. I nod. That's okay. Guess it makes sense, Roland says. Honestly, I'm just glad to be out of that hellhole of a prison. I wish Nacho and Mandy was with us, but I'm still here, and that ain't too bad, I guess. I flash him a somber smile, wishing the same for more than just Mandy and Nacho. The list of those I wish were still here with us would stretch all the way to fucking Woodhaven. But lingering won't do me any good. It won't do Roland any good either. I go back to Lily's initial question. Well, we need a car. We could walk to Ohio, but we'll be 20 years older by then. Right now, our options are slim. Those people have a working vehicle, which makes it safe to assume they have more than one. If not, they'll fight for the truck. Fight to the death, perhaps. A car in the world now is a hot commodity. It's almost magic to some of the younger people who don't remember when America was once choked with traffic every day, when the exhaust fumes were a threat to the environment. I'd been to settlements full of kids born after the end, and they had never seen a working car, only the rusted husks of old Fords, Hondas, and Buicks. Some of them didn't believe that those relics had ever worked at all, and I can't say I blame them. Are you prepared to fight to the death? I asked the other three, already knowing the answer. Do you even have to ask? Abby says. Yeah, Jack, we're in too deep now. Roland agrees. What about, just asking them for a ride? Lily suggests. Ask to borrow the car. Roland chuckles, but it's an eerie sound, without humor. What? Lily probes. We're talking about the people who booby-trapped a damn speedway with explosives, Roland exclaims. His face droops to the sadness for his lost comrades. For the zombies, Lily replies. Roland shakes his head. They damn well knew any survivors that came through their little neck of the woods would hit that place as soon as they saw it. That was a conscious decision there, Lily. He's right, I say. Which is why we need to tread lightly around here. Any place they think would be of interest to anyone not them is probably rigged with explosives. A major bummer. My mouth's so dry I feel like I could strike a match in my tongue. We need food and water, not to mention guns. Mandy's and Nacho's were blown to hell, and our other rifles were dry when we fled the radioactive city. But first, sustenance. My head is feeling light. A migraine might even be brewing somewhere in the back. Not exactly ideal conditions, but I've been here before. I've been here all too many times. When I was wandering the west after the Overlord burned Haven to the ground, I couldn't find drinkable water for days. Dehydration was beating me, and soon I knew I'd drop to my knees and not get back up. Either I'd die, or some lucky zombie would find a warm meal on the highway just waiting for them. But I hadn't completely lost hope. Discarded in the median was an old, wilting Dasani water bottle. Of course it was empty. God, if there is one, has never been kind to me. In fact, I pictured a muscular, bearded man in white looking down on me from clouds and laughing his ass off as I did what I had to do next. I pissed in that water bottle and then drank it. It was disgusting, warm, bitter, all the adjectives one might imagine. But it kept me going, and wetted my cracked lips and dry throat. Maybe 6 hours of slow walking later I came upon a roadside diner, abandoned, but with a stack of bottled water in their storeroom. I downed 2 bottles as quickly as I could, threw up, and then downed another. Anything to get the nauseating taste of my own urine out of my mouth. We are not that bad off now. Not yet. I really, really don't want to do that again unless I absolutely have to. I'm sure I'm speaking for all of us here. At least we don't have zombies to worry about, Lily says. They popped them all and then went back in for the night. Abby steps forward, shaking her head. We always have zombies to worry about. Jesus, how did you survive this long? Shrugging, Lily says. Luck, I guess. You know how to pick 'em, Abby whispers to me as she walks back to one of the plush reading chairs. I don't reply. I've heard it from her before, and I'm sure I'll hear it again. So, when do we go? Roland asks. Maybe we wait until the morning. Seems like we're dealing with a bunch of vampires here. Nocturnals. Nope, I say, making my way for the door. Oh, don't say it, Abby pleads from the other side of the room. Don't do it, Jack. I smile at her. We go now. Damn it, Abby says, but she doesn't look the least bit frightened. I can't say the same for Roland and Lily. I move the barricade and ease the door open. Let's do it. 9. Between the four of us, we have 3 sidearms and about 20 rounds. That's not much, but then again, I've accomplished much more with less. Be on the lookout for tripwires, claymores, mines, that kind of stuff, I tell them. I take it upon myself to lead the way and tell the other 3 to hang back about 10 paces. If I fuck up and miss a trap, they'll at least have a better chance of coming out relatively unscathed. We don't need another Mandy and Nacho incident, not again, and hopefully not ever. 6 people wasn't much, but it was better than 4. Down the dark road I go, very slowly. We pass an array of broken-down shops and businesses, places I think were already hurting before the end of the world. The economy at the time of our collapse was proving nearly just as bad as an epidemic. That might be hyperbole. Still, places around towns like these don't thrive. Not much to do in the middle of the sticks, and as far as I'm concerned, having driven through Indiana quite a few times, most of the state really is just farms and fields and woods. Beautiful sometimes, true, but not the bustling metropolis that Chicago, my previous home, once was. A store on my right is shuttered closed. The doors are still intact. It looks like a laundromat, really one of the last places that would be looted in the event of a crisis, if at all. My steps toward it are short and choppy, each one measured, each one full of fear and the anticipation of death. One misstep and I'm dead, or, worse, I lose a leg or an arm but I'm still alive. Then the guys in that truck are notified and I'm helpless. I approach the sidewalk, however, without a problem. No explosives, no traps. I peer into the front doors, cupping my hands against the cold glass. As a kid, I spent a fair amount of time at the Woodhaven laundromat. When I used to ride my bike from our house to the park, the laundromat was on the way, and it was the only place in town that sold Mellow Yellow. I used to love this stuff when I was younger, but as I grew older, I couldn't stand it. Funny. I'd kill for one now, though, even one that was over 15 years expired.
"Jack,"
Abby hisses.
"what the hell are you doing?"
Then I see it. What I knew would be in there. It's a Coca-Cola vending machine, no longer lit up, but standing ominously to the left of the entrance. "Drinks," I say.
"What?"
I mime taking a gulp. They're still about 8 steps behind me. "Come up here. I'll need your help. Come straight toward me. I think it's safe," I say.
"Think?"
Lily repeats. I shrug at her. Best I can do. Slowly, surely, they come. Door shuttered and locked, I say, giving the handle a pull. Short of wasting more ammo and blowing it down, I figured you 3 could find a different way to get it open. Abby raises her eyebrows.
"Jack, you thought right."
She shoves the point of her hook into the lock. It makes a terrible screeching noise that has me and the others clutching the sides of our heads, but at a distance I figure it probably only sounds like a bat. No worries, hopefully. Surprisingly, the lock pops out of the handle and the door swings open on rusty hinges. A well-timed gust of wind masks the terrible sound. Abby bends down and begins working on the shutters. They're padlocked to a bolted loop in the ground. This takes a little longer, and the noise is excruciating, keeping us all on edge and looking over our shoulders for those asshole zombies or asshole dudes in the truck, waiting for the ground to start vibrating with the rumble of its engine. None of that happens. No one comes, not even the ever-present dead who stalk the night in search of warm flesh. Abby lifts the gate up wide enough for her to fit under.
"Wait here," she says. "I reckon I'll have to bust open the vending machine, too."
She looks at her hook and smiles. Man, she's really adapted. Abby Cage is as strong as anyone I've ever met, perhaps the strongest person I've ever met. I remember the day she lost her arm, the day Jacob lopped it off because she'd been bitten by a zombie on her way to Mother's Village, not too far from D.C. It's funny how the most tragic things stay with us for so long, how they implant themselves in our brains and come out at the most inappropriate times. Oh, how Abby screamed when Jacob hacked her hand off. How she bled. It was terrible, but she's still alive. Even now, after all these years, she's still alive. Abby rolls under the gate and disappears into the darkness. We are outside, pressed against the cold brick wall. hidden behind the pillars that support the awning hanging just over the sidewalk. Abby jiggles and rocks the vending machine. I look through the crack in the door, past the shutters again. She's working the hook into the side panel where you select your drink. She's jabbing it, stabbing it, making a shit ton of noise. Just as I open my mouth to tell her to try to be slightly quieter, she straight up stabs the front of the machine, raking through the plastic front. The sound is the equivalent of a buzzsaw, and on top of that, Abby is grunting like she's going for a new world record bench press. With the blade impaled in the vending machine's front, Abby plants her right foot on it and yanks, still grunting. "Abby," I whisper yell. "Hold on," she replies. "She's gonna get us killed," Lily says. "I've been saying that for years," I reply, looking at Lily, her face a pale oval in the darkness. She scowls, and then her face changes as my eyes are on her. It changes into an expression of horror. Something lurches from out of the shadows inside. I spin around, already knowing what I'll see. 10. It's a zombie. It's not one that is overly decrepit either. It's one that seems like it turned only recently. It shuffles toward Abby. "Shit," Roland yells, but his voice is drifting away behind me. I've already rolled under the shutter and drawn my own blade. Abby's hook isn't coming out of the vending machine, and the zombie is about 5 steps away from taking a chunk out of her shoulder or neck. I come at it with my knife raised, my teeth gritted, my eyes narrowed. The adrenaline flooding my system is something I don't think I'll ever get used to. The zombie, however, has other plans. It raises its arms, blocking my blow and stumbling back. I fall forward, entangled with it. The stench of death pummels my nostrils, then the smell of dust and dirt as I fall to the ground, rolling around with the monster. Its jaws snap shut. Click, click, click. I throw an elbow that connects with the side of its face. The blow sends a jolt through my forearm. It's painful, but it frees me up enough to scoot backward. It's now I realize that my knife is nowhere to be found, knocked free when the two of us fell. Away from the zombie, I get a better look at it. It's undoubtedly a man, freshly turned, not yet fully decayed. He has no ears, just wrinkled holes where they once were. I wonder if someone bit them off, or if our friends down the road tortured him and cut them off themselves. He wears a dingy pair of chinos and a ripped t-shirt. On it is a word, perhaps Nike, but it's now too shredded to even make out one of the letters. My knife, I see, is by Abby's planted foot. She's still too invested in breaking free from the vending machine, so she isn't paying attention. "Abby, a little help," I say. "Just a minute." "I don't really think I have a minute." Roland and Lily come in, crawling under the shutters. To Abby, I say, "Just kick my knife over here." The zombie's yellow eyes, the color of sickness, size me up. "Geez, Jack, you're so needy," Abby says. I hold up a hand to Roland and Lily, telling them to stay back, that I've got this, and I do. "I've heard that one before," I say to Abby. "I bet you have." She looks at me over her shoulder and smirks. On her forehead, large droplets of sweat have formed and roll down to her temples and cheeks, then drip off, lost in the darkness. Finally, she kicks my knife over. The sudden movement causes the zombie to grunt. It almost sounds like he's grunting in curiosity. Slowly, I bend at the knee, never taking my eyes off the monster. It follows my descent. I hesitate. The fresh ones, the recently turned, always seem to be a little more intelligent than the walking bags of dust that you usually see now. They're stronger, too, full of vigor, adjusting to the newfound strength that being a reanimated nightmare has to offer. "Like a Band-Aid," Abby says. "Just get it over with. He's certainly not going to play with his food." She's right. But I hate that she's right, so I say, "You know, you could just take off your hook, and you wouldn't be stuck." "Not the point. My hook is my hand. I've already had my hand off once. Don't want to do it again." "Weird logic," I tell her. Across the room, Lily rolls her eyes, the whites visible in the darkness. I bet she's thinking that we're ridiculous. And she's right. Even though it may only be one zombie, you don't survive this long by being cocky. Right now, I'd say we're both being a little cocky. With this realization firmly planted in my head, I decide it's probably best to just end this whole ordeal. I'm thirsty, I'm hungry, and I'm not really in the mood for a long fight with an undead corpse. The zombie cocks its shriveling head at me curiously. He looks like an inquisitive puppy watching his owner pour food in his bowl for the first time. Except for the not being cute part. This thing is ugly as all hell. With speed and grace, I stop hesitating and snap the knife up. The zombie, too, moves with speed, not so much grace, and it rushes me. One shoe squeaking against the tile floor, the other foot barely getting traction. Like a ballerina, I pirouette and catch the zombie's back with an open palm. The flesh beneath his torn shirt squelches like wet mud. I ignore this to the best of my ability, which isn't very good, and push the zombie against the wall. His head makes a hollow thunk when it comes into contact with the brick, and he moans and rattles in a semblance of pain. The noise is cut off completely as I jam the blade into the back of the zombie's softening head. Instantly, the fight left in his muscles, the reanimated vigor, evaporates, reduces to nothing. With an involuntary spasm, his second life going out, the zombie's arms stick out in a T-pose and then drop to his sides with a slap. He falls, his weight and the sharpness of my blade too much. I carve a vertical line through his head. He's piled on the floor like a wrinkled heap of dirty, forgotten clothes. He lies there for a moment, all of us watching and holding our breath. I give him a nudge with the toe of my boot. You can never be too careful. The body rolls slightly beneath the pressure, but the zombie doesn't get up again, doesn't make a noise. It never will. It's gone for good. I never feel bad about that. In fact, I feel pretty good. A little pissed Abby wouldn't just remove her hook and help me, but it's fine. I feel good because I gave this monster freedom. There's no second reanimation, as far as I know, so maybe now the zombie will find peace. I guess that's old age talking. Well, not old age in the sense I've always known, but old age in the apocalypse. Most people don't live as long as I do, and maybe that's a godsend. Still, I find that I'm becoming more sympathetic, to an extent, as the years go on. Hell, I'm more sympathetic since I found Lily and Abby, since I've gained traveling companions. Darlene would be proud. With a screech, Abby falls backward and takes a seat on the floor, not far from the growing pool of cold blood leaking from the cut-up zombie. "Got it," she says. I walk over to her and help her up. She smiles at me. "You know how to handle yourself." "I guess." Roland and Lily come over. Roland pats my shoulder. "You okay, Jack?" I'm good. It was just one zombie. Stronger than the ones I've recently put down, but still just one. "We would have helped," Lily says. "Quit being so proud." I put up my hands, that "I'm innocent" gesture. She's right, though. I could have used help. I'll never admit it, but she's right. I walk over to the vending machine. The damage Abby has done to it is almost as bad as what I did to the zombie. I lean forward and peer into the gash her hook left in the front. I see stacked cans of soda, Coca-Cola, Diet, Minute Maid lemonade. My fingers reach inside until I find the release latch. With a swipe, the front of the vending machine swings open. I swear the darkness hanging around the laundromat slightly disappears, like each can of expired sugary sweetness possesses its own form of radiance. Reaching in, I take out a can of Coke and toss it to Roland. He catches it. "It's not Christmas," I say, "but it's pretty damn close." For a while, as we down can after can of flat soda, Abby, Roland, Lily, and myself are all smiling. 11. The base is 2 warehouses, one right across from the other. A traffic light stands nearby with dead bulbs that once flashed yellow, or maybe even red, to warn oncoming traffic about employees crossing. A rusty sign on the pole the light is connected to shows a shadow man in a hard hat. The sign reads, "Men at Work," and "Slow" right under it. Only one of the warehouses has a light on. It's dim because the windows are painted black, barely shining through. We made it here without incident. It took longer than I would have hoped, but we're here, in one piece, and that's the most I could ask for. The entire slow walk, my stomach sloshed with flat soda pop. I drank 3 Cokes and a lemonade. Abby mixed her Coke with the lemonade like an insane person, and Lily drank Diet. She said the Diet tasted like straight poison, but she drank it regardless. Roland sipped at a Coke and is still sipping on it now. The dude must be a camel or something. We are perched behind a semi-truck's trailer. The truck part is nowhere to be found. We watch the warehouse, trying to understand patterns, comings and goings, guard watches. It's been nearly half an hour. The sky above is the color of death. "Plan?" I ask Abby.
"Forming one," she says. "We need to get closer."
But we are already pretty close. Any closer, and I think we risk setting off alarms. That would be bad. My goal is to find a working vehicle and steal it. Get in and get out. No bloodshed, no violence, no noise. Easy peasy. The problem is that is rarely how it goes. Last time we had a covert mission, we wound up blowing one of the Overlord's gas operations sky high. Sure, we got out of it relatively unscathed, but it would have been better to sneak in and steal more than one drum of fuel rather than blow all of it to hell. We don't know how many men and women are cooped up inside this place. We don't know what kind of weapons they're packing, though I'd guess pretty good ones, judging by the zombie cleanup they did by the speedway on the outskirts of the city. Worst of all, there's only 4 of us and 3 guns with limited ammunition. As I watch the warehouse, Norm's voice pops into my head. "What the hell are you doing, little bro?" he asks. "You're Jack fucking Jupiter. You're a badass, and you got a mission to complete here. All that stands between you getting to Woodhaven and busting that one-eyed fuck's face in as a working vehicle. So go in there guns a-blazing and get your vehicle. These people are not your friends. They killed 2 of your own. You think they'd apologize to you for that shit? Hell no. They knew what they were doing when they laid the traps. Zombies, humans, fucking raccoons. Whatever came through that place would trip the wire and get blown to smithereens. So fuck these guys." That voice is mostly right. I have a mission. I have a goal. I don't care about the people inside any more than I care about the zombie I killed back in the laundromat. I stand up from my crouch and pull the handgun from my waistband. I flip open the cylinder and check how many rounds I have. Not many, which I already knew, but find myself hoping for more to have magically appeared. Can't waste them, I tell myself. "What?" Abby whispers. "New plan, huh?" Lily says. I can tell by his face. "Jack, are you hearing voices again?" I don't answer her. Instead, I relay my plan. "Roland and Abby, you 2 go to the door there. Lily and me are going to the opposite side. There's a parking lot over there, so there must be an entrance. Main entrance, probably." "Only 3 guns," Abby reminds us. 4 of us." "1 for each pair. Whoever's not holding better have their blade ready," I say. Roland pulls his free. "Way ahead of you." "Actually, you weren't," Abby begins, brandishing her hook, and I wave her snark away. "Deal," Lily says. "In and out," I say. "Less bloodshed, the better." "Jack," Abby says, shaking her head and looking at me sympathetically, like I'm an adult who still believes in Santa Claus. "There's always bloodshed. You know that as much as I do." I don't say anything, but of course, she's right. Bloodshed makes this world go round, and it follows me like my own shadow. Lily and I circle the parking lot, dodging between rusted relics of cars. SUVs and sedans on 4 flats, their windshields long since obscured by the dust of years. There's a door marked Employee Entrance at the end of the lot. The windows here are also painted black. The faint light still streams out. I point ahead, motioning Lily to follow me. Together, the 2 of us move silently across the cracked asphalt. Each of us posts up on either side of the door. I press my ear against the metal. It's cold, vibrating with the voices of men and women inside. The problem is that I can't see through the windows. I don't know where the inhabitants are at. Judging by the sounds of their voices, they might be far. Then again, it might just be the acoustics playing a trick on me. "Stumped?" Lily whispers. "Huh?" "You have this blank look on your face. Either you've had a brain aneurysm, or you don't know what our next move is." It's amazing how fast Lily's gotten to know me, to understand my tics and tells. I don't know if I like it either. Am I that readable? I nod at her. Unfortunately, she's right. Our next move is a mystery to me. My eyes scan the wall above us. The nearest blacked-out window is about 10 feet off the ground. No chance I'd ever make it jumping. Not when I was a younger man, and especially not now. I'd need a fucking trampoline to do that. Dragging something over to boost myself up on is out of the question, too. The nearest object sturdy enough to hold me is a large recycling dumpster, the metal a rusty green color. It looks like it weighs about 1,000 pounds, and it's about 20 feet away, near the edge of the parking lot. Even if I could drag it over here, it would make a hell of a lot of noise. Noise is exactly what we don't need. I try to imagine the people inside. Grizzled, rail-thin, dirty. They're probably sitting around, smoking and playing cards. Obvious night owls. A gun or two wouldn't be far off. As soon as they hear something, they'd come right out with said guns in hand. Do a sweep of the perimeter. Probably find us. Less noise, the better. Less violence, the better. Lily snaps her fingers at me. Did you have a stroke? No. Thinking. How about this? What? I ask. She thumbs the latch of the door handle. Almost instantly, I strike out and grab her wrist before she can open it. Looking abashed, she says, What? In a too loud voice. Are you insane? I say. No more insane than you. By the way, it's unlocked. Wait. It's unlocked? Lily nods. Amazing what a little less thinking will accomplish sometimes, isn't it? I stare at the door handle for a moment. Then I blink stupidly. I could push it open, just a crack, and get a better handle on who I'm dealing with, how many are sitting around, how many have guns. Maybe I could even slip in undetected and find a set of car keys hanging on the wall. I'll grab them, then get us the hell out of here. No, Jack, that's just wishful thinking. Be a realist here. My hand is not a realist, though, because it grips the handle and thumbs the latch again. With a soft snick and an even softer creak of the hinges, the door opens. As soon as the crack is wider than a few centimeters, an alarm blares like a million screeching bats out of hell. Shit, Lily says. Close it. But it's too late. The damage is done. I kick the door open all the way and draw my gun. What sits before us instantly makes me drop the weapon and say, Damn it. 12. The first thing I notice is an old-time radio, the kind with a square plastic window in the front. Tape rolls inside. Voices come from the speaker, voices I thought belonged to actual human beings. But there are no human beings here, only the voices, only the radio playing. It's a trap, Lily says. I give her a look that kind of says, no shit. Across the street, at the warehouse without lights on, I hear a garage door bang on its tracks. Surround them, a deep voice says. Don't let them. That's the extent of what I hear because I'm grabbing Lily by the arm and pulling her in over the threshold. Then I kick the door closed. She breaks free of my grip, grabs the closest chair, and wedges it under the handle. It won't hold them off for long, but it might hold them long enough for us to think of a defense. But what kind of a defense? Really gonna have to pull this one out of your ass, bro, Norm says in my head. I know, I reply. What? Lily asks. I shake my head. Nothing. Jesus Christ, I'm going insane. It's official. I'm now replying to the voices in my head, the voice of my dead brother, aloud. Throw a straitjacket on me and lock me in a padded cell. Sometimes I can be reckless, I know. I'm a man with nothing to lose. Well, I was a man with nothing to lose. On the road by myself for those years after Haven fell, I hoped for death, prayed for it. But now I've found purpose and family again, and I'm not sure I want to go. Not yet. Not, at the very least, until the one-eyed man suffers for what he did to Darlene and Junior, to my home. Was it reckless, sneaking up to this warehouse with the hopes of finding a vehicle? Maybe. What were my other options, though? I could have walked up the middle of the street and shouted for them to come meet me like some old movie gunslinger. I could have shot first and worried about the consequences later. But I didn't. Why didn't I just walk on with the others? Keep walking through the city until we found an abandoned settlement, a working car, or maybe a horse, hell, a few bikes? The answer is simple. The way the world works now, that would have never happened. Horses unattended for too long get eaten. Cars without upkeep are all dead, only rusted undercarriages and flat tires. Bikes are probably the same. Schwinn is no longer around. And walking? That's the least safe way to go about anything. With the zombies, the traps, the explosives, the terrible settlements still existing along forgotten stretches of highway, we'd be dead before we ever reached Woodhaven. That's the truth. Even when I try to be careful, when I try to play things by ear, when I try to crack open doors to get a better view of my enemies, things don't go my way. That's life, I suppose. A voice outside yells, "You're trapped. There's nowhere to go. Throw your weapons down and come out with your hands up." Lily looks at me and smirks. Over the wailing of the alarm, she says, "This guy can't really be serious. What does he think this is, a police standoff?" Right now, I see no other option. Hope fills me the way it used to. Visions dance around in my head of me walking out the same door I came in through, but with my hands up. I'll get on my knees like I'm being arrested. I'll show I'm no danger to these people. I'll tell them what my mission is, and they'll be people who hate the district and the Overlord, and they'll give me the keys to a car and maybe some food and ammunition and water, and then we'll be on our way. "Bullshit, Jack," Norm says. "These aren't nice guys. You know it as much as I do." And he's right. I do know it. But it's worth a shot. I walk forward, ignoring Lily's questioning voice, which I can't hear anyway because of the alarm. I move the chair propped up under the handle, and I pull the door open. Before I'm an entire step out, the wall just to my left explodes in a spray of brick and dust. I step back inside quickly. The motherfuckers have shot at me. "Guess it's not a standoff," Lily says loudly. My upper lip rises in a snarl, and in my head, Norm says, "Told ya. Damn it." Here comes more of that reckless behavior. I know it. Suddenly, the alarm shuts off. Outside, the deep voice doesn't say anything. A heavy silence lays over us like a blanket. Lily's looking around, scanning the inside of the warehouse. It's not much, just a bunch of machines, probably for making tire molds. There are assembly lines on the far side. There's another door to the left that leads to offices and a couple of emergency exits that are padlocked and chained. We're trapped. "There," Lily says, pointing above me. A small service ladder runs up the far wall. It rises up about 3 stories and connects to a thin walkway. Really, it's more like a tightrope than a walkway. I can already imagine being up there, feeling my weight straining the old nuts and bolts, seeing how all the big machines look tiny from that height, hearing the creaking of each step. Not exactly ideal. I run my eyes along the walkway to see it offers a pretty good vantage point to a blacked-out window near where I'm standing. "So, we're shooting?" I ask Lily. "I don't see any other option. Give me the gun. I'll do it. I know you don't like heights." She sticks her hand out for the weapon. "I'll do it," I say. "You get someplace safe and make sure they don't storm the door." "Jack, I'm going up with you." "I don't think it'll support us both." "You calling me fat?" Lily scowls. My mouth gapes. She really threw me a curveball there. No, I say, looking her up and down. She's quite fit, if I'm being honest. Pretty, too. I suddenly feel gross for checking her out. "Relax, it's called a joke, Jack," she says, and she smiles at me. "I'm coming. We're not splitting up. We need each other now more than ever." She's right, so I nod. If we fall from the walkway, at least we'll fall together, right? No more wasting time. We take off across the warehouse floor, our soles slapping the concrete, weaving in and out of monolithic pieces of machinery that look both complicated and dangerous. We reach the ladder. So far, the door remains shut. I hear more voices outside, but I can't make out what they're saying. I just catch snippets and syllables. The ladder feels sturdy enough, but again my fear comes flooding back. I think of Pat Huber. I think of falling off the roof of the Woodhaven Recreation Center. If I fall now, there's no bushes to cushion me. If I fall now, I'm busting my head open like Pat Huber did. I hesitate about halfway up. Lily is just below me, and she punches me in the ass, telling me to hurry. I swallow down the fear. It's funny. Zombies, crazy, gun-toting assholes, they barely frighten me, but falling a couple stories onto concrete, maybe even winding up landing on one of those machines, that scares the hell out of me. I take a deep breath and climb the rest of the way, imagining that below is not a sea of bone-crunching floor, but a nest of pillows instead. It doesn't work. Still, I reach the walkway and pull myself up. Thankfully, it doesn't sway under my weight, and when Lily steps on it, it stays solid enough. She pushes past me, runs along the metal grate toward the window. I follow her. I'm really trying to do my best not to look down. Somehow, I think this is even worse than when I was in Chicago on that scaffold however many stories up. If I fell off that, I'd have a long time to accept my fate, except that I'd splat against the sidewalk and die pretty much instantly. But if I fall off here, it'll happen quickly. I probably won't die, but I'll be severely injured. Broken legs, punctured lungs, twisted arms, that sort of thing. I'll lie there in pain, unable to move, until the assholes outside come in and put an end to my misery. So, yes, much worse. We don't fall, though. I reach the window with my gun in hand. The window is locked, sealed somehow. "Fuck it," Lily says. She takes the gun from my hands. I'm surprised at how easily she does so. Either I'm very weak or she's really strong. Regardless, she drives the butt of the weapon through the glass. It shatters instantly, offering us a decent view of the street below. "You do the shooting," she says. "About time for you to get on my level." She hands me the gun. I take it, pull the hammer back, and start to get to work. Below us are 5 figures. They're standing out in the open. Perfect targets. The leader, I presume, heads the group. He clutches a big rifle I've never seen before, and in this wasteland, I've seen quite a few different variants of weapons. I aim for him, my finger resting on the trigger, but the sound of broken glass brings their attention to me. As he's raising his own rifle, I'm thinking, I'm fucked. No way in hell I'll be able to outshoot this guy. And while I'm thinking this, the atmosphere around us erupts with sounds of gunfire, and I look down at my trigger finger, wondering if it's moved. 13. I haven't pulled the trigger, and neither has the asshole with the crazy rifle. But I'm looking at him when his head explodes like a melon dropped from a skyscraper. His cheek peels away, teeth spraying from his open maw. A misty cloud of crimson shrouds the rest of his head, and he falls dead on the pavement, his rifle lost among the gore. "Nice shot," Lily yells. "Not me," I call back. Another shot cuts one of the confused men down, takes him right in the middle. He doubles over and clutches at the wound, blood seeping out between his laced fingers. His gun clatters to the road, also forgotten. I catch movement out of the corner of my eyes. Abby and Roland. They race across the sidewalk, Abby blasting with the gun she has. Crack, crack. 2 more shots, and 2 more men drop. There's one left standing, and Roland rushes him like a bat out of hell. He spears him in the gut, taking him down. It's a vicious move I didn't think Roland was capable of. I turn to Lily, saying, "We gotta get down there." But she's already gone. I rush after her. The 2 of us basically slide down the ladder. We run back across the warehouse floor and go out the door we'd first blocked with the chair. I have the gun, and I aim at Roland and the other man. They're on the ground, flailing. A wild fistfight ensues. I take aim with the intention of backing Roland up, but it's dark out here, and they're both wearing dark clothes. Limbs fly every which way. They roll. With each punch, meat collides with meat. I'm not sure which fist is whose. "Roland," I call. "Move!" But it's too late. An explosion comes from the tangle of limbs. Roland cries out in anguish, and the man he was fighting with begins to cackle crazily. "No!" I shout. "No!" And then I'm running across the parking lot, toward the road with my gun raised. I squeeze the trigger. This time I'm sure I squeeze the trigger. The man takes the first bullet in the neck and the second in the head. Lily grabs me before I can fire a third. "Don't, Jack, he's dead," she says. But I think, who's dead? The answer is pretty evident once Roland pushes the corpse from his body. Slowly, he gets on his knees. He coughs. Bloody spit splats against the road, landing on the faded yellow line.
We run over to him. My hand is out to help him up, but he waves it away weakly. Red runs down his forearm, twists at his wrist, and drips from his fingers. Abby, Lily, and I stand around him, waiting for him to get up. It takes nearly 3 minutes before he rises to his knees. By then, I see just how bad the wound is. He's been gut-shot. Norm always said that was one of the worst ways to go. You don't go quick unless the slug hits a vital organ. You go slowly and painfully, bleeding everywhere, losing consciousness, grueling minute by grueling minute. Shit, Abby says. Roland. She's right. She speaks for all of us. Lily and I, we stay silent, unable to move our lips. Mine are numb, and my eyes are filling with tears. After a while, Abby looks at me. What do we do? Fine. I'm fine, Roland says. Just give me a minute. I find my voice. Roland, man, come on. Let me help you up. He looks at my extended hand, disgusted, as if he doesn't want to accept the fact that he's dying. But he is. It's the truth. He's pale, and his eyes look like they've sunken in a couple more inches. He takes my hand. His flesh is cold. It brings chills to my own skin. We need to move him, Lily says. Somewhere not out in the open. She bends down and takes Roland's other hand. He looks up at her, smiling. Do you know how pretty you are, ma'am? He says. Prettiest gal I've ever laid my eyes on. Thank you, sir, Lily replies. Roland's going delusional already, I think. I've seen it before. Herb was the same way, on that beach by the lake. I remember he saw one of his family members and heard music. Together, Lily and I move Roland across the road and the sidewalk to the parking lot of the darkened warehouse. Abby follows us, sweeping the area with her gun. Think that's all of them? I ask as we set Roland down against the brick facade. Abby doesn't look at me when she speaks. Think so? But you never know. You good out here? I ask her. Watch Roland while Lily and I go inside. I'm good. If I need you, I'll holler. But Abby never does. She can handle herself just fine. Lily and I enter the dark warehouse. It takes a moment for my eyes to adjust, but when they do, I see shapes in the darkness. Stacks of boxes, more conveyor belts, broken down cardboard as far as I can see. This must have been the packaging place. They would have made the product next door and then run it over here using a forklift and packaged it up for shipping. Lantern, Lily says. She takes it off the wall and turns the knob. The place illuminates with a dim glow. I point to the back right of the building. Loading dock, I say. Gotta be over there. Only place open enough to park that truck they were riding in. Maybe more. I look at Lily, and she shrugs. What? She says. I'm hopeful. As we walk across the warehouse floor, I stop at something that doesn't look like it was here when the place was up and running. It's a bank of radios, much like the one I'd, by some miracle, heard Abby's voice on, coming out of Chicago. District, I growl, picking up one of the headphones. My fingers brush the padding, and it feels warm, like someone had just used it, like someone had just called for backup. I don't say anything, though. I'd like to think I'm hopeful, too. Yeah? Lily asks. I think so. I haven't seen equipment like this except when it's owned by the district. Fuck, they're really all over the place, Lily says, shaking her head. Not out west. Not as much, at least. Not yet, she corrects. Not ever, I say. Come on. Together we walk toward the loading dock. There is a large shutter door that is open about 3 feet. Lily and I bend down and lift it up. The rattling sound it makes rivals the gunshots earlier. Sure enough, a hulking shadow sits behind this door. The military truck. Lily raises the lantern for a better view, and yes, it's the same one I'd seen earlier. The ancient, gas-guzzling dinosaur that can be heard from a mile away. Next to it is a beat-down pickup.
The doors are rusted, and the windshield is cracked, but I know it'll be quieter than a military vehicle. Not exactly the jackpot, I say, but close enough. Lily smiles at me as we walk toward it. A layer of dust covers the hood, like it hasn't been driven in a long time. This isn't a good sign, but we can make it work. Hopefully. I go around the hood, trailing a finger through the filth toward the driver's side door. It opens with a sound like a screaming animal. The overhead light comes on. Dim, but working. This is a good sign. It means the battery's not completely shot. I'm about to slip into the driver's seat to search for the keys when I see a dark shape rush out of the shadows. It holds a pipe above its head. And it's coming right for Lily. 14. "Watch out!" I shout. Lily turns and slides slightly away from the pipe's descent, but it's too late. It catches her across the shoulder. She cries out, stumbles backward, and hits the pickup truck with enough force to rock it on its shocks and possibly dent the hood. The dark figure is not a zombie, but a man. He's snarling and slobbering like a zombie, though. His face is gaunt. A nasty scar runs from his ear to down below the collar of his shirt. I raise my gun, about to end him, when rough hands grab me over the shoulders, pulling me backward. The gun falls from my grip. Shit! I hear it clatter on the concrete, and it sounds like it's lost under the truck. I begin, but the person behind me throws me forward, and I bang my head against the rusty truck door. A hot pain burns there. Blood flows down from my temple, cool and smooth. For a moment, I think I'm going to pass out. I think this asshole has got the best of me. But then I hear Norm's voice. He tells me to kick backward with as much force as I can muster. Now, I'm not a dirty fighter. Believe me, that's never my intention, but when it comes to life or death, I will gouge someone's eyes out if I have to. I'll kick below the belt, I'll pull hair and bite and scratch. I don't care about honor and respect. It means nothing if you're dead. This person, whoever grabbed me and threw my head against the door, they think the same way. Believe it. In the wasteland, there's no such thing as honor. There is only survival. "Jack, listen to me," Norm shouts in my head again. So I do. I heed my dead older brother's advice. I'm on my knees, blood dribbling on the concrete in front of me, but I lean forward and kick back with my right leg. It seems pointless. I don't have much leverage, not enough to inflict any damage. At least I don't think. Luckily, however, the person behind me is a guy, and luckily, my boot connects with his most prized possessions, right below the belt. I feel his stuff shift beneath the force of my hit just before he howls in pain. Whatever weapon he's holding drops to my right. I waste no time in locating it. Like his friend, he also held a metal pipe. If he would have done what I think he intended, my head would have been nothing but a bloody pulp if I hadn't listened to the ghostly voice of my brother. Putting the pain in my head to the back of my mind, I reach for the pipe and shoot up on wobbly legs. The world around me grows dimmer, and I'm feeling lightheaded from the sudden burst of energy and adrenaline, but it's do this or die. And I don't plan on dying today. The man who grabbed me is a big motherfucker. Easily as big as Herb was, and Herb was one of the biggest dudes I'd seen. Except where Herb had muscle, this guy just has fat, like he eats everything in sight. The zombie diet. His head is shaved to the point that he sports only a dusting of gray stubble on top, and he's ugly. Caveman forehead, square jaw, flat nose. Grimacing, he shows his teeth. Not many of them left, and the ones that hang around his gums are yellowed. I aim for those teeth as I swing across, a professional tennis player with a game-winning backhand. Crack! I shit you not, the pipe bends with the force of the blow. Teeth and blood spray out of his mouth. Part of his cheek and lips tear away in a red mess. He stands there for a few seconds, looking at me like he's surprised I'd have the audacity to do such a thing. He sways, not down for the count yet. I decide now's as good a time as any to bring the pipe down on his head. My blow is not as hard as I think it ought to be, but it does the trick. The big guy collapses, unconscious. I turn around, ready to take the other guy down. He's wrestling with Lily for the gun I dropped. They're on the floor. He's on top of her, pinning her arms with his knees.
I rush at him loudly, my soul slapping the floor, me grunting and spitting, yelling words and obscenities. He turns his head, finally pries the gun from Lily's fingers, and aims at my chest. Not even thinking, I launch the pipe at his face, full force. The noise the collision makes fills me with a queasy feeling. It's a meaty crack, as if someone fell from the top of a high building and landed on their head. Instantly, the guy's face splits down the middle. Blood pours from the wound. He throws the gun from his hands, and it careens through the air and lands at my feet. I pick it up and blow the dude's head off. He's fired backward, off of Lily, and he hits the military truck hard, his brains and blood painting it. I spin on the other guy. He's still unconscious, but I'm in the heat of battle. I don't even care that he's not currently a threat. All that matters is survival. Survive, survive, survive. I pull the trigger. There is only a click from the gun. I'm out of ammunition, and this guy lives. The thought crosses my mind to pick up the metal pipe and beat his brains in, but it's a fleeting thought. I'm not that much of a monster, am I? I guess that's debatable. As I calm down, I go over to Lily and help her up. "You all right?" I ask. She rubs her shoulder where the dead guy hit her with the pipe. "Gonna bruise like a bitch, but yeah, I'm okay for now." "Good. Help me find some ropes we can tie him up." I point to the big unconscious fellow. He got off easy, that's for sure. Together we search around the loading dock for something to use to bind him. In the military truck, I find some bungee cords. It's not as secure as I hoped for, but it'll work. Besides, I'm hoping we'll get out of here before this guy wakes up. I hit him hard enough that he probably won't wake up for a while. Hell, he might not even wake up at all. With all the noise we caused, I don't doubt some straggling zombies will find their way over here. They'll get a few meals if they do. Whether this guy will be a part of said meals is up for debate. As I tie him, Abby comes in. "You okay?" "Oh, wow," I say. She makes an appearance. "You're a little late, Ab," Lily says. Abby looks down and sees the guy with his head blown off, and then follows the trail of blood to the other unconscious fellow. "Oops," she says. "I was trying to keep Roland conscious. You guys okay?" "Could be better," I say. "But we gotta ride out of here, I think. If not this pickup, then the military truck will do." "How's Roland?" Abby puts her gun away and scratches just above her hook. He's not gonna make it." "I didn't think so," I reply. As much as it hurts, I know it's the truth. He was gut-shot. Without proper medical attention, which is all but out of the question, Roland is not going to pull through. "He's comfortable, though," Abby says. "As comfortable as he can be." Does he know?" Lily asks. She sounds like she's holding back tears. "Yeah," Abby says. I want to tell Lily that it's okay to cry, that we won't judge her. But I don't say anything. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'll start crying too. I like Roland. I like him a lot, and I hate that he's gonna die. I hate it. "Let's see if we can get this hunk of junk running," I say, walking past the others, toward the truck. 15. The truck starts up. Its keys were in a little office off the loading dock. The vehicle has 3/4 of a tank of gas in it, plus more than a couple red cans in the back. I steer it out of the loading bay, the headlights painting the dead bodies in the middle of the road. I hang a right and ease the truck near Roland. He's slumped against the wall, his mouth open. A small pool of blood sits around him. More drips down his arms. He holds the wound like he's trying to hold himself together. It's not working. The truck parked, the engine off. I get out and hunker down next to him. He looks at me, eyes rolling like a frightened horse. "Jack," he says. "Jackie, boy." He's delirious, worse than before. "Roland," I say. "How are you?" "I've been better. Sure as hell been better."
I put my hand on his. It's slick with blood and warm, uncomfortably warm. We're gonna get out of here. I'm gonna lift you into the truck bed, if that's okay. No, Jack, no. I don't think I'm gonna make it. I'm finished. Sucks to admit it, but it's the truth, my friend. No reason for sugarcoating. I look Roland in the eye. I know, man. You're hurt pretty bad, I say. That's an understatement. Let me get you in the truck, Roland. I don't think I have a choice, do I? I shake my head. I'm not letting you die here. We're gonna get you someplace peaceful. Maybe by a nice tree or something. Do you have a preference? Roland snorts with laughter. A preference? For where I want to go? He laughs again. That's funny. Real funny. I look at him crookedly. A man doesn't care where he goes out. He may think he does. You know, a nice, warm bed, surrounded by your friends and family. That's how it used to be a long time ago before all this, Roland says, motioning to the empty world. That's not how it goes anymore. He leans over and starts coughing. Flecks of blood spatter his weakly curled fist. I'm going. I'm moving on. It don't matter if I do it right here or beneath some pretty tree. The fact is, I'm going. I bend down and scoop him up. His blood soaks me. He groans softly in pain. I'm not letting you die here, Roland. Thanks, Jack. From the warehouse, Lily scavenges some mangy blankets. They're hole-ridden, smelly and old, but we lay them down on the truck bed regardless. Roland sits against the wheel well, his head lolling, blood dribbling down his chin with nearly every ragged breath he takes. Lily wipes it away with a rag. I'll stay with him, I tell her. You get on inside the cab. You sure? I nod. She hands me the rag, already soaked with Roland's blood. As Abby walks past toward the driver's side door, the one that has left a pretty gnarly gash in my forehead, I say, We need to get rolling. Zombies will be coming. Yeah, don't I know it? She gets in. Lily lingers and runs a hand through Roland's hair. I'm sorry, she says. Don't be sorry, girl, Roland replies, mustering up a smile. I'm living on borrowed time anyway. Lily looks like she's about to cry. She turns her head away and gets into the truck. The engine starts up like a coughing fit from a dying man. I sit across from Roland in the truck bed. The air is chilly. You don't want to go inside? Nah, he says, waving a hand, then using the same hand to stifle his own coughing fit. Let the girl stay warm. You and me, we can handle the cold. That we can, I say. The truck pulls out of the parking lot, swerving around the dead bodies in the road. I look behind us at them as they get smaller and smaller. Far off in the distance, I think I see the golden gleam of many eyes coming this way. Zombies. These too get smaller, until they wink out of existence, swallowed up by the black. Hey, Jack, Roland says. I can barely hear his voice over the whipping wind. I got just one request. Anything, I say. You got any more cola? Smiling, I nod and dig through a canvas bag for the extra cans from the vending machine I've stuffed inside. I pull out a diet soda and then a lemonade, shove them back inside, then finally grab a Coke. I slide over next to Roland. On the wind, I can smell death clinging to him, taking him over little by little. Soon that smell will be all that's left. My heart sinks lower with the thought. I pop the tab of the Coke. No air hisses out of it, no bubbles froth from the opening. Slowly I raise the can to Roland's blood-lined lips. He sips carefully. Abby's not going too fast. I don't think the truck is capable of hitting speeds past 40, but even if it could, the roads are too dangerous to be going at that speed. The years of bad weather, the snows, the rains, the sweltering hot summer days have cracked and chipped at the asphalt. Potholes have become canyons. Yellow and white lines have become ghostly apparitions. There's litter all over, too. I'm not talking McDonald's cups and bags of chips, but fallen trees, rusted, forgotten cars, shriveled, meatless corpses of animal and man. One bad hit and the axles will snap, the frame will bust, and we're back to square one, hiking the however many hundreds of miles to Woodhaven. Not to mention this place is apparently booby-trap country. Those dead fellows back at the warehouse, the place I can just barely see over the horizon, its dark outline and T-post crossing light, have probably rigged up a few of the roads to blow. And why not? It's smart thinking on their part. A person or zombie trips the trap, and they're instantly warned about intruders. "Thank you," Roland says. That hit the spot." We hit a stretch of road that is rougher than normal. Roland groans loudly, grabs his stomach in pain. More blood leaks from the wound. His clothes are soaked, so heavy with red they look like they weigh an extra 20 pounds. I'm left wondering if that's possible. Do we really have that much blood inside of us? It seems never-ending, that he'll bleed, and soon the world will be awash with a new crimson sea. I lean forward and tap on the back window, mouthing, "Slow down." Abby heeds this, but it doesn't do much good. The road is unforgiving. He doesn't care about gunshot wounds and dying men. The best I can do is make Roland as comfortable as possible, which is a monumental task under our current circumstances. I hold him, trying to absorb some of the truck's vibrations, trying to stabilize him. I keep catching Lily looking back, turning her head, her sad eyes wet with tears, and it just further breaks my heart. "Hey, Jack." "Yeah, Roland." "Do me a favor, would you?" "Anything, friend." "Don't bury me. I don't like the idea of being covered in dirt. Just leave me somewhere nice and pretty. Secluded." I nod to him. "You got a partner." He smiles, his head lolling once more. I hate having no control. I hate how I can take a life, but can't give one. Roland goes quiet. I hold him, my arm around his narrow, bony shoulders, for the better part of 5 miles. I wish I could say he survives. I wish I could say the power of Coca-Cola and friendship revitalizes him and pulls the bullet from his body and closes up the bloody wound. I really do. But I can't. This is real life. I've said it before. It was true over 15 years ago, and it's still true now, so I'll say it again. There are no fairy tale endings in the wasteland. Sometimes you catch a bullet in the gut, and you die without fanfare. Slowly, painfully. It's the way life is, the way death is, too. Roland passed away in my arms at some point. Which point, I don't know. He didn't say any last words or beg for God's mercy. His eyes didn't go wide as he witnessed the light of heaven shining down to welcome him with open arms. He didn't jitter and kick out his legs like they do in old Looney Tunes cartoons. He just died. At one point his heart was beating, and now it is not. At one point his lungs took in breath, and now they don't. I shed silent tears as I looked down on him. His eyes are open. There's a slight smile on his face. I like to think that maybe he found peace in the end. Something close to it, at least. But I don't know. No one will ever know but him. The wind numbs my face, dries the tears. By the time Abby pulls over to the side of the road, somewhere surrounded by trees, rolling hills in the distance, I am soaked with Roland's blood. In my head, I'm searching for Norm's or Darlene's voice. I need one of them to tell me what to do. In a span of less than 24 hours, I've lost 3 companions, one of whom I had to kill myself. Am I like King Midas, but everything I touch dies instead of turns to gold? If I'm not, well, then I'm pretty close to it. How is he? Abby asks, rounding the bed. Figured I'd stop for a pee break. But she sees me sitting next to Roland, sees the blank expression on his face, and she knows. The passenger's door creaks open. Lily brings a hand to her mouth and bows her head. She cries. When? Abby asks. I don't know, I answer. It's been a while. Why didn't you tell me to stop? I shrug. What's the point? He's dead. She nods. I guess you're right. I climb out of the bed. My clothes squelch with Roland's soaked blood. Lily needs a shoulder to cry on, even if it's bloody. I go to her and put my arm around her waist, bring her close to me. She doesn't balk at the sight of Roland's blood, though she is stiff at first, unsure if she wants to proceed with this act of comforting, but she eventually softens up and hugs me back. Now what? Abby asks. We gotta lay him to rest. Least we could do. I didn't know him that well, but he was a good guy, I say. We're always burying people, Abby says, but it's not a complaint. Just an observation. And the truth. As we look for a place for Roland, who is now wrapped up in the ratty blankets from the warehouse and cradled in my arms, I hear running water. I follow the sound, Abby and Lily coming with me. Through the trees we go. In a small clearing, a view is offered to us. The sun is coming up, rising over the valley and the legion of trees we're standing below. Clouds are a purplish gold swirl. Rays of light stream through them, reflecting on the river that stretches as far as my eyes can see, though it's blocked off by a partial dam. Rocks at the base are alight with frothy white water. Beyond that, the water is clear, so clear that I can see schools of fish swimming to and fro, zigging and zagging. A frog sits sluggishly on a lily pad. A few bees weave in out of cattails and reeds, chasing one another. It's a very picturesque setting, almost cliché. I think Roland would like it. He told me to leave him somewhere nice and pretty. Given the circumstances, this place exceeds expectations. We can't bury him here, Abby says. He didn't want to be buried, I say. He said to just leave him somewhere nice. Well, this is nice, Lily says. It's the first words she's spoken in a long time. I wouldn't mind this as my final resting place. I don't think Roland would either. Slowly, I walk forward, to the edge of the flowing river. I can feel the coolness emanating from it, colder than the temperature, pure. Somewhere in the forest, a bird sings a high-pitched song, and another answers it. There are 2 rocks near the water. Each one is nearly as tall as me, and sports graffiti and carvings. A heart with C+S forever inside of it. The key to happiness is, and a bevy of other names lost now, proclamations of love and life advice. It's funny, I think, how there are no vulgar words or drawings that I can see, as if the hoodlums who once came here saw the place's beauty and knew that to mar it would be a sin. Maybe if I examined the words more closely I'd find something bad etched in the stones, but why bother? Let the dream live on, am I right? I set Roland down in front of these rocks, lean him up against the left one's cold surface. The blanket covers his body, but not his face. We have since closed his eyes, and Lily took it upon herself to clean him up, wipe the blood away, scrub the dirt from his skin. He looks like he's sleeping. So we just leave him here? Abby says. I nod. Okay, that's fine with me. I've buried enough people in my time. She heads out of the clearing. Together, Lily and I stand over Roland at his final resting spot. He was a good dude, Lily says. He was, I agree. I touch his brow. Rest well, my friend. I hope to see you again someday. Me too, Lily says. We leave him at this beautiful place where the water flows endlessly and the birds twitter away. Do you think the zombies will get to him? Lily asks me as we're walking back. Now, I am a realist, almost to a fault. I know how the world works. 15-plus years of wasteland living is much harsher than the 20-odd years I spent in normal society. The zombies sniff out fresh meat as easily as a wolf sniffs out blood and fear, and there are a lot of zombies. Over 7 billion people on this planet, over 500 million on the North American continent alone. Most of these people are long gone, eaten, killed in the riots and the violence that ensued with the collapse of civilization, but a lot of them aren't. A lot of them are out there, roaming around with human flesh at the forefront of their now animalistic minds. The zombies always come, and they always find food. So why wouldn't they find Roland's body, sitting up against these 2 rocks here by the river, right? Wrong. There's something about this place. Something magical. It's untouched by evil, and I think it'll remain untouched. Because of that, Roland will be able to rest in peace. No, I answer Lily. They won't bother him here. 16. We drive for most of the day in silence. I stay in the truck bed, the cold wind blowing my hair from my brow. Roland is gone, but the signs of him remain. The blood, the crushed can of Coca-Cola, or the blankets that covered him. Harsh reminders. Near sundown, Lily pulls off of the road, onto an overgrown path that cuts through a stretch of woods. Abby drove most of the day, but around 4, she and Lily switched so Ab could catch some sleep. She's still sleeping when Lily cuts the engine. Figured we could light a fire out here, Lily says. Too dark to see the smoke and too covered to see the flames. I am bitter cold. My bones are chattering. I could use a fire and a hot meal. The forest ground will be better than the truck bed, too. What about Abby? Lily asks. I tell her to leave her there, but it's not safe. I knock on the window, and Abby sluggishly rolls her head to face me, one eyelid peeling open. What? She says. Rise and shine, I tell her. We're packing in for the night. Thought you could use some fresh air. Come on, stretch your legs out. She sighs like a bored student in class, but she opens the door and gets out. The smell of sleep, bad breath, and sweat cling to her. We all smell, though. That's a basic fact of the apocalypse. Sure, there are some places with showers and soap and hot water, but most of the survivors, I'd say over 90%, don't have such luxuries. We walk around in clouds of our own stink and filth. Still, we smell like roses compared to the walking dead. Pretty soon, I don't smell anything besides the forest, the tree sap, the pine needles, the fragrant leaves covering the ground. We set up in a ring of pines. I gather some rocks and firewood, place the rocks in a jagged circle, stack the wood, and get a small fire going. The warmth coming from it is heavenly, and we all lean forward with our hands out, orange and yellow light dancing on our faces. We sit in silence for a while, the sounds of the woods all around us. Sluggish chirps from crickets close to hibernation, hooting owls, wind rustling gnarled branches. A lull in the noise allows me to hear the grumbling of Lily's or Abby's stomach. That's nothing new. We are always hungry, always scavenging for our next meal. I don't even know the last time I ate. Jesus, it has to be before I was locked up in that nuclear city. The sugary Coke and lemonade has certainly helped, given me energy, a modest sugar high, but that's long gone now. I'm exhausted and in need of sustenance. I stand up, stretch my arms high. "What are you doing?" Lily asks. "Getting us dinner." Abby snorts. "What? You gonna call Domino's or something? Newsflash, Jackie boy, they went out of business a long time ago, when all their drivers and cooks were trying to eat the customers." "Don't think I get cell reception out here." I give her a wink. "No, I'm gonna hunt. Find some game." Abby tilts her head back and practically brays laughter. She's ribbing me, poking fun. That's okay. I love her no matter what. And because of that, I make a mental note to give her the thinnest part of whatever I catch in the forest. Lily doesn't find it funny. Her eyes are alight with possibility and hunger, a ravenous hunger. Makes me think of the zombies in an odd sort of way. I meet her gaze for a moment, and then she's back down to earth, back to her currently worried state. "Not a good idea," she says. "The noise of the gunshot will draw unwanted attention up here, don't you think?" Of course, this is a rhetorical question. I know Lily well enough to sense that, but I answer anyway. "I'm not going to shoot it." "Then how are you going to catch something?" she probes. I breathe on my dirty nails and wipe them on my even dirtier, bloody jacket like I'm hot shit. I have my ways. "Jack, you're not a hunter, dude," Abby says between fits of laughter. Her eyes are watery and her face is flushed. "I'm glad I can still make you laugh, Ab," I tell her. "But I was on the road for years after Haven fell. I didn't eat much, but I didn't starve either." "Looks like you were pretty close." Abby sticks a finger in her mouth and then points it up in the air. "Gotta test the wind here, Jack. Too strong of a gust might blow you back to Chicago." Lily joins in on the laughter. I even let out a few chuckles. Nothing like a good ribbing to lighten the mood, right? I turn and leave the campfire, heading into the dark woods beyond. As I get farther away, I can still hear them chortling at my expense. Norm taught me many things during our time on the road. One of these things was how to set a snare to catch rabbits. Unfortunately, I don't have all the tools needed for the most effective one, but I have enough. Since the decline of man, wildlife, like Mother Nature, has been going through a revival. No longer do deer have to stray away from the busy highways and roads. No longer do packs of wolves avoid the once big and bustling cities. Certain species populations have probably quadrupled since man was all but killed off, unless the disease that turned everyone into mindless monsters somehow affected animals too. I can't say it hasn't for sure, but it wouldn't be all animals at least. This means that the animal-to-man ratio is even higher than zombie-to-man. Rabbits and deer and raccoon and possum, wild dogs, feral cats, you name it. I have seen deer walking down the middle of roads, sniffing large trucks, once one of the main culprits of their demise, curiously and without fear. I have seen rabbits sitting on the porches of abandoned houses, their ears back and their noses twitching. It's safe to say I will catch something out here tonight. I would be surprised if I didn't. So I set the snare up using the antenna wire from the truck and my knife to cut it. Near a low bush, I anchor it into the stump of a fallen tree, and I wait. Norm always said that to be successful when hunting, like most everything in life, the key was patience. And he was right. I sit not far away, but out of sight of the snare, and I wait, and I listen. I wait for a long, long time, until Abby and Lily are probably wondering where I'm at. It looks like there won't be any meals tonight. We'll have to hold off until the morning and see if I snared anything, or take a detour and scavenge like we usually do. I get up from my spot carefully, trying to be quiet. I'd hate to scare away an approaching rabbit, but that'd be just my luck. Then I'm back on the path, heading toward the crackling flames of the campfire. A few steps later, nature is calling. Yes, I have to relieve myself. A detail I often left out of the books I used to write, but it's the truth. I am nothing if not honest. I have to go and call me old-fashioned, but I enjoy a little privacy when I do the deed, so I step off the path that I'd mentally charted in my head. I'm not worried about getting lost. Norm has taught me a good deal about finding your way, all these tips and tricks that sound ridiculous and made up till they're proven right, like how moss mostly grows on the north side of trees. That kind of stuff seemed useless to me once upon a time, but has saved my life more times than I'd ever imagine. Another few steps into the thick of the forest, and I see something in the distance. I can't make out what it is, but it gleams slightly with starlight. A beacon. For the moment, all thoughts ever leaving myself are gone, and I find I'm walking toward the shining object. My weapon raised defensively in front of me. 17. I come out of the brush and bramble a few minutes later. Pause. Wait for any sounds. After about 30 seconds, which is not enough time, but I'm just too damn excited about what I see, I step forward. In the tightest of spots, a jeep is parked between two large firs. Yeah, cool, right? A jeep, great. It's not lost on me that it's a jeep, either. Norm had a jeep. We escaped Woodhaven in it at the onset of the disease, and we lived in that jeep for a long time before we had to abandon it in a field somewhere on our way to Eden. But it's not the jeep my eyes linger on. It's what's attached to it. A dull, silver Airstream camper, the kind that were common before RVs got popular for being more luxurious. Leaves are scattered all over it, dusty and dirty. It looks like a giant toaster. The windows, two big squares on the side facing me, are grimy with age. The wheels are deflated. The towing hook rusted. This thing looks like it's been here a while. In front of it are the tattered remains of fold-up canvas chairs. Lying nearby is an equally rusted pot and spoon, and faded food packages. I tiptoe toward it, careful not to make a sound, and go around the other side. There is a large dent in the metal, as if something hit it at full speed trying to get inside. A bear, probably. Though, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking a horde of zombies is more likely. I bend down and pick up one of the old packages. Ballpark Franks. Plastic that will stay around the earth for a couple 100 years before it'll decompose. It looks like someone was having a cookout, roasting weenies over an open fire. Probably 15 years ago. I can picture them. My writer's imagination kicking into overdrive. That sort of thing, I guess. Never leaves you. There's a survivalist dad, the kind of guy who's always prepared for the end of the world, the mild-mannered mom who enjoys shopping and rolling her eyes at her husband's crazy end-of-the-world theories, and maybe a couple of kids. They hear about the disease, the panic, the widespread death and destruction, and Pops decides it's best to dust off the old Airstream camper, go far up into the Indiana wilderness, and wait it out. Unfortunately, it didn't go as planned. And depending on what I find inside of the camper, my guess is one of them was infected with the virus, maybe the mom or little Susie Q. They're all sleeping one night, dreaming of the old world, when Susie Q dies and comes back as a zombie. She snacks on her family, then moves on when the bones are stripped of flesh, muscle, and sinew. Probably. Like I said, I'm a realist, not so much an optimist. I wish that isn't what happened. I wish they decided it was just time to move on, only this time without the Airstream. And the Jeep. I guess I'll find out. I stepped through the fire pit, careful to avoid kicking the metal pot they must have used to cook with. The grass here is no longer burned, but bustling and very green, grown around a circle of rocks that used to contain the flames. At the window, I take my jacket sleeve and wipe some of the dust away. The motion makes a very soft squeaking noise. Behind the panes, however, are thick blue curtains. I can't see inside, unfortunately. Oh well, it's time for the tap test. With the butt of my gun, I knock on the side of the trailer 3 times, each one slow and deliberate, claps of thunder in the quiet of the forest. I'd be lying if I told you I wasn't scared, that I wasn't imagining the decrepit corpse of little Susie Q, perpetually as young as she was when the disease took her, coming to the window, pressing her rotted face against the glass, and snapping her yellow teeth. A couple seconds, a few more, and nothing. No zombie. No little Susie Q or her rabid brother. I think I'm in the clear. The door isn't locked, but it is rusted as hell. I'm gentle when I pull the handle, as gentle as I can be while still actually opening it, but I almost ripped the damn thing off completely. With a groan and a screech, the latch finally gives. Slowly I ease the door open with the barrel of my gun. The hinges resist and eventually give in. This place hasn't been inhabited for a long time. Inside is dark, and there's a sickeningly sweet smell, like cinnamon. I know that smell. My eyes settle on the dead body. Well, it's not much of a body anymore, on one of the two small beds in the back. I'm drawn to it, curious. I flip open my lighter and spark it. An open-mouthed, mummified skeleton lays on an olive-green comforter. A dark stain surrounds it. Its hands rest on its sternum. It wears a too-baggy camouflage shirt tucked into sand-colored cargos, dog tags around its neck. So I was at least partially right. This guy was probably the doomsday prepper for my elaborate fantasy. He didn't outlast doomsday, however. I don't linger. I turn from the body and begin pawing through the items in the cupboard. It seems I have hit the jackpot. Canned foods, diced tomatoes, green beans, corn, peaches, pears, and cherries. There are a couple of cans of chicken noodle soup, but they've bulged, which I know means they're contaminated. Then again, these items are probably all over 15 years old, hardly ideal. If the FDA was still around, I'd expect they'd burn me at the stake for even thinking of eating these. But a man's got to do what a man's got to do to survive. In the small refrigerator, which lets out a terrible smell of rotted fish and age when I open it, I find bottles of Deer Park water and some milk that's literally just dust. I take the water, leave the milk. In a cabinet next to the fridge, I find the true jackpot. The booze. A box of canned Budweiser that would taste like skunk in liquid form, some Captain Morgan rum, and a big bottle of whiskey, aged 18 years at the time of purchase, now pushing 40, almost as old as me. I grab the whiskey and the rum. Doubt the rum will be drinkable, but the whiskey will go well with the canned food, maybe even with some rabbit. All these goods are piled into a computer bag I find hanging from the back of the chair. I take the computer out, an HP, and leave it. No use for that kind of stuff anymore. Then I keep searching. A guy like this has to have weapons. We have the rifles and ammunition from the people we killed at the warehouse, but it isn't much. You can never have too many bullets in the wasteland. That's my motto anyway. Under the bed, I find a hunting rifle, make and model unknown. All I know is it's loaded. That gets me wondering about this fellow. How'd he die? I lean my lighter over his face again, but I don't see any bullet wounds, so he didn't shoot himself. Looks like he went peacefully. Maybe it was old age. Maybe he ate some bad squirrel or something, I don't know. As I'm leaving with the stuff, I look back and say, thank you. The world has turned to shit, but I still have my manners. 18. On my way back, I hear a high-pitched scream. I know instantly that it's not human. My snare has worked. I rush toward it, afraid the noise the animal is making will draw unwanted attention, whether it be zombies or other predatory animals that could cause problems. Inside my snare is a little rabbit. Not much meat on it. Fluffy and cute. As I approach, the rabbit jerks crazily. Hey, buddy, I say. If I am being totally honest, I don't care for rabbit. I'd much rather have chicken or a nice steak. However, that's not possible now. Not here, at least. This rabbit won't fill me up, let alone Lily and Abby, too. So I take my knife out and grab the snare. The fear in the rabbit's eyes breaks my heart. I think of Darlene. She would have let it go even if she was one missed meal away from total starvation. Besides, I have the canned foods, the water, and the whiskey. You know damn well you'd let this little critter go even if you never found the food in the camper, Norm says inside my head. You're too soft, little bro. Too soft. Of course, I'm right. Seeing the rabbit, the fear, the cuteness, I could never eat it. I'm not totally starving. With the blade, I cut the snare, freeing the rabbit. Instead of taking off, it stops its screaming and looks at me with big, round, grateful eyes. A smile stretches across my face, and I think, look at the crazy guy, smelling at rabbits in the dark. Jesus, Jack, what's happening to you? Then the critter takes off, the brush rustling with its flight. Abby and Lily are laughing it up when I get back to the campfire. The flames are burning low, so I instinctively add more wood to it. Took you long enough, Abby says, her eyes wet with happy tears. I was just telling Lily about that time you fell when you were rollerblading right into the dessert table. Lily starts cracking up again at the mention of it. A simpler time. During one of our get-togethers at Haven, I thought it would be amusing to try to rollerblade into the hall where we ate our big important meals. The problem was I'd only rollerbladed a handful of times in my life, and that had been when I was just a kid, when I was still coordinated, and not yet the lanky desk monkey I'd eventually become. And the other problem was that I was pretty drunk. I learned that some of the worst decisions of our life comes when we are under the influence. Some of the best times happen too, though. Not my proudest moment, I say to Lily, raising an eyebrow. I have a lot of unproud moments. Me too, Jack. Don't worry, she says. Not me, Abby says, sticking her chest out, her good hand on her hip, smiling wide. Oh, don't get me started, I begin, but Abby changes the subject. She knows there's 100 embarrassing stories I could tell about her. When you live with someone for so long, you see those things. But hey, that's all part of what makes up a person, isn't it? So where were you? Where's our little Peter Cottontail? Abby asks. Let him go, I say. He wouldn't have filled us up anyway. The girls chuckle at that. I'm full of good jokes tonight, I guess. When I don't smile back, Abby cocks an eyebrow up. Wait, you're serious? You caught a rabbit and you let it go? Nodding, I set the laptop bag in front of them, the cans clinking against the glass bottle of whiskey. What's that? Lily asks. Open it and find out. It's not going to be like a severed head, is it? Lily probes. No offense, Jack, but you totally seem like the kind of guy who would find humor in something like that. Offense taken, I say, frowning. Just open the bag. It's Christmas Part 2. I hold my index and middle finger up in a peace sign. Lily continues staring at the bag, which, I have to say, does kind of look like it could be holding a lumpy severed head. Oh, come on, Abby says. She snatches the bag away and undoes the clasp. Holy shit! Where'd you find all this stuff? Camper, I tell her. About a quarter mile north. Lily's eyes tear up. It's sad, I think, how joyous we get over decades-old canned goods. Zombies? Abby asks. The first thing she picks up is the bottle of whiskey. Of course. Nope, just a dead guy. Looks like he died peacefully on his bed. Bed? Abby twists the lid off the bottle, pulls the cork out with a pop, brings it up to her nose and inhales. Yeah, a couple of beds. It was pretty nice. Had a funky smell, cinnamon-like. On cue, both Lily and Abby stand up. Well, shit, what the hell we doing here? Abby says. Staying close to the truck, I answer. She waves her hand at me. The truck isn't going anywhere. This place is secluded. Come on, I need a bed. Me too.
Lily moans. My spine is calloused from sleeping on hard places. What the women want, they get. I stand up, gather our supplies, and lead them to the airstream. When we get there, we get another fire going on the bones of the pit the man had once used. We warm up some beans and eat the canned cherries for dessert. We take turns sipping from the aged whiskey, smiling, our cheeks flushed, our minds buzzing. Then, when it's time to hit the hay, Lily and I roll the dead man up in his soiled blankets and carry him outside. We set him not far from the camper and the jeep. I flip the mattress over, hiding the stains the man left when he died. Lily and Abby share the bed opposite. Outside, using a ball of yarn, the empty cans, and the pots and pans from the little kitchen, I rig a perimeter around the campsite. It's not very big, won't give us much time if a zombie or two decides to find us up here, but it'll give us some time, and that'll be good enough. Tonight, none of us want to stay up on watch. We are tired, happy, and slightly drunk. It might be risky, I know. It might prove to be a bad idea, but if we die tonight, at least we'll die in good spirits. When I come back into the trailer, both Lily and Abby are snoring away, Abby hogging most of the small mattress. I smile at them like a proud father, and then I lie down. I'm asleep almost as soon as my head hits the mattress. 19. Surprisingly, I think we all sleep through the entirety of the night. I wake up sometime just before noon. Lily and Abby are still knocked out. A gleam of drool runs down the center of Lily's mouth. Abby's snoring away. She doesn't snore lightly either. She sounds like a chainsaw. I get up, noting the slight headache knocking on the inside of my skull, the kind that has the potential to go from a dull one to a migraine. I go outside. I check the string of cans and pots and pans I set up. They are still intact. Nothing seems to have come to visit us in the night. A few steps from the trailer, I urinate behind a tree. When I'm finished, and this was a long, relieving session, I stretch my arms high to the sky, my back and neck cracking pleasantly. The sun peeks through grayish clouds, casting a heavenly glow down upon the forest. Looks like a storm is coming, though. Today won't be all sunshine and rainbows. It rarely ever is. In the little bathroom, I splash cold water from bottles I left outside onto my face. Take a gulp, swish it around my mouth, and spit. What I'd give for a toothbrush and some crust. My breakfast is the rest of the cherries and some peaches. Not much, but enough to wake me up fully. I sit back on the mattress. It groans beneath my weight. Lily and Abby are still out. I figure I'll let them sleep for a little longer. They need it. We've had a tough time since we left the city. We lost 3 people, 3 friends, and I still can't totally wrap my head around how fast we lost all of them. Back to back to back. Bored, no longer tired, I dig around the camper some more. Near the front, where there's a modest bench one might consider a couch, I find some books. War and Peace and a Mitch Albom novel. I crack War and Peace open and read a few passages. Outside, those brooding clouds finally break. Thunder shudders the camper, rattles the window panes. Then rain starts falling, beating and tapping on the metal roof. I read a chapter of War and Peace, but my mind's not really in it. It's drifting, thinking of simpler times. These thoughts, however, drift to the present, to my goal, which is to kill the Overlord, to bring down his empire. I find myself getting angry. My face grows hot. The book shakes in my hand. It's time to move, I think. Time to wake up Lily and Abby. So I do. Lily rubs at her temple. She says she drank too much. I ask where the bottle of whiskey is, and Abby produces the empty from somewhere in the tangle of blankets on the mattress. You drank it all? I ask. No way. Well, not all of it, Lily says. And quiet down, would you? Yeah, you had some too, Abby says, grinning.
She's not hungover. She rarely ever gets hungover. She could outdrink Norm, if he were still around. I gather our stuff, the rifles, the handguns, the rest of the cans and water, and I tell them to hurry up, that we have to get a move on. I'd like to be back on the road in an hour. As I leave the camper, I hear Abby mutter, "Fun Jack's gone. Now he's all business." Lily's laughter follows me outside. The rain has slowed. It's a cold drizzle now. The wind slices through the trees and chills my bones. I travel back toward the clearing where we left the truck, and as I'm rounding a corner, I hear rustling and a deep creaking. Instantly, I pull my gun out. Seems we have some friends. My heartbeat speeds up, but I'm not scared, not really. I've been through this kind of thing countless times. A thick tree is in front of me. I approach it slowly, stealthily, and press my left shoulder up against it. I peer around the side, my gun pointed down, the sack of goods forgotten behind me. 2 zombies have found the truck. They've taken an odd shine to it. One is pawing at the hood with grimy hands. The other is on the side, rocking the truck back and forth, groaning, death-rattling. The one on the side was a woman. She looks well-preserved, better than the zombies out west that have to contend with scorching temperatures for most of the year. This side of her faces me, and there's a long red and gummy gash going up her cheek. Her teeth are yellowed and almost sharp. The ragged clothes she wears stick to the contours of her emaciated body. I watch them for a moment. They're nothing but brainless animals, brought on by the scent, hanging around for the curiosity. It would be criminal for me to not put them out of their misery. As I slip my gun away and pull out my hunting knife, the woman zombie stops her relentless rocking and rounds the back of the truck toward the bed. Here, she cocks her head. Her nostrils move as if she's sniffing, but I hear no air being taken into her lungs. Next, she pulls herself over the tailgate. A good amount of water has pooled there, and her descent onto the bed is not graceful. There's a splash. Meanwhile, the other zombie, a man with tufts of gray hair blowing wispily in the wind, continues pawing and scratching at the hood of the car. I decide I've had enough. Blade in my hand, I move out from the cover of the tree. "Howdy," I say. "You're both a little too close to my ride." The zombie near the hood snaps his head up at the sound of my voice. He pushes off the truck, the metal popping with the force, and wheels toward me, arms pinwheeling. The other zombie, the woman, doesn't react at all. I find that weird. Maybe when she died she couldn't hear? This opens up a whole can of worms I'm not entirely ready for. If a human's blind when it dies, is it resurrected with new eyesight? What about paraplegic people? Does the virus give them newly found strengths and abilities, the ability to walk again? All these thoughts are running through my mind as the male zombie comes within striking distance. But when I make my move, only one word fills my head. Kill. I move slightly to the left, away from the truck, and the male zombie trundles past me. With a pivot and a downward thrust, I stab the blade into the soft meat atop the zombie's skull. The little light in his eyes winks out of existence. His brain squelches, and dark blood sprays from the slit. I pull my knife free, kicking forward, sending the zombie into the mud. Then I'm spinning around again, ready to take the female zombie down too, but she's not there. She doesn't give 2 shits about me. My adrenaline pumps rapidly. I can hear and feel my heartbeat in my ears. Curiosity wins out. I'm breathing hard as I walk to the truck bed, but my adrenaline is waning. I've gone over that first big hill on a roller coaster, adjusted to the high speeds and breakneck pace. Still, I'm ready for more. The thrill, the adrenaline rush, but it doesn't come. What I see, as I look into the truck bed, makes me sick to my stomach. The female zombie, so hungry for something, has taken to slurping the pooled water inside. At first this confuses me until I see her start licking the wheel well. Then it all clicks. That's where Roland died, where he bled out all over the truck. I stand on my tiptoes, crane my neck for a better look. The water is a rusty red color, just the slightest bit of blood. This is beyond desperation. I almost can't stand to look at it. I almost feel bad. Killing her will be pretty easy, and that's what I have to do. I have to put her out of her misery. Let her rest instead of licking up bloody water. Slowly I creep around the passenger side of the truck, raise the blade, and Lily and Abby come stumbling through the trees, shouting my name. The zombie looks up with burning yellow eyes. Bugs squirm in her ears and in her hair. She turns to me, her dripping mouth open, and she hisses. I freeze. Good fucking job, Jack. 20. I don't freeze for long, but it's just long enough for the zombie to get a grimy hand on my jacket, her gnarled fingers bunched, her exposed wrist bone yellow and shining. Before she leans forward and tries taking a bite out of me, I swing down with the blade and stab the zombie in the back of the head pretty hard. So hard, in fact, I almost pin her skull to the side of the truck. I hear the metal screech and the dull vibration of the point coming through her forehead and meeting the truck's rusty body. "Oops, sorry," Abby says. She stifles a burp with the crook of her right arm and laughs. "Jesus," I say. "Drinking again?" She shrugs. "Found some vodka in the camper? You didn't look through it very well." Lily shakes her head in mock disgust. "I told her not to. She doesn't listen." Abby drops the bag she's holding and opens her arms to the grayish sky. "On a day like this? Please, I'd drink nonstop if I could." She's got a point. "Give me the keys," she says as she saunters past me, lifting her bags and putting them in the truck bed, oblivious to the dead zombie there with my knife still jutting out of the back of her head. "You're not driving," I say. "Lily, tell her she's not driving." Lily looks at me helplessly. I turn back to Abby. "No way." "Why not? There's no one on the road. It's not like I'm gonna kill someone. I'm not even that drunk. I barely feel it," Abby says. Yeah. You'll kill us," I say. I get behind the wheel, ignoring the rest of Abby's pleas. She's not making one lick of sense. Lily slides in next to me. The rain drizzles on the windshield. The seat is a long bench, the kind you see in old cars and trucks. Abby gets in last, smelling strongly of old vodka, which apparently becomes harsher with age. Usually you can't smell vodka, not the good kind. I smell this vodka, though. Key in the ignition, I pause for a second. Lily says, "What's the holdup?" I don't answer her, because I'm thinking about how things are always going wrong for me, for us. I know as soon as I turn the key, the engine will choke, cough, sputter, and we'll be shit out of luck once more. It's the fear of that that's stopping me. The fear of failure, I guess. An age-old fear. Lily reads my thoughts. She's getting pretty good at that lately, the way Darlene used to be, the way a sober Abby is. She puts her hand on mine and squeezes. "It'll be okay," she says. "We can do this. We can." Slurring, Abby leans over. "She's right, you know it, Jack." Then she's rubbing her head at the temples, the bottle of vodka sitting between her legs. "Man, getting a headache already." "That's what happens when you drink the cheap stuff," Lily says. She turns back to me. "Come on, Jack. Let's do this." She gives my hand one more squeeze, looks me right in the eyes. She's right. I know it. I can do this. We can do this. I turn the key. The engine purrs to life. I shift the gear stick into drive and pull onto the path we used to drive up into the hills, leaving the woods, the dead zombies, and the safety of that Airstream camper long behind. The truck started. We're still alive. And as I look up at the sky, the weather seems to be clearing up. These are all good signs. Right? 21. The ride into Ohio is unbelievably smooth. Abby passes out before we cross the state border. That's probably one reason for the relative smoothness of the trip. She can't drunkenly berate Lily and I. Lily found a tape in the glove box. It looked pretty worn, but there was no label on it. She popped it into the tape player, another blast from the past. I was sure it wasn't going to work, but sure enough, it did. Some kind of upbeat country music. I normally am not a fan of the country genre, the beer drinking, the cheating, the tractor riding, but this particular tape was pretty great. It's still playing as we pass the sign that says, "Welcome to the Buckeye State," all weathered and dented. "Check the map," I tell Lily. She unfolds it and presses it against Abby's side for support. Abby snores away, not flinching in the slightest. "Keep going on this highway and you'll get to Woodhaven," she says, running her finger up a line. Woodhaven. The name of the town I grew up in fills me with an odd mixture of nostalgia and fear. The last time I was there, I burned it to the ground, and now this one-eyed man has built it back up. Fate is a word I mostly stay away from. I think everything has some sort of logical explanation, but this, me starting in Woodhaven and potentially coming to an end in the very same place, the town I hate, the town that would bring me nightmares, that's just insane. I guess, then, fate is insane. "You can pull over and let me drive," Lily says. "I don't mind." I shake my head, my hand gripping the wheel a little tighter, my foot pressing down on the gas a little harder. "I'm fine," I tell her. Just then, Abby startles herself awake, in turn startling all of us. "Where are we?" she asks. "Almost there," I say, looking at how close to empty our gas tank is. We have a little over a quarter of a tank left, and this is after filling up with the red cans in the bed twice. The truck's nice, but it's not too good on mileage, that's for sure. Seeing where I look, Lily leans over. Abby takes another swig of the vodka, swishes it around her mouth, then gulps. "How much gas do we have left? I can barely see with the glare," Lily says. The sun has made an appearance in Ohio. Those days have always been rare. "Not much." "What happens when we run out?" Lily asks. Abby barks a high, shrill laugh, a cloud of vodka vapor escaping between her lips. "We walk, sister. We walk." We don't run out yet, but we're pretty damn close. After a few hours of driving, a few hours which would have only been a couple if the roads weren't so choked with dead cars and destruction, we come upon landscapes and places I recognize, towns I've driven through 1,000 times before. We skirt Northington and head southeast toward Woodhaven off the highway. I'm going slow, afraid that the harder I press down on the gas, the more will burn. At this point, I don't think it matters. We are literally rolling on fumes. We pass by a Walmart, the big blue letters on the side of the building missing its L and M. We pass Summit Racing Auto Store. We pass the bowling alley where I had my first kiss. We pass bodies on the road. Skeletons dressed up like humans in baggy, blood-dirty clothes. We pass ambling zombies. A hill is on the horizon. I press down on the gas, the truck wheezing to get over it. Lily leans over and watches the needle with big eyes. "Relax," Abby says. She ran out of vodka 50 miles back. She'd pulled a beer out of her bag earlier and looked at it, really tempting her fate. There's that word again. The beer had gone over a long time ago. Drinking that, I think, would have been akin to poisoning herself, and not the slow way, like drinking alcohol normally is. "Relax," Lily repeats. "You're crazy when you're sober too, huh?" Abby grins. "I'm not sober. Not completely. Probably never, actually. A lot of booze around, Lily, my dear. Plenty for me. You too if you weren't so uptight." She laughs again.
I say relax, because even when you hit E, the car'll go for another 30 miles. I know we're less than 30 miles from Woodhaven. Easily. I look at her out of the corner of my eye. I don't think it works that way, especially with dinosaurs like this truck. Abby is right about one thing, though. We are less than 30 miles away from Woodhaven. From where I grew up. Hell, from where Abby grew up, too. Like me, she got out before she was in her 20s, though under vastly different circumstances. I can't imagine what's going through her head as she looks upon the landscapes, the familiar buildings, the woods, which are overgrown now, and slowly retaking the highways that were once the death to many a tree. I think maybe I should ask her how she feels, and I almost do, but I know she'll just retort with some sarcastic remark. "Never thought I'd be back in this shithole," she says, almost like she's reading my mind. "Me either," I say. That's a lie. I always knew I'd be back. I was once a novelist, a storyteller. All my life I've studied stories. I know the ins and outs, the expectations. Part of that studying came from watching movie after movie. I was always in awe at how an opening image would be brought back at the end. It was everywhere. Coming full circle would be an apt way to put it. So I guess, always in the back of my mind, was the knowledge I would end up here. I would come full circle. If not for the leering research facility, the place that apparently released the weaponized virus, being so close to my hometown, maybe I wouldn't be here. That's not how the cards were dealt, however. So here I am. Home. Home again. 22. Outside of Northington, on the outskirts of Woodhaven, I see the large tower sticking up over the trees. It is black. In an odd way, it reminds me of the tower in Chicago, the one Abby helped us escape from, only smaller. I believe I have dreamed of this place. I have seen it in my nightmares, and I am ashamed to admit it's no less ominous in real life, a black monolithic finger jutting up toward the sky, something that belongs in Mordor. I don't see lights or windows, no balconies. The sun is going down, though, and we are still a few miles away. Maybe I'm just letting my imagination get the best of me. It does that sometimes. When I was a kid, you don't know how many ghosts and ghouls I saw in my room once it was time for bed, how many voices I heard. Help me, help me. I pull over, the truck's wheels bumbling over the ruts in the road. If we push on any longer, the gas tank will begin guzzling itself, and we'll risk being spotted for sure. "Camp out here," I say. "Don't think we can get closer without alerting someone." "Probably already did," Abby says. "If I know that bastard, he's got 100 eyes on us already." "I'll take my chances," I say. "We'll camp out here and come up with a plan." "I thought you weren't a planner," Lily teases. "I'm not, but this operation will need a plan," I reply. "Another campout," Abby says, feigning excitement. "Can't wait." The woods just smell like Northeast Ohio. I don't know how to explain it further than that. My writer's brain is stumped. I've been all over the country. I've slept in ditches, drainage pipes, and in many, many forests under the cover of many, many trees. None of them had reminded me of home. Not like this. In Ohio, the tree trunks are more gray than they are brown. The way the wood has grown makes it seem like they possess dark, demonic faces, slitted eyes, and open maws full of teeth. Worst of all, these eyes seem to follow us as we walk past. More and more, I feel like I have stumbled into a dark forest, the kind reserved for fairy tales and fables. A witch with a house made of candy will invite us in for the night. A big, bad wolf dressed like my grandmother will try to eat us.
That same wolf is going to huff and puff and blow our house down, I don't know. Lily says, I don't like this. I feel like we're being watched. Yeah, welcome to Ohio, Abby says. This would all be a lot smoother if we had a few drinks. I actually agree with Abby here, and wish we had a few more rounds of ammunition. Right now, the hunting rifle I took from the Airstream camper is slung over my shoulder, and I have a handgun in my back pocket with only a few rounds left. Abby and Lily have assault rifles we took from the warehouse. Not much ammo in them, though. That's the way it is. We're always low on something. I guess, the way I see it, I'm not here to fight a war with the district's armies. I'm here to put a bullet in the one-eyed man's face. Everything that happens before or after that doesn't matter. So I don't need an entire arsenal. Watch out for zombies, I say. Keep your eyes peeled. No way they're this close, Abby says. She climbs over a fallen tree log, boots rustling branches. Overlord won't let them this close to his precious kingdom. Lily snorts. Kingdom? Jesus, this guy's ridiculous. Abby shrugs, offers her good hand to Lily, and helps guide her over the log. Believe me, I say. This asshole is beyond delusional. It doesn't go over my head that I'm the same way, thinking I can waltz right into his kingdom and take him out with only a few bullets. But I have to try, and trying gives me a better shot than running and hiding. Need more confidence than that, little bro, Norm says. You gotta rip his other eye right out of its fucking socket. Jesus, I mutter. Luckily, no one hears me. I say this because I'm also not delusional enough to actually think Norm is somehow communicating with me from the other side. That voice in my head, those fucked up words and fucked up pieces of advice, that's all coming from my brain. We keep walking, winding our way through the sinister trees, staying relatively quiet. There are no zombies. Maybe Abby is right about the Overlord not letting them this close to Woodhaven. I hope not, though. That means there must be constant patrols on the town's borders. That's exactly what we don't need, to be spotted by some brainwashed guards. I'd much rather deal with a few weakened zombies than that. As we plunge deeper into the woods, it seems I get my wish. From our left, a rattling comes. Strong, deep, and thrumming. I know before I even turn what I will see. Floating golden circles. The eyes of the dead. 23. 9 o'clock, Abby says. She steps forward. All three of us do, our weapons drawn. Me with my knife, Lily with hers, and Abby with her hook raised by her ear. Keep it quiet, I say. Hard to do, Abby replies. I give her an exasperated look. Okay. The zombie emerges from the shadows, twigs snapping beneath its feet. The knife I'm holding nearly falls from my grip as I get a good look at it. What the I begin, but the zombie lunges forward, moving faster than I've ever seen one move. Abby and Lily dive to the left and right respectively while I'm still standing in the middle, my weakened hand holding my knife. Jack! Abby yells from the ground. Move! But I can't. I'm bolted to the forest floor. The zombie stops short and examines me, cocking its massive head. It stands over 6 feet easily, and beneath its orange, inmate-looking jumpsuit, muscles ripple and dance. Its skin is gray, its mouth dripping with blackish saliva, and its eyes are somehow alive. Deep within its chest, the rumbling death rattle fills our stunned silence. Then the zombie is done examining me. It puts out its muscle-corded arms and runs toward the place I'm frozen. Raise your blade, idiot, Norm says. Raise it now. Before this voice registers in my head, it's too late. The zombie is upon me, stinking of death and chemicals. I'm thinking it ends here, right now. Then, suddenly, a blur passes through the forest. Meat collides with meat. Abby? Is it Abby or Lily? The zombie goes sprawling in the dirt, banging its head off of an exposed gray root. This momentarily slows it down, but I look away toward Abby and Lily, who are both still on the ground, as confused as I am. Who is it, then? The stranger gets up. A man, well-built, well-fed, stocky. His hair shines silver in the faint moonlight. He holds a cudgel in his hands. On its business end are dull spikes. It kind of looks like a mace. Now standing, the stranger raises the cudgel above his head and brings it down on the zombies. I don't look away. I'm glad I don't. Normally, such a blunt force hit would turn a zombie's head into paste, a splatter of diseased brains and chunks of skull. Somehow, this one doesn't. The zombie's head barely caves in, and the man's cudgel bounces back, reminding me of one of those strength tester hammers at carnivals and fairs. See if you can ring the bell at the top and win a prize. The stranger brings his cudgel up again and again, grunting, nearly screaming. The repeating hits eventually win out. The zombie's head cracks. Brains and dark blood shower the tree trunk behind it, painting the gray red and gross. Abby, Lily, and I have huddled together. No longer do we hold our quiet weapons. Now our guns are drawn, aimed at this silver-haired, blood-soaked stranger. Out of breath, forehead glistening with sweat and brains, he turns and faces us. Smiles. Somehow, after all this shit, he smiles. "Hello," he says. "Nice to meet you. I'm Edward, but you can call me Ed." As I'm about to open my mouth to talk, I have so many questions. The man ushers us north. "We have to go," he says. "I fear there are more of them out here, especially this late." He turns and steps over the dead zombie, its head now looking like melted and hardened red wax. Frozen drips, odd shapes, wrong. Abby and I exchange a look. That look asks, can we trust him? But I don't see how we really have a choice. "Come on," the man called Ed says to us, waving us forward. Lily steps in his direction, looks back, surprised. "Well, I don't want to run into another one of those," she says as she points to the zombie. I guess it's settled then. Abby and I follow her. 24. The guy brings us through the forest. We walk for a while without saying anything. Any time one of us tries to open our mouths, he looks back and shushes us. This guy, I think, is the real deal. He's not leading us to our deaths. He's leading us to safety. I hope. We eventually come out of the dense trees into a field, closer to the Overlord's tower than ever before. I still don't see windows, doors, balconies, or even lights on it. It's probably still a few miles away. A tower straight out of hell. From my perspective, however, it barely stretches above the trees in front of us. In the field stands a packed shantytown. Each hovel is made up of scrap metal, wood, dirt. The smell of the place is rank with garbage and dead bodies and an underlying scent of roasting meat. It's a pretty gross mixture that brings a queasy feeling to my stomach. "This way," Ed says. He motions us to a dwelling. When we reach it, he opens the door. The air is heavy with smoke and some kind of incense that smells like lavender. A better smell than outside, though that smell seeps in through the cracks of the building. We are greeted by a woman in shabby clothes, dirt smeared across her face. She holds a toddler on her hip, a boy. He, too, has smeared filth on his face, black on the bridge of his nose, hair clumped together, unwashed. "What took you so long?" the woman asks. "Ed, I was—" She looks at us, her eyes getting wide. Fear seems to have swallowed her tongue. "Don't worry, my love," Ed says. "They're out-of-towners." I think that's funny. I'm anything but an out-of-towner when it comes to Woodhaven. The city had its grip on me for 18 years. "Where from?" the woman asks. "West," Abby answers. "Go on," Ed says. "Make yourselves at home. We have much to discuss." "Yes," I say. "Yes, we do." I lead the way to a ruined recliner, the cushions rat-chewed and spewing stuffing. When I sit down, the chair wheezes, and a puff of dust billows out from under me. Abby takes a seat on an equally beat-up pinstripe couch against the wall opposite the door. Lily doesn't move. "I'll just stand," she says. "Suit yourself." Then Ed introduces us to his wife. "This is Meredith, and our son Nicholas, but you can call them Mary and Nick." I stand up, the chair wheezing again. "I'm Jack." Rather than the gals letting me introduce them, they go about it themselves. We all shake hands. There's fear in all of the strangers' eyes. I don't blame them, being this close to the Overlord. To Ed, I say, "Thanks for saving us." Abby snorts. "We could have handled it." I give Ed a look that says, "Don't mind her, she's like this all the time." He doesn't catch my drift, though, and why would he? He doesn't know me or Abby. Not his fault, not anyone's. We're simply strangers. Ed goes on. "I don't think you could have, Abby. That was not a regular zombie."
"I could tell," Lily says. "It was like a bodybuilder."
I think of Kevin, of him basically sacrificing himself for me at the Woodhaven Recreation Center. He was a bodybuilder, a personal trainer, and one of my closest friends. "You think he died like that, all muscle and brawn?" Ed asks. Lily and I look at each other. I shrug. I don't know the answer to that, but I am interested. Abby says, "Yeah, duh." Ed smiles. He has nice teeth. They're probably the best part about him. Though if he took a shower and got a new wardrobe not covered in dirt and filth, I'm sure he'd clean up pretty nice. "No, my friends," Ed says. "That wasn't a normal zombie. That was an experiment." A flicker of understanding crosses Abby's face. "You know what he's talking about?" I ask her, my own face screwed up in confusion. Yeah, I think so," she answers me quietly. She's understandably not too proud about her past with the district, the things she did, the people she hurt. I've tried telling her many times how it was necessary, how she did what she had to in order to survive. But she's stubborn. "There was always talk of experiments, mutations," she explains. "He's building an army," Ed says, "and you just saw one of his soldiers firsthand." 25. We are offered food. None of us reject it. We are too hungry. The food isn't good, of course. It never is. But it's filling. Old bread, soup with chunks of mystery meat floating in the broth, and wine. The wine is the best part. Bittersweet. We offer our own foods and drinks in return for their hospitality. Ed smiles and takes a can of Coke. "Wish they weren't flat. Just once. I'd like to find a can of pop that fizzles and bubbles."
"You will, honey. One day you will,"
Meredith says, married to her friends, which we apparently are. Ed smiles at her with his big white grin. The toddler, Nick, sits quietly in his high chair, which looks homemade, as if Ed built it out of scrap wood, the same way the hovel was built.
"That'd be nice,"
Lily says.
"Still, these aren't half bad. Sweet and filling. Like this soup. It's delicious, Mary." "Thank you so much,"
Mary replies. Outside of the hovel, people are walking and talking. Somewhere in the distance, someone plays hip-hop from a boombox. "Okay, enough niceties," Ed says. He puts down his fork, leans back, laces his fingers, and sets his hand on the table in front of him. "We have business to discuss." I nod. That we do. "What are a few out-of-towners doing in the forests outside of Woodhaven?" Ed asks. Now Mary eyes us warily, like she doesn't trust whatever words are about to come out of our mouths. Can't blame her for that.
"Woodhaven? It's still called Woodhaven?"
Abby asks. Ed nods. That's surprising to me, too. Run by a guy known as the Overlord, you'd think he would have changed the name to something like Pinnacle City or some lame shit like that. Woodhaven, I guess, is a strong name. Maybe he sensed that and decided it best to keep it that way. I don't know. No one knows what's going on in that monster's head but himself. Ed's looking at me. His eyes are a piercing blue color, the kind of eyes that have no room for dishonesty. So I figure it best to tell him the truth. Exactly why we are here. I'm going to kill the Overlord, I say. I'm going to get revenge for what he did to my family. A long, drawn-out silence before Ed says, "That's a mighty tall order." You don't believe me? Oh, I believe you. But if I had a battery or a bottle of water for every time I heard someone in this compound say they're going to put the man upstairs down, we wouldn't be living in squalor.
Squall,
Nick repeats, smiling. That's right, son, Ed says, and ruffles the boy's messy hair.
The man upstairs?
Abby asks with disgust. Like God? Lily adds. Ed shrugs. Dunno. That's just what they call him around here.
What he forces others to call him,
Mary corrects.
I once heard of him taking out a group of his finest men because they wouldn't call him their god. This was before all the mind control or what have you. Can't say I believe much in that anyway.
Mary stands up and lifts Nick out of his homemade high chair.
Most of these people around here, the ones who work for him, who are given better conditions than us, they're already bad. They don't need mind-controlled or brainwashed.
I nod.
Bad! Bad!
Nick shouts with glee.
Why do you guys live here, then?
Lily asks. Where else is there to go? Ed answers. He may be oppressive, but there's at least some protection from the zombies out here. What about the experiments? I add. Aren't you afraid? Mary turns her head away and practically cries as Ed holds a hand up at me. Apparently, it's a touchy subject. Mary's brother, Ed begins. They took him a year ago. We haven't seen him since.
Because he's dead,
Mary shouts.
Dead!
She sets Nick on the rug beneath the table.
You want to know my opinion, Mr. Jack? I don't want to live here. I don't want to be oppressed, always worried that Eddie or my baby will get taken and experimented on. There's miles and miles of free country out there, beautiful places unsullied by the zombies.
Now, Mary, I don't think now's the time, Ed begins.
If we're up to me, I'd kill the Overlord myself.
Mary continues.
I'd kill him and feed him to the dead. But we are here now. We settled before things turned so bad, and now it's too late to leave. They watch us. They hunt us down.
How? I ask. There's so many people. They can't watch you all.
I mean, Lily says, we got in relatively easy, didn't we?
Abby shakes her head. We all look at her, but she's chewing her food slowly for dramatic effect, I presume. I also think I know what she's going to say. She swallows, washes it down with some flat Coke.
They know we're here,
she says.
You think that big-ass zombie running at us in the woods was a coincidence?
None of us answer.
No way. I told you, Jack, they got eyes everywhere, she continues.
She's right, Ed says. Then why the hell would you invite us into your home, I say. A subtle anger is building up in my chest, radiating outward across my whole body. You shouldn't have put yourselves in danger for us. Ed smiles and turns to his wife, and smiles even wider. Mary just rolls her eyes.
What?
Lily asks.
What is it?
It, Nick repeats, and Lily grins at him. He's playing with a rock, the apocalyptic equivalent of a toy. I think you should tell them, honey, Ed says, since you're so adamant that she's a phony. Mary closes her eyes as if she's fed up. Slowly, she opens them and takes a deep breath.
You've always been so competitive, my dear, she says with mock sweetness. Hey, how many times does a husband get to say he's right? This is a monumental day for me here. Cut me some slack. Ed leans over and kisses her cheek. She smiles as he does it, a genuine smile, a lovey-dovey smile. It is the kind of smile Darlene and I used to sneak at each other, the kind reserved for people who are truly in love. Sighing, Mary begins. There's an old woman down the way from us. She says she's clairvoyant. And Mary here has never believed her, Ed adds in a whisper. Mary rolls her eyes at him. Psychic? Clairvoyant? I'm thinking about how weird this is all getting. She apparently said she saw a group of heroes come to the town to topple the Overlord and his district. Abby and I exchange a look. Of course, we have some experience with this. Long ago, in the village outside of D.C., where Abby lost her hand, we met an old African-American woman calling herself Mother. She, too, claimed to be clairvoyant. She died at the hands of some bad people. I was too late coming back from D.C. to save her, but she had said to me how they would ruin it, how they would destroy it all. At the time, I had no idea what she was talking about, or whom. Later, after I found out Doc Klein's true intentions, it became clear to me that Mother had known. She had a vision, a dying one, and she warned me. Without that warning, I would have never been on my guard about Klein and the clandestine group controlling his strings, Central. So, I do believe there are people out there who have the ability to see into the future, at least slightly. I don't believe it's as pronounced or as powerful as, say, a Jedi Master in Star Wars, but they can see some things. That, I do believe. What does she call herself? Abby asks. Mother, Ed answers. And my stomach drops far and fast. 26. I nearly knock over my chair as I shoot up from the table. I have to see this woman, I say. I have to speak with her. Lily, Ed, Mary, and even little Nick look at me in confusion, furrowed brows, slitted eyes. She's just a crazy old woman, Mary says cautiously. Don't tell me you believe in all of that stuff. I get defensive, though I probably shouldn't. Why not? We live in a world where the dead can rise and psychotics with one eye can take over half of the country, all while brainwashing his followers. He's got a good point, Ed says, smiling. Watch it, mister, Mary replies, poking her husband in the chest. You haven't been going out to the woods every night for game, have you? Ed looks guiltily away. Being caught in a lie burns his cheeks red. Here I thought I was gonna have a nice dinner of deer or rabbit, but you're out there every night looking for these three. Mary continues. Tree! Tree! Nick says. Scratching the back of his neck, Ed says. I guess you got me, darling. But look, it paid off. Here's our heroes. Nick looks like he's going to try to repeat this word, but he can't. It's too difficult for him. Coincidence, Mary says. Lily, Abby, and I exchange looks, then look elsewhere. This has all the makings of a marital fight between Mary and Ed, not exactly something we want to be a part of, considering we hardly know them. Whatever you say, Ed says. He looks at me. You want to meet Mother? I'll be glad to take you there. Perhaps she can give us a little more information, some guidance. I'd love to, Ed, I say, as soon as I'm cut off. Not by the voices of Ed or Mary or even Nick repeating my words, but by the ringing of a bell. Following this ringing are the sounds of hundreds of scared people, screaming, scrambling, and the slamming of doors. What is that? Lily asks. The newfound color in Ed's cheeks disappear.
He now looks as pale and as gaunt as a zombie. Even his hair has lost its silver shine. "You need to hide," he says. "Right now." Moving like a blur, he pushes the rickety dinner table out of the way. I'm confused, and fear is starting to seize my muscles, but I take a deep breath and ask, "How can I help?" "You can't, Jack. Not yet," Ed says. Outside of the hovel, a gunshot roars in the distance. A warning. The hip-hop music that had been steadily playing through the boombox cuts off abruptly. A woman screams. Ed falls to his knees and peels the old dingy rug up from the dirt floor, revealing a trap door. He pulls it open. Below is a small room, no bigger than 5 feet tall and 8 feet wide. There's a ladder on the side made of rope and wooden planks. "Go," he orders us. "Hide." Another gunshot ripples through the air outside. Someone says, "Jameson! Where is Ed Jameson?" There's no hope for secrecy. The people out there, the ones who live in this little community, will spill the beans as quickly as they can in the hopes of not being killed or taken for their experiments. I understand. When it comes to survival, noble acts come few and far between. I've been there. I've killed for food. I've betrayed for my own safety. I'm not proud of it, but you do what you have to do. I'm the first one down into the secret room. I don't use the ladder, I just hop in and then reach out to help Lily and Abby. Lily accepts my help. Abby doesn't, which is expected. "You too," Ed says, looking at his wife. Mary clutches Nick to her chest so tight the boy looks to be losing consciousness. "I'm not leaving you," she says. "You have to. Don't worry, I'll be okay. Hide. Hide now." Another closer gunshot, the breaking of glass. Someone screams bloody murder. Had they been shot? Someone else shouts, "Ed Jameson!" Ed gives his wife a gentle push. She stands her ground. There are tears in her eyes, and Nick is starting to cry too, the poor kid. "Here," Lily says, her arms out. "Give me Nicky." Reluctantly, Mary hands the boy over. Lily takes him and holds him close to her face, whispering, "Shh, shh, Nicky, it's okay." My hand reaches up for Mary. Still reluctant, she takes it, and I help ease her into the hidden room. "Over there?" That same voice outside. "You ain't lying?" "No, I promise. He lives there, the hut with the red door," a woman says, her voice jittery and wet with tears. "Good. I believe you," says the man. There's a gunshot as loud as striking lightning, and the woman screams. Another gunshot. She screams no more. "Go, go," Ed whispers. "Get down, stay quiet." Looking at Mary, and then his son, he says, "I love you both. Don't worry." Pounding on the door. "Ed Jameson!" the same voice yells. "Ed Jameson, you are ordered to open up in the name of the Overlord and the entirety of the district." Ed eases the trapdoor down, flips the rug back over it. We are in total darkness. The air down here is earthy and thick. Things sound like they are crawling behind me in the dirt. Even as my eyes adjust, I can't see anything. My heart beats so loud, I fear whoever's above us will hear it. There is a soft thud and a creak as the table settles. "Shh," Lily whispers to Nick. "Give him here," Mary says. Her own voice is unsteady. A rustling to my left. Nick's crying gets slightly louder, and then stops. He must be back in the arms of his mother. To a boy his age, there are no arms more comfortable. "Ed Jameson, what?" Ed responds, his voice slightly muffled. "What in God's name are you doing here at this hour?" "Where are they?" the man asks. He steps in without an invitation, his thudding shoes making dirt fall on our heads. Lily reaches over and squeezes my hand. I squeeze back. Then I hear the cock of a handgun, slow, deliberate. Abby is gearing up for a fight. She always is. "Where are who?" Ed replies. More footsteps above us. I count 4 people in total, the man talking, 2 of his cronies, and Ed. Not many people, but they have the advantage here. I'm sure the Overlord doesn't supply his soldiers with squirrel shooters and pocket knives. My wife and child are visiting friends on the south side, Ed continues. His voice is convincing, I'll give him that. You can check if you want. Sylvia Dietz's place.
Oh, believe me, we will, the man says. But I don't care about your wife and son. I'm talking about the 3 people you found out in the woods earlier tonight.
Sir, I have no idea what you are talking about. I found nothing out in the woods, not even any game.
Show him,
says the guy. I hear rustling, then something slamming down on the table right above us. Nick squirms and lets out a muffled cry. My heart drops, and I feel my thumb resting upon the hammer of my pistol. We wait a few beats, staring at each other, probably in the darkness. Nothing happens. What's this? Ed asks.
Open it up and find out.
Footsteps across the board. More rustling. Oh, good God, Ed says. Why would you bring such a thing into my house? You call this a house? Another man says, and then he laughs.
Quiet,
the leader snaps.
Now what is this?
I have no idea. A mutilated head? I don't know. Did you do this? Did you beat this poor soul to death? Ed says breathlessly. Jesus, the guy could win an Academy Award if Hollywood was still around.
You don't know, boss,
a different voice says. This one is high, reedy, but still a male's. He does know, the leader says. I could picture him. He's a wiry man covered in scars. He wears a buzz cut, some kind of matching outfit, a district soldier's outfit. Ex-military, probably. Now crazy and dishonorable. He's the quintessential villain in my mind, the puppet dancing on his strings. Maybe he's one of the Black Knights. I assure you, sir, Ed says, I don't know anything about this. I can picture him, too. His face flushed, the look of mock surprise and confusion on his features convincing enough, but wholly see-through if you know the man, which these people don't. Come on, Ed, just hold on a little longer. We're almost home free.
Where are they, Jameson?
The leader asks again. I don't know whom you're speaking of. We're so close.
You do? I know you do,
the leader says. I picture him squinting, teeth bared.
Maybe he don't know, boss. The longer we dick around here, the farther those assholes are getting,
says the one with the reedy voice. Here's where I expect a thudding blow. The leader punching his crony for stepping out of line, or even a gunshot. This leader trying to prove a point, that he's a crazy son of a bitch that'll kill his own just for shits and giggles. I've met many people like that. Spike, and even Butch Hazard at Eden, Froggy, and the female cannibal who played that game of chance with the dice when they invaded Mother's village. Fuck if I remember her name, though. But no blow or gunshot comes. The leader acts like this man hasn't spoken at all.
You have a few seconds to answer me, Jameson. The clock is ticking, the leader says.
Or what? You can't charge me for anything without proper evidence. The Overlord isn't so unfair, is he? Ed says. I think the act he's been putting on starts to fade. Now he's the real deal. Scared. Unsure. The worst combination for a person hiding his family and a few strangers just below his feet.
This is a matter of treason, my friend. We can do whatever the fuck we want, the leader says.
I don't know. I don't know anything, Ed shouts.
5.
I swear to you, I swear on the man upstairs, I know nothing of treason or traitors.
4. 3.
The laughing of the cronies.
2.
You can't kill me. That's not fair. I'm telling the truth, Ed shouts, his voice so loud that it's shaking the table. Next to me, Mary weeps softly. She lunges forward. I feel her movement in the darkness, thank God. Before she can do anything drastic, I grab her with my left hand and hold her back. As softly as I can speak, I say, "Don't." Then I hear the blow, the sound of skin coming into contact with skin. Ed doesn't cry out, but he falls, hits the table, and thumps part of the hatch. Anger erupts in me. I'm so angry that I find myself lunging forward too, like Mary was, my finger on the trigger, thinking how I'll put a bullet in all of them and that'll be the end of it. But a firm hand holds me back. It's Abby. I can tell. Even though I can't see her in the dark, I can tell. She's holding me back with her iron grip, the kind a person with only one hand can develop over time. "One," the leader says with finality. I have to bite my lip in preparation of the gunshot that will kill Ed. I bite it so hard that blood floods my mouth. 27. No gunshot comes. Thank God. The leader says, "I'm not gonna kill you. Not yet, Mr. Jameson. For now, you are safe. What we are going to do to you is worse. So much worse." More footsteps. The cronies coming forward. "What? I'm telling you the truth. I don't know any traitors. I don't. Ed screams. "Cuff him," the leader says. Steel jingles, and I hear another striking blow. Ed cries out in pain. The poor bastard. I can picture his hair all disheveled, his face bloody and red. I lunge forward again, but Abby's grip on me tightens. Deep down, I know that if we give up our hiding spot, even worse things will come to this small family. The toddler will be taken. Mary will be beaten, or worse. Ed will be killed for being a liar. It's too late. We're in too deep now. As much as my confidence is telling me that I can take these bastards, I know we're not in a position to do so. By the time we throw the table off of the hatch and peel back the rug, a barrage of bullets will rain down upon us, kill us, mutilate us. Problem solved for the one-eyed man in his district, right? So I have to play this cool. I have to be smart. Can't let my emotions get the better of me. I think if Norm was still around, he would tell me that. Though I've known Norm to act on his emotions many times before. It didn't always pay off, true, but... No, I can't. I have to keep everyone else safe. If it was just me, I'd no doubt start shooting, not worrying about the consequences, the searing hot pain of a bullet slicing through my flesh. I'd do what I have to do, the same way I'm doing what I have to do right now. "We'll get some answers out of you yet, Mr. Jameson," the leader says. "Where we're taking you, you'll have no choice but to talk." To his cronies. "Continue to search the camp. Start south at the Sylvia bitch's place. If anyone backtalks you, you are to kill them by orders of the Overlord. Understood?" 2 answering voices. "Yes, sir." 28. We wait a long moment after they leave. Each second stretches on for an eternity. When I think it's safe to talk, I turn toward where I think Mary is and tell her in a low voice, "We'll get him back. Don't you worry about that." "Of course I'm worrying," she says. "The Overlord is ruthless." I know this. I know it all too well. But I don't say anything. Bringing up my past right now will solve nothing. "Think it's safe?" Abby asks. "Yeah, think so," I say. Even though I do think it's safe, I keep my gun close, the hammer still cocked. Judging by the sounds, I think Lily and Abby do the same thing. We push the board up together. We have to because the weight of the table is still settled above us. After much struggling and grunting, the sound of the clattering wood breaks the silence above. Light from a candle burning very close to the end streams in. I never thought I'd be so glad to see light again. Using the ladder, I climb out and help the others. Mary passes Nick to me, and I hold the boy. He squirms, his face wet with tears, and reminds me of my own son, when he was this small all those years ago. A heavy sadness weighs down my heart. God, how clueless I was back then. I didn't know the first thing about children. It took me a while, but I think I eventually became a good father. I learned, I grew along with my son, only to have it all taken away by the one-eyed man, the same way he has taken away countless others' loved ones. The sadness in my heart changes to rage. I'm burning again. The feeling passes, mostly because I'm holding a toddler, and thinking the way I am can get dangerous sometimes. I don't want to hurt the kid, don't want to scar him for life, if that hasn't happened already. Once Mary is up, I hand Nick to her. He seems happy to go, which only breaks my heart the more. "They took him," Mary says. "They took my husband." She borders on hysterical. Per usual, Abby and I step away. The emotion's too high for us. I don't know what to do. I've never been good at this. Neither has Abby. Thankfully, we have Lily. She crosses the room, navigating around the upturned table, and puts a comforting arm around Mary's shoulder, pulling her close. "It's going to be okay," Lily says. "We are going to get him back. You did good. You both did good." She's looking at Nick, who's crying, red in the face. She grabs hold of one of his little fingers and gives it a reassuring squeeze. The boy responds well to the gesture. He even smiles. "Where are they taking him?" I ask Mary, now that the emotions of the room have settled. "Do you have any idea?" I realize that I'm still holding my gun out like I'm going to use it. This probably looks beyond menacing to Mary, the poor woman, and especially the boy. Slowly, I lower it and put it into my waistband. This seems to relax him a little. "I don't know," Mary says. She's shaking her head, frantic, looking around the small room for her husband as if he could be hiding somewhere in the shadows. All of a sudden, she screams and almost falls. I reach out and grab her before she does. Nick starts crying. The poor kid. I look down and see what she almost tripped over. It's the head. The mutilated, pulverized zombie head that the leader of the witch hunt brought to refresh Ed's memory. "Get that out of here," Abby says. I listen to her, bending down and picking it up by the few wispy hairs still attached to the part of its head one could consider its scalp. I toss it out the back window, into a large pile of trash. The smell wafting in is almost toxic. These poor people, I think to myself. What the hell are they doing living here? They need to leave. "Overlord won't let them," Norm says in my head. "He loves watching them suffer, little bro. It's a reminder of how well off he is." I shake my head slowly. Then I turn back to Mary. "Any idea where they took him, Mary?" I ask again. She doesn't answer for a long moment. All eyes are on her, even the kids. "I think they might have taken him to the lab," she finally says. "The lab?" I ask. "The place where they do the experiments," Lily says. Gulping, Mary nods slowly. Yes, I think so." I find it hard to imagine Ed as one of the super zombies. "You think they're gonna turn him into—" She shakes her head. "No. They're going to torture him. My husband. They're going to—" "It'll be okay," Lily says, cutting her off. "Yes," I say. "We'll get him back. But first, you need to take us to the woman calling herself Mother." Mary looks like she's gonna collapse in on herself. "Mother? Why?" "She can help us," I say. "And you need a place to stay until this is over. Don't worry. Like I said, we're gonna get him back." Mary nods, tears rolling down her flushed cheeks. I can't tell if she believes me, but she has no other options. 29. I approach the door to Mother's place. With one hand, I wave Abby and Lily back. You guys better hang here. Abby rolls her eyes.
Here we go again.
I frown at her. What does that mean?
Oh, Jack, I know you. I know how you think. You think this mother character is the reincarnated mother we once knew outside of DC, right?
I don't answer.
That's ridiculous,
she scolds me.
This is just a coincidence, that's all. She's just another psycho trying to get attention.
Whatever, I say, the obvious waving of the white flag. Just hang back. I'll let you know after I talk to her. I turn to Mary, who's still clutching her son like someone's going to steal the boy from her. Not here, though. Here, I think, we're among friends. I try my best to give her a reassuring look. She seems to relax slightly. I step into the woman's hovel. It smells like burning candles and lavender. There's not much light. I suddenly can't breathe, can't think, can't walk any farther.
Jack, Jupiter,
a voice says. A voice that sounds so familiar. I am frozen. This voice brings me back almost 2 decades. There's just no way it can be the same person, mother of the village outside of DC. It's impossible.
Come forward, Jack Jupiter,
the woman says. I do, but I don't feel my legs moving. It's like they're moving on their own, like I'm no longer in control.
I knew you would be here, my son. I knew it. I have seen it in the flames,
the voice says. I'm losing my mind. It's that simple. It can't be, can it? The voice, the inflection, the way it rises and shakes. This can't be the same woman I met outside of Washington, D.C., the same woman who died in my arms, holding her husband's ashes. The voice is coming from behind a shabby curtain, patches of red and green stitched over it, hanging on a shower rod. It blows gently, as if there's a breeze somewhere inside the hovel, but there's not.
Come in, my dear, come in.
I hesitate, finally gaining control over my legs again. I know that if I go in there and I see the woman I knew all those years ago, I, too, will lose my mind. I don't think I'm ready for that, to go completely crazy. Sure, I guess I'm already partially crazy. Anyone who's survived as long as me has to be, right? But completely batshit? Not yet. And hopefully not ever.
Don't be shy, Jack. I won't bite.
The woman laughs. It's a soft laugh that doesn't stir up any feelings of remembrance in me. That's a good sign because I remember Mother's laugh. It was the type of laugh you couldn't forget, just how she was the type of person you couldn't forget either. I reach out and move the curtain. The first thing I see beyond it freezes my body. It's a large wheel, the wheel of a wheelchair. Slowly, my eyes rise. I see the woman. She is not the mother I once knew, but the resemblance isn't far off. She's sitting in the chair, weak and frail, a blanket covering her legs. She wears a red and white polka dot bandana tied around her head, much like Rosie the Riveter from the We Can Do It poster of the 1940s. She is not nearly as old, perhaps in her 60s, and she's white. So white one might mistake her for a vampire or ghost. Her hair is a brittle blonde, and though she is only somewhere in her 6th decade, her face is wrinkled and harsh, the kind of face you'd expect on a person who has lived a full and hard life. She turns her chair away from the small window she's looking out of. In the distance, you can see the Overlord's tower.
Here, sit down, friend. Get comfortable, she says to me.
I sit in a chair opposite her. Thank you.
Mother. They all call me Mother around here.
Mother, I say, still not believing it. You wanted to see me?
Yes, and it wouldn't be the first time that I have seen you either, she replies.
My blood runs cold. Heart drops. Going crazy, Jack. You're losing it. I try to shake the feeling. I've heard about your visions, I say.
You don't believe in them?
She smiles somberly, a grandmotherly smile if I've ever seen one. I do. This wouldn't be the first time I've dealt with the idea of visions in the post-apocalyptic world. I mean, if zombies can rise from the dead, why can't people see the future?
You're a smart young man,
Mother says, still smiling. Young? Not so much anymore, I say, and return the smile. I can't imagine how I look to her, covered in dirt, grizzled, too long hair, too long beard. Mother raises her eyebrows.
Why, yes, you're very young, Jack. Compared to me, you're a boy.
How old are you?
She clicks her tongue. Don't you know it's not polite to ask a lady her age? Didn't your mother teach you that?
My mother didn't teach me much of anything, if I'm being totally honest. She was kinda crappy in the motherly department. The woman nods her head.
I see. I was joking anyhow. I am 65 years old. Old, but not yet ancient.
You don't look a day over 20, I say.
Ah, you must have developed flattery on your own then.
Mother laughs, a high, sweet sound.
I suppose we must get down to business, as grim as it may be. I see the district is aware of your being here already.
They took Ed Jameson. She nods gravely.
Poor thing,
she says. But I'm gonna get him back, I say.
You really are quite a hero, aren't you?
Mother asks, still smiling. I don't know about that. I've done my fair share of bad things.
Never without reason, I'm sure,
she says. I nod. Yeah, I guess I just try to do what's right, even if it may seem wrong.
Understandable.
Mother stands up and adjusts her blanket. I must seem surprised because she's chuckling.
No, I'm not confined to this wheelchair, but walking, movement in general, is murder on my joints.
She sits back down and rolls herself over to a hutch against the far wall. Her hands move gracefully as she pulls out a small blue and white bowl.
Come to the table,
she says.
For what? For a reading, Jack, if that's okay.
Will it take long?
I have to get to Ed Jameson, I know.
Mother finishes for me. The expression on her face, the tired, worn eyes, the curled corner of her mouth, reminds me so much of the woman I knew outside of D.C.
Don't worry. He will be fine. He will be hurt, but he will not die. Not before you get to him. That, I promise you. They need him alive. The Overlord knows you, I'm afraid. He knows you will want to do right by Mr. Jameson, so he will use the man as bait.
I figured as much. Still, the thought of him being tortured and ridiculed at my expense doesn't sit well with me. I pull my chair over to the table.
This won't take long, Jack, I promise. But I must know your fate, our fate.
I swallow. It feels like there's a rock in my throat. My fate? I'm not entirely sure I want to know that. Can't help it either way, little bro, Norm says. Whatever the outcome, it'll happen anyway. And come on, let's be real with each other here. You know you ain't getting out of this alive. You've accepted that, haven't you? I nod slightly. Like a crazy person talking to a fake voice inside his head would, but Mother doesn't call me out on it. I'm glad. She probably has a few voices in her head as well.
Now that you're here, the connection I can make with the images broadcasted to my mind will be stronger. It's pertinent to know. It'll save us time and help us prepare, she says.
I shake my head, wave her away. You don't have to sell me on it, I say. I'm in this now, for better or for worse. Any way I can help, I'll do it. She closes her eyes and smiles, a woman at peace in a time of war. Then she opens them, takes the bowl, and places it between us. With a surprisingly smooth hand, she lifts the lid off of it and puts it on the table. It thuds. It's heavy, well made. I peer inside the bowl. There are small pieces of coal, and it smells like lighter fluid. This is the fire, then, the flames she sees the future in. She pulls a book of matches out from somewhere in her robes. She lights it, touches the match to the coals. They spark, sputter, and bloom with fire. She shakes the match out and tosses it on the dirt floor. There's a bunch more discarded matches there, too. She must do this often. See into the future, see images. I know if I could do it, I would too.
I need your hands, Jack,
she says, and I notice her voice has gotten deeper. Goodbye, sweet old lady. Hello, seer of the future. I give her my hands. With a strong grip, she guides them over the flames. I wince, expecting pain.
Don't worry, she says. It won't hurt.
She's right. I feel no heat, no pain. If anything, I feel a slight tingling. Am I going to see too?
You may, she answers. It depends on your perceptibility. Are you open-minded, Jack?
I don't think I have much of a choice these days. She smiles. Her teeth are all hers, no dentures, slightly yellowed by age, but in much better condition than most of the people I see out on the road. The world goes to shit, and everyone thinks of it as an excuse to quit brushing and flossing. Toothpaste everywhere, too. Anyway, I digress.
Good, she says. Now close your eyes. Close them and feel.
Feel what?
Feel.
I close my eyes and I feel, whatever the hell that means. I feel the chair beneath me, the hardwood, the old woman's smooth hands in my own, the pumping of my heartbeat, my slow respiration, the air filling and leaving my lungs, the tickle of the heatless flames. Mother starts murmuring. I open an eye and see hers are both rolled back, the whites exposed and jittering. Okay, this is getting weird. But just as I'm about to let go of her hands and stand up, something happens. Images rush my brain. I see a laboratory. I see men and women in large test tubes. I see blood on the floor. I see utensils, blades, syringes, saws. Then, brooding in the background, his one eye smoldering like the coals beneath my hand, I see the Overlord. The scenery changes. We're in an office with wood paneling, a large desk. I see that he feels threatened, that he is close to being beaten. I am standing in front of him, and I hear the snarling voices of zombies kept at bay by the walls around us. Mother screams. She grips my hand so hard I feel the knuckles crack and grind together. She jumps, and because of this jump, the table bangs and the flaming bowl spills over the edge, going out as it hits the dirt. Whoa, I say. Are you okay? She takes a deep breath. For a moment, I think she's about to have a heart attack or a stroke, and I don't know what I'm going to do. Should I go get Abby and Lily outside? Maybe Mary has some experience with this type of thing?
I'm okay,
Mother says. Her face is flustered, pale skin now a dark red. You saw something? It's a pointless question, I know, because I saw something too. That wasn't my imagination. Gravely, she nods.
I did.
What was it? I saw the Overlord in an office or something like that. He was angry. I think I was going to kill him. She offers me that somber smile again, but this time it doesn't feel genuine. What? What did you see? She shakes her head.
Perhaps it's best we don't discuss that right now.
In her chair, she rolls away from the table. I see a bit of sweat on her face, beads sparkling in the low candlelight. Mother, I say. You can tell me. I can take it. The worst that could happen is that I die, and I think I'm ready for that. That I'm okay, at peace with it, just as long as I can take the Overlord down with me.
You are a great man, Jack Jupiter. I shall tell you what I saw.
I can take it, I say again. She nods.
Jack Jupiter, success is within your reach. What you aim to do can be done, but it will not be easy.
That's all? I stand up and look directly into this woman's eyes. She shakes her head.
No, that's not all.
She takes a breath before continuing.
If you do what you aim to do, your life will be forfeit.
I'll die. She nods solemnly, her eyes full of sadness.
Yes, Jack. You will die.
The words echo in my head. Surprisingly, they don't feel as heavy as they once did. Like I said, I've come to accept the fact of my death, my fate. We all die eventually, right? And after I kill the Overlord, there won't be anything left for me here. Before I go back outside, Mother says,
Tell Mary and the boy to come in and stay with me. I shall protect them.
She touches my face with her smooth, warm hand. This gesture almost feels like an apology. 30. Well? Lily asks me. She's hung up on this mind-reading psychic stuff. Abby, on the other hand, isn't. She's leaning against Mother's hovel, smoking a cigarette. In a low voice, I say to Lily, nothing worth mentioning. She nods, but I think she knows I'm full of shit. I just don't see the point in worrying her and Abby. Well, I don't think Abby would be too worried. She's an expert at not worrying. I turn to Abby now. Smoking again? If I recall correctly, she took up smoking for a bit back in San Francisco. Her husband didn't approve of it, though. I was offered a smoke, so I took the fellow up on it. Rude not to, right? She answers. The tobacco smell is strong. This isn't a stale Marlboro someone saved since before the end. This is the kind of hand-rolled smoke someone grows in their backyard. Looking around this place, this maze of hovels and huts, the piles of garbage, half-burned and stinking, this doesn't look like the kind of place that could grow much of anything. Mary walks up the walkway with Nick. She looks worried. She'll look this way as long as her husband is in the hands of the Overlord. I know this. I found a way, she says. What? I ask. Inside the lab, she says. Abby takes a last drag on her smoke and flicks it down in the dirt, steps on it. It reminds me of the matches Mother used to light the coals. How? I ask. This is good. I didn't have a plan on how to get there. I was just going to run up to the front door and start shooting. That usually works for me. I don't know how far it would get me here, where there's men and women all over the ruins of my old hometown with guns that make my rifle and handgun look like toys. but I was willing to find out. I'm going to die, I know, but I don't think I'm going to get shot down on my way there. If I do, I won't die. Not yet. One of my friends on the south side of the compound said they're collecting, Mary answers. Collecting? Lily repeats. Yes, the Black Knights came through and took Ed, right? Mary says. Black Knights. Capitalized. There they are again. I wonder if Mason Storm is still part of the team, or if he was killed in the uprising back at the radioactive city. Lily nods. Right. Well, the Black Knights get free reign of the place. They don't deal with any of the laws or consequences. They killed 3 people just last week, Mary says. And more, after they took Ed. Her eyes glisten with tears. She shakes her head and rubs at them with her free hand. More dead people. Because of me. It never ends. Truly. It's okay, Lily says. You're safe. Your little boy's safe, and soon your husband will be safe. Trust me, he helped us. Without him, we would have been dead meat. I am worrying, Mary says. That's pretty understandable, Abby says. Okay, so they're collecting on the south side. That means what exactly? Longer we hang around, the smaller our chances get. They're picking up the bodies. They're going to take them to their lab and do all these unholy things to them, Mary answers. The boy in her arms is drifting towards sleep. His eyes flutter, and his head looks like it weighs more than his neck can handle. Okay, I say. This is good. We can sneak onto their vehicle, or at the very least follow them. When the time comes, we can take them out, Abby agrees. Color rises to her cheeks. She's ready for the kill already. Can smell the blood like a shark. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, I say. I want to come, Mary says, stepping forward. She is much shorter than me. In the weak light from the torches lining the main strip of the community, I see how serious she is. I also see how pretty she is. Tired and stressed, too. Rings under her eyes, pale skin. She needs to rest. She needs to relax. She needs to be there for her son. A lot of people have died because of me, whether directly by my hand or indirectly because of who I am and the things I've done in the past. I accept that, but I can't accept being responsible for a toddler's loss of his mother. I shake my head. It's too dangerous. We can't risk. I can handle myself, Mary argues. Her bottom lip quivers. The tears that have built up around her eyes spill over and roll down her cheeks. Lily approaches, puts her hands on Mary's shoulders, and bends down slightly to look directly into her eyes. Mary, you need to stay here. You'll be safer. Nikki needs you. The boy looks up at Lily sleepily, unaware of what's going on. We'll get your husband back. I promise. I have nowhere to stay. I can't stay home. They're looking at the house, Mary says. You can stay here, I say. Mother says she'd gladly keep you company. And safe. Really? She did? I nod. Some relief shows on Mary's face. She looks at least slightly relaxed. I imagine she'll fall asleep as soon as she's in the relative safety of Mother's place. I put my hand in the middle of her back and guide her toward the door. Don't worry. Things are all going to get a lot better around here, I tell her. She looks up at me with those wet eyes, and I find myself wanting to hug her to assure her things will be more than okay. But I don't. Promise? I promise, I say. Then I stick my pinky out. Pinky promise. She laughs a young, carefree woman's laugh, and it fills me with hope and happiness. Nick, awake and alert for the time being, sticks his little finger out too, and I take it in my own, my heart swelling as I think about all the good times I shared with my own son. They go inside. Mother is sitting near the doorway in her wheelchair, blanket over her legs, a smile back on her face. She gives me a wave. I wave back, then I shut the door behind me. Abby stares at me like I'm a monster or something.
Wow,
She says.
I thought Sensitive Jack went extinct a long time ago.
Grinning, I say. I surprise even myself sometimes. Lily laughs. Come on, I continue. Let's get to the south side.
And topple this empire,
Lily says, whooping. Abby walks a little ahead of us, shaking her head. 31. We watch from the shadows about a mile from Mother's place, on the south side of the shantytown. 3 guys sit in the cab of a pickup truck. They've driven the vehicle right through someone's house. The people that once lived there are outside of the ruins, picking through the debris for their belongings. I hope there was no one inside when the truck barreled through. Didn't look like it hurt the truck at all, either. Sons of bitches. It's one of those big trucks with even bigger wheels, sitting high up from the road. Reminds me of a tank. Back in the day, it was usually driven by some man who was insecure about the size of his penis. It must have rolled over the hovel without even bouncing on its shocks. One of the guys gets out. He's tall and thin, skeletal. He laughs at the people as they dig through their belongings, walks up to a middle-aged woman wearing a shawl over her head. Other people have inched out of their homes. They look on with a mixture of fear and gratitude, grateful it's not their house that has been smashed to pieces by some hotshot district collectors. I imagine we could stand out in the open now and no one would say a thing. We look worse off than most of the people who live here. The skinny guy stands about 3 feet from the woman in the shawl. She looks up at him slowly, fearfully, the way you might look up at a wolf you've stumbled upon in the wild. Still, her hand continues patting through the rubble. She finds something, I think, though I can't see as clearly as I wish I could that it's a picture frame. Inside of it is probably one of the last vestiges of her old life, the life she had before the end of the world stole it from her. Maybe a lost son or daughter or mother, someone who had contracted the virus, who died, who came back as a monster. Without the picture, she might only remember the person as the monster they became, and that's a truly scary thing, especially as the mind starts getting older and older, and memories grow weak. I touch the locket I wear around my neck, buried beneath my clothes. In it is the picture of my family, now gone. I have almost lost this necklace many times, and each time I do, I think I might die. I know how this woman feels, thinking the picture, if it is a loved one, is gone for good. Her twisted features relax as she pulls up the frame. It's gold, glittering in the firelight from the torches. The driver, still laughing, kicks it out of her hands, then kicks the woman to keep her back. He picks up the frame, looks at it, makes a kissing face. He looks so fucking stupid. I want nothing more right now than to draw my gun and blow his face off. Steady, Jack, I tell myself. Steady. There are bigger fish to fry. One of the woman's family members, a husband perhaps, makes a move toward the driver, but the driver pulls his pistol off his belt and points it at the guy's head. All the fight goes out of the guy as soon as he's looking down the barrel of the weapon. Piece of shit, Abby says. I can tell she's seething too, frothing at the mouth like a rabid dog wanting to attack anything that moves. I don't blame her, can't blame her. Thankfully, Lily's here to rein us in before we do something stupid. If headstones were still the norm, I think did something stupid and got himself killed would eventually be writ across mine. Lily puts a hand on each of our shoulders, gives me a reassuring squeeze. The driver is examining the picture, really studying it. All for show, no doubt, all to just be an asshole. His friends get out of the truck. One's fat, but in a powerful way, like a lineman in the NFL. The other is about as skinny as the driver, with long red hair. They're all 3 covered in pockmarks, and I wonder why. Maybe it's a form of torture used on the district soldiers. I wouldn't doubt that one bit. Driver shows the picture to his buddies. They start yucking it up like it's the world's funniest joke, and I'm thinking, seriously? Don't these assholes have better things to do with their time? The driver drops the frame on the ground, steps on it with the heel of his boot. There's a sickening crunch. I don't know if it comes from the breaking glass or the poor woman's heart. He digs around and pulls the crumpled photograph out of the new wreckage. Then he pulls out a big cigar. He sticks it in his mouth and says to the fat guy, "Got a light?" Fat guy presents him with a book of matches, hands it over to Driver. Driver doesn't light his cigar, though. He's just chewing on it, slobbering all over the paper. Instead, he brings the match to the crumpled picture. It catches instantly. The woman screams in pain, like she's the one on fire, not the photo. But soon her scream is drowned out by the three idiots cackling. I stand up now. I can't take it. I'm ready to risk it all just to kick these guys' asses. As I stand up, I'm offered a better view of what's in the back of the pickup. Bodies. Lots of bodies. It seems a wave of steam and stink rises off of them. Flies buzz sluggishly around limbs. There's a congealed pool of blood, wide unseeing eyes, and gaping wounds. I feel sick, nauseous for the moment, until Lily and Abby both grab me simultaneously and pull me down hard enough to make me take a seat on the ground. "Don't," Abby snaps. "Control it, Jack. I am. They'll get theirs, don't worry." And I know she's right, that they'll get what they deserve, because I'll make sure they do. The fat guy pushes the woman, who's already on her knees, scrabbling at the ashes of her cherished photograph, and she falls backward nearly as hard as I did when Abby and Lily pulled me down. My muscles are flexing, vein in my head throbbing. "Enough," the driver says. "Find those bodies." They leave the family, turning their backs on them, and head down the road. Whatever direction they look, the civilians peeking out from behind curtains or cracked doors disappear in a flash. This is our chance. I don't discuss it with Lily or Abby, I just move. I run while crouching, using the big pickup's bulk to hide me. Pretty soon, I hear Lily and Abby's footsteps. We get to the tailgate, and the smell is so bad, and almost knocks me back to where I started. Lily gags, bringing a sleeve up over her mouth. That won't do much good, though. I know that from experience. What we really need is a few gas masks for the stench. I boost Abby up. She doesn't hesitate. She knows all about getting her hand dirty. "Cover up well, and make sure you look dead," I tell her. Then I'm looking at Lily, and she is close to vomiting, her face a pale green color, her brow sweaty, teeth chattering. I give her a head nod in the direction of the truck bed. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath through her nostrils. "Oh, God," she says. "Smells the weakest sense," I reply. I heard that a long time ago on a cop show, after the detectives walked into a particularly grisly murder scene. It'll go away before you know it. It's not the smell I'm worried about. It's bad, yeah, but I can deal with it. "Hold on," one of the collectors shouts. "Forgot my shovel." It's the fat guy. I peer around the pickup and see him jogging our way. Probably the first time he's ever jogged in his life. "Now or never, Lil," I say. She shakes her head and says, "Damn it, give me a boost." I do, and she slips in among the bodies. They're silent, of course, but Abby is not. She grunts as Lily lands on top of her. Luckily, they don't rock the truck. Unluckily, I'm not quick enough to get in before the fat guy's too close. If I jump in now, he'll see me. So I drop down into the dirt and roll over to the other side. 32. I feel like James Bond or something. It's ridiculous. A guy over 6 feet tall rolling around like a pig in the mud. I stop on the ground by the passenger side, looking under the truck at the big guy's feet. There's a chill in the air, but I'm sweating, and the wind is making that sweat run cold. To my left, because I'm leaning up against the back passenger's wheel, the woman whose picture was burned is looking at me. She's startled, brought out of her nightmare. I think she's about to scream. I bring a finger over my lips. Shh. She continues staring at me. It's like she's never seen a human being before. Jesus, do I look that bad? I know I'm gaunt and pale and way too hairy, but am I so scary to this woman that I'm going to make her scream? In the background, two men, her husband and son, I'm guessing, look on with fear. They, too, think the woman's about to scream, yet they have a basic understanding of my situation. Mentally, I'm willing them to come over and soothe her before she can blow my cover. It's not working. I don't possess any psychic abilities like the mothers, unfortunately. Also working against me is Lily and Abby. They're both currently buried under a bunch of bodies that are disease-ridden and bloody. I bet they're both trying to hold their breath because of the smell, because of the taste of death on the tips of their tongues. Any moment now, I know they can explode, sit up, gasp for breath, scream. Then it will all go to hell. Scratch that. We've been in hell for a long time now. The best I can do is just bide my time. I turn back toward the truck and look under it. I see the fat guy's massive boots. He opens the driver's side door. The truck rocks on its shocks as he leans in. I turn back to the woman. I mouth, "Please," to her, and hold my hands out, fingers laced together like I'm begging. She's still looking at me, studying me. Oh, God, please don't, please don't. I grab my gun and cock it, because I think she just might blow my cover, and if I have to fight, you best believe I'm going to do exactly that. The woman steps forward. Her hands are smeared with soot, the ashes from her picture. Something changes in her expression. She no longer looks scared and defeated. Now she looks defiant, like she's ready to start a rebellion. I know that look. God, I know that look all too well. She's gonna do something stupid, something really stupid. She screams unintelligible words in a voice so high that my skin prickles and my blood curdles. "What the fuck?" Fat guy says from inside the truck, his voice muffled. He gets out. The truck springs up from the force of his weight, no longer pressing down upon it. Now the woman is not only screaming, but running away from the ruins of her house. The older man with her shouts, "Kate, no!" She doesn't listen, just keeps running. She whirls right past me and comes around the back of the truck. We catch eyes for a split second, and then she's back to being crazy. In that moment, I see she's not crazy. She's faking it. She's helping us. She's buying us time. "Hey, you little bitch," that guy says. "Hey, watch it." I can't see what she's doing, but I hear slaps connecting. I think she slapped him a good one and started beating him with her flailing limbs. I look under the truck. 2 sets of feet, worn but intact boots, and shabby sneakers, the soles duct taped on, are tangled together until the shabby sneakers take off running across the other side of the road. "Get back here," the fat guy shouts. "Get back here, I'll fucking kill you." He takes off after her, though remarkably slower. This woman has possibly sacrificed her life for me. I'm beyond grateful, but I hate it. There's no reason she should have done that. A complete stranger. "Maybe she knows like Mother knows, little bro," Norm says. "Maybe you're like Jesus around here." "Shut up," I mutter. I know he's not real. I know he's gone, but damn, I also know he's trying to get on my nerves. "Listen to yourself," he says. "You're losing it." I know. I risk a glance around the front of the truck at the other 2 collectors. They're standing a few hovels down from me, laughing and pointing. Driver's got that cigar jutting from his mouth. It bobs up and down with each deep, rumbling guffaw. "Get back here," that guy shouts again. He sounds distant. The others are distracted. Now's my chance. I slip around the back of the truck and slither over the tailgate, careful not to move too much, not to draw any attention to us. Luckily for me, I barely weigh anything these days. I'm a beanpole, though there's more muscle in my body than ever. It's not bulk, it's a wiry strength one gets from traversing the wasteland and killing zombies, all while nearly starving to death. On top of the bodies I go. Lily and Abby are looking at me in sheer confusion. What's happening, their eyes say, but I can't risk talking. I nestle between them, my back against the wheel well, a dead man's rank hair falling over my head. Flies crawl all over me. Maggots squish beneath my hips and legs. Congealed blood on the truck's bed floor soaks through my clothes. It's cold. The smell seems to get stronger, and the lurching in my stomach changes into a tsunami wave. I think I might throw up. I don't, though. Not yet, at least. With my free left arm, I grab one corpse's legs by its blood-stained jeans and pull them over us like a blanket. Lily has her rifle, but she has tucked it under her so it's not visible. I think it would be hard to spot anyway, among the grayness and black of death here. But I keep my fingers on the butt of my handgun, ready to use it at a moment's notice. Come to think of it, the three of us blend in pretty well. We aren't too far from corpses ourselves. "This really sucks," Lily whispers. "Like the worst thing we've ever done." I shush her gently, but I have to bite my lip to keep from laughing myself silly. She's right. This is easily the worst thing we've done, and I once jumped from a window 20 stories up. I don't laugh, though. I just think to myself, oh, Darlene, Junior, and Norm, if you guys could see me now. And then we wait. 33. Each minute that ticks by on the back of the collector's truck is an eternity. It's another second I get closer to vomiting, to blowing our covers. When I think I can't take it anymore, the sounds of footsteps fill my ears. "You get the bitch?" a voice says. It's Driver. I can tell because he still has that cigar in his mouth, and it makes him mumble. Fat Guy replies, "No, she got away, but I ain't forgetting about her. The dumb broad cut my face with her dirty nails. Next time I find her or her fucking family, I'm gonna cut their fingers off one by one." "Sure you are," says the third guy. "Come on, help us get these bodies inside. The doc's gonna love this haul." "Brady's a crazy bastard," Driver says. "Fuck him. I don't care about the haul, just as long as I get to eat." I keep my eyes closed. I try not to breathe, try not to twitch. Suddenly, with the guys this close, I'm aware just how stupid this plan is. We are hiding in plain sight, barely covered by dead bodies. On top of the fact that it's disgusting, there's also the chance of contracting disease. I'm not too worried about that, but if Abby and Lily got sick somehow, I'd blame myself. "Drastic times call for drastic measures, little bro. You need a way into that lab, you need to get closer to the Overlord, and since I'm just a figment of your imagination and I can't kill these assholes for you, you need to do something drastic. There's so much damn security near the old Leering facility that you'd be shot dead before you got within 100 yards of the place. Maybe that'd be a blessing, though, because if the Overlord gets his hands on you while you're still alive, oh boy, that wouldn't be good." I mentally tell this voice to shut up since I can't risk talking aloud, can't risk a slip-up. Now, it's time to focus. Concentrate. I listen to their voices, their footsteps, their breathing. "1, 2, 3, Driver says, and then all three of them are grunting. A body comes down on top of me, but I'm prepared, flexing, expecting pain. Dead weight is heavy weight. The body crashes atop my sternum, crunches ribs, and brings a flaring pain where it always hurts. But I'm okay. They count again. Another body drops, this time closer to the tailgate. Then another on Abby's side, and I think she's going to say something, get pissed, or shoot up and start kicking these guys' asses. That doesn't happen. None of us make a sound. None of us give ourselves away, and before I know it, the collectors are walking around the truck, getting in. Doors slam, the engine starts, and then we're moving. The wheels crunching over ruined hovels and bouncing on the uneven dirt roads. I move a bluish-gray arm out of my face, look at Lily and Abby. "Almost there," I say to them. "Almost." Abby looks back and shakes her head. There's fresh blood running down her face, snaking around her mouth like a bend in a river.
With hard eyes, she says, "I hate you, Jack Jupiter. I really, really hate you." "I love you too," I reply. 34. God, it feels like we drive forever. How much farther can this place be? Of course, being covered with bodies, blood, flies, and squirming maggots doesn't help. The collectors. How stupid. What a shitty job, really. A few minutes go by. A few minutes, and I am almost completely numb. The world is cold, and the corpses colder. In the cab, the speakers blast some 90s grunge music I'm not particularly fond of. I wish my ears would go numb instead of my body. The truck slows and screeches to a halt. I exchange a look with Lily, my eyes wide. We're here. Have to be. Unless these motherfuckers decided to drive the dead bodies halfway across the state. A fence rattles. Somewhere in the distance there's a constant beeping, like a semi backing up with its cargo. I look up and streetlights hang above me. They're lit. Bright. The Overlord may be a piece of shit, but he does get things done. Then again, if I could brainwash people, I might be able to get a bunch of things done myself. Not that I would ever brainwash someone against their will, just saying. Footsteps outside of the truck bed. Heavy, like those of a soldier's boots. Someone gags. "Got quite a load today." "So did your mom," driver says. "Really fucking funny, man. Really, you're a hoot, Dean. The fucking funniest," the guy outside the truck bed says. "I know I am," driver Dean replies. "Now come on, let's get this shit on the road." "Such a way with words," says another voice, this time coming from my left, the opposite side of the bed. "You know the drill, Dean. All of you get out of the truck and stand in the spectator zone." "Fuck," Dean says, and I can practically hear his eyes roll. "This shit is real fucking old, man. You know that. What happened to Simon? He was the best." The guy to my left says, "Simon didn't follow the rules, so Simon got gutted by the Overlord himself, mate. Is that what you want?" Dean shuts up after that. The doors open. The three assholes inside the truck shuffle out somewhere to the left. Another gate glides on its tracks and then closes with a hiss. I don't know what's going on, but I can hearken a pretty good guess. The truck is being searched for stragglers, for illegal contraband. Shit. I didn't think they'd do this. All the district assholes I came into contact with out west were never this thorough. Abby looks over at me, stretching her neck so she can see over Lily's head. I wish she wouldn't do that. I think if we're stock still, we can pass for corpses. There's so many in the truck bed that I doubt they'll check every single one. "Do ya?" Norm asks. Shut up, shut up." "I'm just saying, little bro. You never know. Better safe than sorry. Draw your fucking gun and show them how the Jupiters roll." "Stop it." Abby, for the first time since we've disguised ourselves as corpses, looks worried. My fingers rest on the gun in my waistband, but now they're tensed, ready to pull it free. "Jesus," someone says to my right, by Abby. I close my eyes, hope to God they didn't see me do that. "How many of these poor bastards did you kill yourselves?" That guy answers. "A few. But who cares?" "Well, you're going to make a lot of people very happy with this score, my friend," says the guy to my left, the one who I presume is the leader. "That's our job," Dean says. His speech isn't muffled any longer. The cigar is probably in the truck. Maybe the son of a bitch swallowed it. It's just too bad he didn't choke and die. "Guess so. Just like it's my job to check to make sure you idiots don't mess up," the leader says. Then, suddenly, I'm being prodded with a metal stick. Fuck. I didn't expect this. I wasn't ready. The stick seems to linger. "Some of these are nice and fresh, huh?" "Yep," Dean answers. "Fresh meat? Great. Really great. They perform better with fresh meat. The Overlord will be pleased." "Well," Dean says, "put in a good word for me. Get me off food detail." Food. Oh, shit. Mary was wrong.
These corpse collectors aren't out collecting bodies for scientific experiments. They're collecting bodies to feed to the experiments. 35. "Looks good to me," says the leader, the bastard who poked me with his baton or whatever the hell it was. I'm still reeling from the realization that I'm not heading to a lab for experiments, but instead heading to the place to have my flesh devoured by said experiments. I try my hardest to send my mental thoughts toward Abby and Lily. Steady, remain calm. We got this. But it's hard. I'm almost ready to pull my gun out and start shooting. I'm suddenly aware that I've fished my weapon out just a little farther for a better grip. "You three stooges did well. Overlord will be very, very proud," the leader says. "Yeah, whatever," Dean says, and his speech is muffled again. He's either chewing on a fat wad of gum or he's found another cigar to start sucking on. "Can we go now?" The leader doesn't answer, but I hear the gate slide open again. Dean says, fleetingly, "If there's a scratch on my ride, I'm coming back here and kicking all your asses." The men laugh. That's the last I hear of Dean. Too bad. I would have really loved to kill him myself. Maybe light him on fire the way he did that lady's photograph. Watch him burn and squirm. Hear him squeal. Bigger fish to fry, Jack. Remember that. Someone gets in the truck's driver's side. The engine starts, rumbles, vibrates us in the back. Then we're moving again. A low alarm beeps, more gates rattle as they slide open, and then I'm not seeing the dark sky above me any longer. I'm seeing the sterile white of a ceiling and large, slow-moving fans. We're inside. Finally. 36. "Follow my lead," I whisper. I'm so quiet that I can barely hear myself over the engine, which is now idling. "Because that always works," Abby says. "Fuck it, follow my lead." She sits up, shedding the corpses covering her body like a snake sheds its skin. She pulls her weapon before I can get mine out, before I can even sit up, way ahead of me. "What the hell?" Lily says. "Hey," someone says. I think it's the leader, but before he can say anything else, Abby's gun blows his mouth away. I'm up now, and I get to see his face eviscerated by the bullet. A wave of blood and bone blows from his cheek. Teeth rattle down on the concrete, tinkling like wind chimes. Well, fuck, I say. And then I'm shooting, finger on the trigger, aiming and blasting away. I count 6 guys still standing, but since the leader took a bullet to the face, the others don't seem like they know what the hell they're doing. We're in a big warehouse-looking place, crates stacked all around, drums in one corner, a forklift parked crookedly in the other. At any rate, the shooting is loud, explosive. All chances of a sneak attack are officially gone. Lily pops up next to me and she's holding her rifle, the stock nestled on her shoulder. She shoots and hits a guy right in the gut. He doubles over and falls into an ever-growing pool of his own blood. Abby makes mincemeat of the others. She drops 3 more with her remaining ammunition, then vaults over the side of the truck, her hook raised above her head. She power slides past a guy with wide, frightened eyes, and as she does this, her hook drags across his shins, metal grating against bone. He collapses, and Lily finishes the job. I hit the last guy in the back. I don't feel very good about it, but he's running toward a big red button on the wall, an alarm, a way to notify the others. Not today, my friend. I picture the alarm going off, wailing, alerting everyone that some major shit is going down in the feeding zone. Wouldn't be good. If we still have a chance, that alarm would ruin it. The bullet hits him in the middle of the spine. He cries out. His gun goes clattering off to the side. Blood seeps from the wound. I shoot once more for good measure to put the poor bastard out of his misery, and his screaming's cut off. I'm not surprised to see that he dies only half a foot from hitting the button, a bloody handprint smeared down the wall as he falls. I cut it pretty close. I need a shower, Lily says. I look at her and laugh. It's not because I think it's funny. It's because I think I'm going insane, or that I've already gone insane. I don't know. For once,
Abby says. Something went our way. I look around at the dead bodies. Bleeding, unmoving, no longer breathing. I guess it did go our way. At least this time, but that doesn't mean much of anything. Not yet. Killing these bastards wasn't the final test. It was a precursor to what's yet to come. And there's still Ed. Jack? A voice says. Muffled. It's coming from behind a door. Is that Ed? I say. Lily crosses the battlefield, tracking blood. She tries the knob. It's locked, so she pulls her sidearm and blows the handle off. The door swings open. I can't see inside, but I hear moans and groans. Zombies. Ed stumbles forward. He's beaten, bloody, barely able to stand. Ed! I rush over and catch him before he can fall. Are you all right? What the hell did they do to him? What lies behind that door? Actually, I don't want to find out. His silver hair is disheveled, but he swipes a hand through his mane to try to calm it. I'm okay. Thank you for coming. Not much time, Abby says. They've definitely heard us. We gotta go. The ones outside won't be able to get in without a code, but it's only a matter of minutes before someone does come through. Once Ed seems like he's able to stand on his own, I step away toward the guy I shot in the back. I flip him over with the toe of my boot. Search him. He doesn't have anything worthwhile besides some extra ammunition. I trade up to his M16. The old faithful. I search his pockets, find a knife crusty with blood. What I'm looking for is the same thing Norm gave me when he died. That little cell phone thing. Mandy died before she could tell me what it was for, and if I found one on this guy, this grunt, then maybe I wouldn't fret too much over it. Unfortunately, I don't find one. I'm thinking it was reserved for the higher-ups, the second-in-commands, like my older brother. What's even worse is that I'm thinking that it's important, more important than I'd given it credit for. That's Norm for you, though. Dying before he can tell me anything useful, the little bastard. On cue, Norm says in my head. You loved me, don't lie. I did. I loved you very much, man. And I miss you. We need to go, Jack, Abby warns. More are gonna come. Load up, I say, handing Ed a gun. And let's kick some ass. We do. We strip the guards of every bit of ammunition we can find. We ditch our dirty, gunked-up handguns for gleaming chrome pistols. We're doing pretty well for ourselves, and I'm feeling more confident. As I'm thinking this, a garage door behind us opens. I spin around, my heart in my throat, pissed that I've been caught off guard. We scurry for cover behind the truck, take aim with our new rifles. Someone has gotten the code. The streetlight illuminates the bodies pouring in only slightly. I expect some dickhead guard to threaten us, to tell us to come out with our hands up. That's how it usually went in the movies, wasn't it? We get a chance to live only to be punished for the havoc we've wreaked on the bad guy's lair. Wrong. This isn't Goldfinger we're dealing with. This is the District and the One-Eyed Man. I shouldn't have expected anything less than what comes through the garage door right now. I guess it's that fickle thing called hope still hanging around. I need to accept the fact that we're beyond hope. This is not good, Lily says. We're facing a lineup of beefed-up undead monsters, like the one we saw in the forest when we snuck into Woodhaven, the ones we were on our way to get fed to. Steady, steady, I say. Totally cliché. About a dozen of the bastards step into the light. They are snarling, nasty mouths dripping, arms and legs bulging beneath their patient jumpsuits. Worst of all, though, each one of them wears a chrome helmet atop their heads. The garage door comes down with a bang, and I think I hear someone laughing behind it. 37. Abby and Lily and Ed start blasting away. So much for my call of steady. The bullets rip through the zombies' flesh, slow them, but they're still coming. They tilt their faces down, drive forward. Shots ricochet off their helmets, spark, fly back at us. One hits the truck in a taillight. I hear the bulb explode, the glass evaporate, and the metal crumple. Stop, I yell. Stop! They do, but not because of me saying so. They've run out of ammunition.
Now they're digging in their pockets for another magazine. The echoes of the gunshots hang in the air, my ears pounding, blood pulsing. We're fucked. We can't finish these guys unless we get their helmets off. Get in the truck, I shout. Start it. I rush forward, in the direction of the dead. The zombies walk with pronounced limps. Some have had their knees blown away, their thighs cut to ribbons by the bullets, yet they're still standing, still coming toward me with their disfigured faces, their sharpened teeth. You are insane, Norm says. But I'm not right now. I'm doing the only thing I can think of at this time. I grip the tailgate's handle, shoes crunching the red glass of the broken light. I give the handle a tug, but it doesn't budge. It's gummy with congealed blood. A zombie is much too close to me. I aim the pistol at his face, which is only partially exposed by the helmet. Partially, yes, but enough. I'm nearly at point-blank range. The shot hits him just below the nose. There's a wet sound that's masked by the starting of the truck's engine, and then the zombie sounds like it's screaming, like it actually feels pain. It stumbles back, face pulsing with dark blood, bumps into the other zombies, but they don't give a shit. They keep coming. I'm still trying to open the tailgate. I give it one last squeeze, give it everything I have. Ed suddenly appears on my right. He grips the handle with me. Together we get it to pop open with a screech, the hinges sounding like they're dying. My hand comes back all bloody, so bloody and sticky that my gun is practically glued to my palm. I go back to the passenger side with Ed, not looking over my shoulder. I feel the zombies getting closer. Lily opens the door. I dive in on top of her, my heart hammering a mile a minute, my legs feeling like they're inches away from being eaten, the zombies sinking their teeth into my calves or ankles. Ed piles on top of me, knocking the breath from all of us. Abby slams on the gas pedal, and I'm forced backward, entangled with Lily. Really, I'm too big for this. My knees are pressed against my chest. Lily's elbow is poking me in the ribs, my head's pounding, Ed screaming right in my ear. "This was your plan?" Lily demands. "Wait for it," I reply, and I climb my way up her and look out the blood-stained back window. The bodies lying in the bed slide out and hit the concrete with meaty thuds. The zombies trip over the corpses, but they don't back up. They've just hit the fucking jackpot. "Meals on wheels, my friends," I say. "Great thinking," Abby says. "We still have a bit of a problem, you know. The whole fucking district is looking for us." We've run out of room in the warehouse, and I don't think we can plow through the wall. The truck's big, but it's not that big. She cuts the wheel to the right, slows to a stop. "Switch me," I say. "Let me drive." Abby eyes me warily. "Jesus, we're really gonna die, aren't we?" But she slides over top, settles in the middle. Ed is practically smashed against the dash. We're breaking all kinds of driving safety laws here. I get behind the wheel, turn the truck around so I'm facing the garage door the zombies came through. They're feasting, oblivious to the revving engine, helmets removed so they can eat. I have an idea. I'm sick of hiding, sick of sneaking around. The district knows we're here now anyway. We've got a vehicle, we've got weapons and ammunition, there's 4 of us and 1,000,000 of them, but weren't the Greeks outnumbered just as badly at the Battle of Thermopylae? And they more than held their own. No, I say. We might not die yet, but it's gonna be pretty damn close. Lily sees the fire burning in my eyes. She reaches behind her and grabs the seatbelt, clicks it. "Fuck," Abby says. "What?" Ed asks cluelessly. "Hold on," I reply. 38. The truck bumps over the corpses and the feeding zombies. The big tires smash heads and explode bodies. There's a terrible sound, a squelching sound, that old faithful description, and blood spatters our windshield. I turn the wipers on, spray the washer fluid. A blue-red smear streaks across the glass, giving me enough time to see the garage door we're about to blast through. The truck, sliding in the blood, finally grips the concrete. I'm able to get the wheel straight. My jaw's clenched, my face is prickling, and then... crack! The truck rips the door off its hinges. I don't press down on the brake. I keep my foot on the gas, pedal to the metal. I'm dimly aware of Lily screaming, of the windshield cracked, of the side mirrors ripped off of the truck, of Ed white-knuckle gripping the bar above the passenger seat. Only dimly, though, because in front of us, down the road, is a blockade of cars, military-type vehicles and trucks as big as the one I'm driving now, all shining their lights. These men and women lay in wait, their guns pointed directly at the truck's front end. "Get down and hold on," I yell, slowing the truck slightly. "Fuck," Abby says again. "You're crazy," Ed adds. I know. The rifles erupt, sparks blasting away the darkness. Each round that hits the truck rocks the body with unspeakable force. The windshield shatters, bits of glass fall over our heads, embed into my face. One tire pops with a bang, and the truck falls to the left with a jerk. I almost lose control, but I'm gripping the steering wheel so hard that I'm able to keep the other 3 wheels on solid ground. This is fucking crazy, I think to myself. "Crazy is what you need right now," Norm says to me. "Crazy is why the Overlord is so successful, man. So you need to be even crazier." I peek over the dashboard, but I don't see much except for the men and women with their exploding rifles, the blockade getting closer and closer, and I think to myself, be crazier, be crazier. "Jack!" Lily shouts as I press down on the gas and the truck lurches forward. Something in the hood rattles, a busted piece of engine. Behind, the muffler scrapes the road, grating. "Hold on!" My head is almost all the way up. I can see each gun muzzle looking at me, each explosion, each snarling face from the brainwashed district soldiers. We are traveling fast, but everything seems slowed down, as if I'm seeing it played at half speed. I aim for the cars. Mercedes, I think. They're the smallest part of the blockade, and I think the truck will be able to smash through them, move them out of the way easily enough. The soldiers aren't moving, though. It's like an intense game of chicken. Who's gonna balk first? Just before I collide with the Mercedes, 3 men dive out of the way. One isn't fast enough. I hear his scream as the blown front left tire, which is pretty much all rim now, catches his leg and breaks it into 100 pieces. If he's lucky. What probably happens is the rim slices through flesh and bone, and the poor bastard's in need of a wheelchair now. I don't know. I can't see because the side mirrors are gone, but I'm certainly not looking back. My main focus isn't that guy's leg, but the Mercedes in front of me. The speedometer says we're going just above 30 miles per hour as I hit the car. I'm expecting a jolt, an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object, that old cliché, but instead, the truck raises up a few feet. Through the gaping windshield, we're looking at the dark sky and the bright glow of the street lamps. "Holy shit!" Abby yells, as we come down on the other side with a shuddering crash. Holy shit is right. I used the Mercedes as a ramp, crushed it like I'm actually driving a monster truck instead of a pickup. For a few seconds, I'm so stunned that I can't move, can't press on the gas. Then a burst of shots rip at our back, punching holes in the metal. I imagine we look like Swiss cheese. "Go, Jack!" Lily screams. And I do. The empty road stretching out before us. 39. "What in the fuck?" Abby says to me. She's staring daggers at my side. I see her out of the corner of my eye. I'm too afraid to turn and look at her. She sometimes does this stare where I'm 100% convinced that I'll turn to stone if I look her directly in the eyes. So I don't. When she realizes I'm not going to turn, she smacks me upside the head. "Ouch," I say. Then Lily leans over and does the same thing. "You're crazy, Jack," Lily says. "You could have just gotten us killed." "I'm not gonna hit you, Jack," Ed adds. "But I do agree with the ladies." We're cruising along an old road that'll eventually lead me around the old town square, the place I burned down many years ago at the onset of the disease. Not only are fear and adrenaline filling me up right now, but also a strong sense of remembrance. Not necessarily good memories. I hated this piece of crap town, but memories nonetheless. I didn't see any other options, I say. If we stopped, surrendered, we'd die anyway. We'd get tortured, I'm sure of it. Sometimes you gotta fight crazy with crazy. Whoever's craziest usually comes out on top. I turn down a road overgrown with trees, and in the distance, I see a large, shadowy building. My stomach twists with nausea. It's the Woodhaven Recreation Center. The once electronic sign still sits by the road, its screen cracked and blank. But most importantly, I add, we didn't die. We're still alive, and we got Ed back. Ed shifts, squeezes in next to Abby and Lily, forcing me up against the driver's door. And I thank you very much, sir.
With the whole fucking district on us,
Abby says.
Oh, and in the district's capital, too.
She shrugs.
I guess we've had worse odds.
I turn and grin at her. That stilly look is gone from her eyes. She grins back. That's the Abby I know and remember. I won't say the one I love because I love Abby no matter what. Even after I heard her voice on the radio and I thought she was a brainwashed district warlord, my heart still overflowed with affection for her, knowing she was still alive. Still, for the most part, well. I loved this girl I met at the rec center all those years ago, who fought by my side under any circumstances. Two-handed or one-handed, it didn't matter. Her eyes drift past me. She's looking out the window. She's seeing the rec center. Her flesh pales. Her grin vanishes. I know, I say. It's nostalgic, isn't it?
What?
Lily asks. I slow the truck down even though I really shouldn't, but it's one bad pothole hit away from falling apart. The gas tank must be leaking because it's gone down a quarter since I escaped the lab. Pointing at the darkened building, I say, that's the place Abby and I met a long, long time ago.
Definitely not nostalgic,
Abby says.
I still have nightmares about Toby, the manager. He was the first one that got bit after Dokes wandered in, remember?
I nod. It was the beginning of the end, that place. The years have not been kind to it. The roof, the very one I speared Pat Huber off of, has collapsed in on itself, probably from the constant years of heavy snow and no upkeep. Part of the brick facade is missing, crumbled. It looks like a ravaged corpse in its own way, rotting. We drive on in silence for a little while longer, save for the rattling of the engine and the grind of the rims on the asphalt. We're heading deeper into town. I keep flicking my eyes up in the rear view, expecting to see a sea of headlights at our backs. The cavalry. They haven't found us yet. I didn't think there would be anyone out here so close to the town square, because the square was ruined, and I doubt they'd build it up again. If anything, the population we need to worry about, the soldiers, the madmen, would be closer to the tower. I cannot see the tower any longer, but I'm making a loop around the town limits. Soon we'll be back in view of it. I'm hoping they think we fled, that we got a car and got the hell out. Not one of those people knows who I am, and I recognize none, which means they weren't on the west coast when Haven fell. To them, I'm probably just a crazy rebel trying to save his friend. You know better than that, Norm says. The Overlord. He'll be expecting you. Your confrontation with him may have happened years ago, but he knew you'd be here. Trust me. I do trust that voice in my head. We're going back? Lily asks in disbelief as I make a turn down a long abandoned road. Really? We are. I'm so close, Lil. So close. I can't give up yet. She frowns at me. Abby is looking distantly out of the window, and it's only now I realize we'll be passing her old home, the trailer park. The sign for Dim Light Village is gone, and the place doesn't look like the poorest part of Woodhaven. It looks like the rest of the world. Mother Nature has taken over the road. Waist-high grass, fallen trees, and the distant husks of trailers that look more like headstones. This is the same place Abby shot her zombified mother on that fateful night. Jesus. I'd forgotten about that. When I came back to my hometown all those years ago, I didn't want to be here. I knew it was a risk. I know I'd see faces of the people I didn't want to see. Now those faces are all gone, dead, zombified, but I still don't want to be here in this dreadful town that's no longer a town. All it does is dredge up bad memories. Abby does something I'm not expecting. It makes sense, though. completely in tune with who she is. She leans out the window and flips off the dark road and dim light village beyond. We drive past it, down the hill and toward the town square. The big sign for the gas station is still standing, though it's unreadable. I can barely make out a 9, part of the price of unleaded gasoline. Memories, man. Memories. Before I reach the bottom of the hill, I cut through another street. Here's where the library sits, or sat. It's nothing but ashes. I once had books in there, books that I wrote. I imagine the place burned with the rest of the town that July weekend. If not, the Overlord probably ordered it burned. He seems like the kind of prick who would torch books. Up a hill, a left, around a flipped-over SUV, and then I see it again. The tower. The black tower that was once Leering Research Facility. It's on the horizon, and I'm filled with anticipation, horror, and for some strange reason, excitement. My eyes flick to the rearview mirror again. It's been a while since I've done that, I guess because I was too enamored with seeing my old hometown finally dead. This time, I do glimpse headlights. They're not far on the road, just pinpricks for now, but gaining. People coming up behind us, I say. Abby loads her rifle. No X-game shit this time, Jack. This time, we bury bullets in their brains. Or, Lily says, leaning forward and pushing Abby's rifle gently to the floor, we hide, we play this cool, let them pass. I'm sure they haven't seen us yet. I nod. I think Lily's onto something here. We don't need another reckless escape. This time, I'll be a little more careful. Until I get to Leering, at least. Then the bullets will fly. My God, will they fly. 40. I parked the truck in an alley, killed the engine. It wasn't going to make it much longer anyway. Honestly, I was surprised it got this far enough to give us the old home tour. The convoy of district soldiers approaches. We are hidden behind trash cans and debris. The truck is too, but it's not completely hidden. There's a chance they might see it, and we're too close to really make a clean getaway. I'm sweating, my palms slick, my forehead coated. A chill wind blows through the alley, bringing with it dark tidings. The district vehicles pass by without stopping. One person in the back of a truck sweeps a spotlight from left to right, and we duck as the beam falls just above our heads. That's when I think we're going to get caught, going to have to shoot our way out. But the beam continues on without a hitch. We're in the clear for now. When the sounds of the vehicles are good and gone, I stand up from our cover. Close one, Abby says. Too close. Isn't it always? I reply. Then I give the keys to Ed. Get home to your wife and son, and get the hell out of this place. Run this truck until it dies. Go as far west as you can. Ed smiles. I'm grateful, Jack Jupiter. I really am. And I wish you the best of luck. With that, he climbs into the driver's side, the door creaking loudly. I say a silent prayer for his safety. Lily backs away from the firing tailpipe. Now what? She asks. Ed pulls out and goes the opposite way of the vehicle searching for us. He waves. We wave back. To Lily, I say, we walk to the tower, and I kill the Overlord. Geez, when you put it that way, Lily says sarcastically. She frowns as Abby brushes past her and says, a little exercise is good for you, Lil. All while wearing one of her trademark fake smirks. Let's go, I say. We're lucky to have come this far, and I don't think we have much farther to go. 41. Our walk to Leering isn't anything special. We stick to the shadows, move slowly. If we hear anything at all, we pause and wait longer than is probably necessary until we hear nothing at all. Then, as we get closer and closer to the research facility that is now the One-Eyed Man's tower, the babble of voices washes over us. We're deep in enemy territory, the deepest we've ever been. Leering burned down at the onset of the disease. I remember that. I remember hearing about the fire when I first got into Woodhaven for my mother's funeral. It was always the subject of gossip, that place. People thought they were up to no good, kind of like an Area 51 thing. I once asked my mom about it when I was a little boy, and she told me they did experiments on animals there. Terrible, gruesome things. It made me so sad. But hey, that was my mom for you. I'm sure she wasn't far off. Leering certainly was up to no good. I would have these elaborate daydreams while sitting in class, my head propped up on my fist, my eyes distant and vacant, where I'd burst into leering and save all the animals, just go to every cage, no matter the creature, and undo their locks. Then I'd lead them out of that wretched place to safety. Of course, I never did that. Those were just silly dreams of a sillier boy. But now I can't help but wonder the significance of those dreams. Maybe I had a vision like one of the mothers. It's possible. Who knows? Because now I'm looking at the tower, constructed over the bones of Leering, and thinking about how I'm going to go inside. Though I'm not going to literally unlock the cages to free trapped animals, I am going in there with the intent of killing the Overlord. Once he's dead, and the district toppled, perhaps I'll free those who are left in this world. 42. We are vastly outnumbered, like always. I wish Mandy, Nacho, and Roland were here. Mandy would probably know the schematics of the building. She had hacked into the district's network once before. Maybe she saw the layout of the tower. They're dead, Jack, Norm says. You don't need to know the layout of the place. Use your common sense, don't be an idiot. He's at the top. They're always at the top. It's symbolic or whatever. Thematic? I don't know. You're the writer. Softly, I say. Can you tell Darlene I'd rather talk to her? I hear Norm's laughter in my head. Lily's looking at me out of the corner of her eye. She's worried. I can tell. I can see that plainly on her face. I just shake my head to let her know it's okay. She doesn't buy it. Abby, if she heard me talking to myself, doesn't give a shit, I'm sure. We all have our personal demons. We all have ghosts in our head. Whether we choose to listen to them is a matter of personal preference, and maybe the difference between sanity and insanity. Abby knows that as well as anyone. I count 20 guards outside, she says, as if she's sensing my sentimentality and probably wants to quell it before it can come out anymore. Probably twice that on the inside. No way we're sneaking in, I say. Sorry, Lily. She gets up, pushes off from the tree. A car starts somewhere in a lot off to our left. No, Lily says. Stick to the plan. You two, stick to the plan. I cock my head at her, unsure of what she means. I get my answer almost immediately. She drops her rifle at my feet, turns, and walks right out into the open. Lily, I hiss. But it's too late. She's gone. 43. Talk about reckless, Abby says. I barely hear her. I stand up and grab the other rifle. I'm about to chase after Lily. I can't let her die for me. I can't. Abby grips me just above the elbow, squeezes excruciatingly hard. She's got crazy strength in her good hand. What are you doing? She says. I can feel the sudden burst of anger rippling off of her like shimmering heat waves. She's right. She's making us stick to the plan. She's gonna get shot. I say it all too loudly. Abby's eyes find my own. I see sadness in them, but I also see understanding, and that's when I understand. This sacrifice is Lily's, and Lily's alone, Abby says. She's helping us, helping you. I nod and fall back to my knees, my rifle raised and following Lily as she emerges from the shadows and into the bright lights beaming down from the tower. Yes, it's her sacrifice, I know. That doesn't mean I have to feel okay about it, because right now I feel like shit, complete, utter shit. She's not dead yet, dummy, Norm says. Relax. Use this to your advantage. I hate myself, I really do. A light finds Lily, blinding. She raises her arm as a shield. I hear voices yelling and her yelling back. Then, in a matter of seconds, a trio of guards rush her and pull her to the ground, like police officers roughly arresting a suspect. It hurts to watch this, to see her treated like that, but I know it'll only get worse. As soon as they can, they'll do unspeakable things to her, and it'll all be my fault. This is the kick in the ass I need. If I cut off the head of this snake, the rest of the body will die. I look at Abby. Nod. She nods back. Let's go, I say. We take off toward the former Leering and the current tower, flying past the distracted guards. Lily's on the ground. Some hick presses his knee into the small of her back, while another works a rope around her ankles. I catch snippets of what they're saying. The hick says, "You know that there is punishable by death," in a thick southern accent, almost a twang. Talk about cliché. It takes every fiber in my body not to aim down and blast these idiots away. Abby grabs me and yanks me forward. I must be lagging behind. Lily's head turns, and we catch eyes for just a split second. She's not asking for help, I see. She's spurring me forward. Damn it. Damn all of this. 44. Abby and I round the back of the building. We step over an old rusted fence wrapped with barbed wire, probably the original from Leering's first go-around. A new one has been erected in its stead a few yards ahead, this one also wrapped with barbed wire at the top. It's about 10 feet high. Abby isn't slowing down. She gets within a few feet of the fence and springs up like a hurdler. She's maybe more than halfway, and she scurries the rest of the way with ease. One-handed, I'll add. She never ceases to amaze me. The commotion out front is starting to settle down. I know we won't be able to be too loud, so I take my own leap. Abby's at the top. She uses her hook to grab the barbed wire and pulls it as she rappels down the other side. This obviously makes a ton of noise, but the men and women out front are hooting and hollering and laughing like hyenas. I think we're in the clear for now. With a new gap in the wire, I roll over, nearly lose my balance, find it again, and then drop the last few feet. Abby uses her boot to free the wire from her hook. It snaps back up top, but now sags. She brandishes the hook at me. See? It comes in handy sometimes. She laughs. Handy. I don't return the laugh, though I'm sure I'll think it's funny if I ever get the chance to think about it later. I don't laugh because I'm too damn worried about Lily. Abby reads me like a book. She'll be okay, Jack, she says. She's tough. Tough enough to go against 20 district guards? Jesus Christ, I don't even want to think about what... Abby reaches across and hits me in the shoulder. Pretty hard. I'm stunned silent for the moment. Have some faith in the female gender, Abby says. Trust me, Lily will be fine. After we kill this bastard, we'll make sure of it. So let's fucking go, come on. She motions me forward. We navigate a labyrinth of chain-link fences before we come to a heavy iron door. On it is a sigil of 2 eagles in flight. This is the very door a few guards should be posted in front of right now. I run up to it, but I don't see a handle. My hands touch the cold surface, patting, knocking lightly. Nothing. All that, I'm thinking. For nothing. All that so I just can't find a fucking doorknob. Here, Abby says, and I'm so happy I could kiss her. It seems to always slip my mind that she had dealings with the district. Well, that's putting it lightly. She knows things I could never know because she was inside the machine. She was a part of it. She points to a blacked-out screen. I tap it once, and about a dozen underscores come up. Enter password. Do you know it? I ask. Abby laughs. No one knows the password but the Overlord. Defeat hits me in the gut again. A good old sucker punch. I've lost. I've backed myself into a corner. I've gotten so many of who I care about killed. I've failed. I failed. Don't be a dummy, Norm says. Just like that, just by hearing his voice, I'm pulled out of the deep end of defeat. Norm, I practically shout. He would know. But he's dead, Jack? I let my rifle fall on the strap as I begin digging through my pockets. For a moment, I think I've lost it. I think it's fallen out somewhere miles away. Then, I feel it. The sleek, square shape. Almost like a cell phone. I pull it out. It's warm from my body heat. Please don't be dead. Please don't be dead. I press the power button. Hold it down. 1 second. 2. 3. 4. Then, a soft electronic chirp, a backlit screen, a green glow making Abby, who's leaning over my shoulder holding her breath, look ghostly. What did Mandy call this thing? The key to the kingdom. Yes, I think so. Norm, you beautiful son of a bitch, Abby says. I look up to the black sky and mumble, thank you. 45. The door whirs open after about 30 seconds of fussing with the device. I've never been too competent with technology, but I figure that's okay, since technology is now obsolete, or so I thought. I step inside the place. Instantly, I realize how cold it is. Frigid, like a damn meat locker. There's a guard fumbling with papers at a desk. He's big, burly, wearing a jacket with that double eagle sigil on it. About time, you idiot, he says without looking back. Lucky he didn't come down here, but I don't doubt he's watching from his window up there. Don't think I would have stalled either. I don't owe you anything, Sherm. Neither Abby or I reply. Abby sneaks forward while I aim my rifle at him. The device is now in my pocket, snug, secure. Sherm? The guy says again and looks over his shoulder at me. He does a quick double take and starts fumbling for his sidearm on his hip. By the time he even gets a hand on the butt of the weapon, Abby stabs a blade through his gut. He doubles over, blood rushing from the wound. He screams, but it's a rusty, serrated scream I don't think anyone will hear. Still, better safe than sorry. Abby knows this, understands it. She pulls the knife free from the guy's gut and then slashes it across his throat. More blood sprays, slaps the white floor. He dies telling us to fuck off, I'm pretty sure. Abby wipes the blade clean on top of his head. The place is big. To my right is a see-through elevator that stretches up over a dozen floors. A large fountain on the far side of the room sprays water, which sickens me because there's so many people just outside of this town and this tower who are in dire need of something clean to drink. Where is everyone? I say, looking around. This place should be packed with soldiers. Abby shrugs. Outside? For Lily? She shakes her head. No, this is the Overlord's personal tower. It's like his house. I'm sure he doesn't want a bunch of smelly soldiers mucking it up. It's a trap, I say. Abby nods. Yeah, probably. That's when we hear slow clapping, muffled. The elevator dings, and the doors open. Simultaneously, 100 rifles cock behind us. I spin around. Soldiers emerge from the shadows, wielding rifles, pistols, and shotguns. Drop 'em, one says to me. Drop your weapons. I turn back around and see the source of the clapping. From the elevator emerges the one-eyed man, the Overlord. He is wearing blue camouflage army fatigues. He's real thin, yet he looks like he possesses a secret strength. He doesn't wear an eye patch over the missing eye. It's a scarred pit of twisted reddish-white skin, the eye completely gone. The other is lively, full of malice, and it's focused right on us. Anger like I've never felt before consumes me. I feel like my clothes may burn off, then my skin, my bones, until I am nothing but ash. "Hi, Jack," the Overlord says. "It's nice to see you again." Before I can open my mouth, pain explodes at the back of my head. I hear Abby scream. I see in my periphery her collapse to the floor, not far from the blowing pool of blood from the guard she killed. Then it's me who's collapsing, the floor rushing up to say hello. Blackness follows, the familiar blackness of the unconscious. Good, I think fleetingly before I'm down for the count. That means I'm not dead yet. 46. I come back to reality looking out over the ruins of the dark town. Woodhaven, my home and native land. It takes me only a few seconds to realize what has happened. How many times have I been here before, tied up by the bad guy after he blindsided me or lured me into a trap? A lot. That's bad, right? Well, how many times have I survived? How many times have I gotten free from the trap and killed the villain? Every time. Now is no different. Except, I look down at my hands. They're not tied up. I'm sitting on a plush couch. It's maroon-colored, a few shades off from the color of blood. Abby sits next to me. She's still out. I look down at my feet. They're free, too. In front of me is a large business desk. Bookshelves line the walls. Brightly colored spines stick out from the shelves, well worn, as if the Overlord is a reader. This doesn't make sense. This can't be the Overlord's office. Where's all the gruesome shit? The severed heads in jars, the flags and blankets made out of stitched-together human flesh. Abby moans and looks over at me, eyes fluttering. "Abby," I say. "Ab." "Oh, fuck, what?" She sits up. "Never drinking again." "This isn't a hangover, Ab. We got knocked out. They trapped us and bashed us over the head." Her eyes cross. There's a large lump already forming above her right ear. Her hook is gone. "Damn, you're right. Where are we?" she asks. I point to the large windows on the far side of the room. "I think we're in the Overlord's office, at the top of the tower." The door opens. "Not an office," says a raspy voice, one I instantly recognize as his. He steps through. He's no longer wearing his blue fatigues. Now he's dressed like a regular old dude. Jeans, dark denim jacket, Doc Marten boots. He wears a button-up white shirt beneath the jacket, unbuttoned at the throat, so a few wiry gray hairs poke out. I can't control myself. I lunge forward off the couch. He's alone. He's seemingly unarmed, and he's dressed like someone's hippie dad. I can take him. Of course, someone comes out of the shadows again and hits me. A punch right to the gut. I fall over on the lush carpet, ready to hack my lungs out. Strong hands grip me around the waist, but the fight's not out of me yet. I flail, I swing and punch and connect with thick meat. In the end, I'm no match for this guy. He's a big motherfucker. His nose is bleeding, lip busted. I got in a couple of good licks, but it's like he doesn't even notice as he throws me back on the couch. He is a walking boulder. He sticks a finger in my face like a stone column and says, "Stay put, asshole, or next time, I won't be so gentle." That was gentle? That was anything but gentle. I keep my mouth shut, though, and decide it's in my best interest not to have any more outbursts, not while this guy is hanging around, or while I'm weaponless. "Hamlet, please close the door," the Overlord says. "Hamlet?" Abby repeats, almost laughing. The Overlord replies, "Why, yes. Hamlet here has an affinity for the plays of Shakespeare. He has left his old life behind, which means he has also left his name. You would know, Abigail Cage, if you had stuck around." Abby spits on the floor. Hamlet looks over at the boss after closing the door, and the Overlord nods. Hamlet then raises his huge fist and strikes Abby across the face. She doesn't cry out, just takes the blow and falls back into the plush cushions of the couch we're on. I make another lunge, but it's only half-hearted. I can't have my brains scrambled, not now, not when I'm this close. Hamlet smiles smugly at me. He looks like a bulldog. His smile says, "Yeah, that's right, punk, next time I'll hit her harder." Then he moves out of the way, retreating to the shadows. I've noticed the soldiers around here are good at that. The Overlord leans on his large oak desk. He smirks at me. I don't smirk back, but I do meet his gaze. I'm not backing down, even when the odds are stacked against me. He folds his skinny arms over his chest. "Jack Jupiter," he says. "Such tenacity. I'm surprised, really, and a bit honored." "Fuck you," I say. "Such venom." "If you're going to kill us," Abby says, "you better do it fast." "Where's the fun in that?" the Overlord replies. "You've come all this way just for me to, what, kill you? I'm sorry, Abby, but I prefer to play with my food before I eat it. It's perhaps not a good habit, but I can't help myself." He sighs and then pushes off from the desk. I'm looking around subtly for something I can use as a weapon. Anything at all. I'm not seeing much unless I decide prying Hamlet's off his hip is a good idea, which it's not. But then I may not have a choice. "Why are we here?" I ask. "Why did you set the trap?" I'm curious. Villains always have a motive, sometimes a stupid one, and maybe I can use it against him somehow. The Overlord smiles. His teeth are rotten, and those that are still hanging in his putrid gums are crooked and weak. I want to smash the rest of them in, punch them right down his throat. Darlene on the ground, bleeding. Dead. My son, the same. These images are always floating in my mind, but now they're at the forefront, and that constant flow of blood, of life force, is leaking around the edges of my vision, turning everything red. "Because, Jack, I wanted to offer you an ultimatum," the Overlord says. "After what happened in San Francisco, that little community you called Haven, the guilt ate away at me." "So you do remember me," I say. It's not a question. "Of course. I never forget anyone. I know. I killed your wife and son, and whomever else you cared about, but it was necessary. You have to understand that. All's fair in love and war, right? That's what they used to say, isn't it?" My hands clench into fists. "I've seen you many times in my visions," the Overlord says. "Here we go again. I saw you coming. You've been after me for a number of years, haven't you? But you've only recently found the courage and the help to come and meet me. Again, I'm so sorry for your losses. Roland, Nacho, Mandy, and, of course, Norman, your brother." "You saw that too, huh?" I ask. My mouth feels coated with poison. I'm intoxicated with adrenaline. "I did. I see a number of things. I don't know what it is, what caused it," the Overlord says. He's still smirking, the corners of his lips curled up like a preying shark sneaking up for an easy kill. "But I possess a gift. Well, gift may be a generous term for it. It can also be a curse." He turns around, walks back to his desk. One hand hovers near an assortment of writing utensils. The other cups his chin when he turns and looks at me. You see, I saw you coming to the city, and I saw you besting my Black Knights, and I saw you would be successful. So I decided it best to meet with you another time. That's why I sent Norman in my stead, your very own brother. Of course, when you met him again after all this time, he wasn't exactly your brother anymore, was he? No, not quite. The fire in my belly, the fire of anger, goes supernova. If this is true, and he can really see into the future with his visions, that he knew I would kill Norm. He knew I'd have no choice. I may have been the one who stabbed him, who ended his life, but as far as I'm concerned, it was the Overlord who killed him. Just another life to add to the list of people he has murdered. More blood on his hands, more revenge on my mind. See, Jack, you had to kill him. If you didn't, I certainly would have. You're a piece of shit, Abby says. She sits up, and Hamlet shifts from out of the shadows, but she stays on the couch. No need for another punch. If he did, I'd surely try killing him. I'm too angry, too revved up to think rationally. I know I am, Abby, the Overlord says. And I'm okay with that. There's no point in lying to oneself, I think. He waves his hands out to us. We're all pieces of shit, are we not? Neither of us speak. Hamlet's breathing behind us is labored, heavy, like him. You know, Jack, I'm a fan of your work, the Overlord says. He walks over to his shelves, pulls out a book, turns it so I can see it. A relic from the past. It's the first Johnny Deadslayer. We found this in the library. It's in near mint condition. Not many people seem to check it out. Anyway, I was hoping you'd sign it for me. Now, I'm not much of a reader, not books anyhow. He points to his missing eye. This gives me a headache, straining over all those tiny words. No, I'm more of an audiobook fan. I couldn't find this one on tape, unfortunately, but your brother read it aloud to me. It's quite good. Different, but good. He grabs a pen off his desk and flips the book open to the cover page. Looking at it, looking at my name under the title, fills me with a longing sense of nostalgia. He hands me the pen. I take it. I don't know why, I guess it's an old reflex. Someone hands you something, the first thing you do is stick your hand out and grab it, usually before your mind can register what it is. To a dear friend. Works for me, Jack, he says. I'm not signing. The reason I took the pen is I planned to gouge out his other eye with it. I spring up. I grab him around his skinny throat, feel the Adam's apple grating against my clenched fingers as he tries to swallow, and then I raise the pen above my head. I'm going to kill this bastard. 47. Now, he chokes out, and I'm expecting Hamlet's rough hands to grab me by the shoulders and throw me out the window. That doesn't happen, so I squeeze harder, raise my right hand with the pen. The Overlord catches my wrist, and he's strong enough to slow me down. Whatever, I'll just strangle him with my other hand. That's more than he deserves, but I don't care. All I want is his death. The Overlord's one good eye bulges and looks like it's going to pop. His face turns red and bleeds into purple. I'm squeezing so hard that I think I can feel his vertebrae on my fingertips. I yell something. I don't know what, but I see the spittle fly from my lips. I imagine I look like a wild dog. Be crazier, Norm says. Be crazier. How long does it take to choke a person to death? How long until his brain explodes from his ears? How long? The Overlord raises his left hand. I think he's going to hit me, so I go up on the defense, preparing for the blow. My clenched fingers ease up.
Look, he wheezes. That's when I'm aware of Hamlet on my right. The door closes behind him. But he's not alone. There are 2 more guards with big guns, one with a buzz cut, the other is nearly as big as Hamlet. "Hey, asshole," Hamlet shouts. I realize he's holding someone. I turn and look. What I see makes my hands go slack, makes the anger I feel pulsing through me dissipate. Hamlet holds Lily by the hair. Her neck is out in the open, and he's holding a knife against the soft white flesh. She's bloody, beaten. A red stream runs down from her nostrils. Her short hair is all over the place, as if she has just woken up. I catch eyes with Lily, and you would think she would be scared, that her eyes would be pleading for mercy, but they're not. Her eyes are flinty, hard. Her lips mouth, "Don't." But I can't. I can't let her die. I can't watch her throat get slit. So I let go of the Overlord, and I stumble backward toward the couch. But I don't let go of the pen. I think it will come in handy, the only weapon I've got. Hamlet's looking over at the one-eyed man, who nods solemnly and rubs at the red mark around his neck. Then Lily's hitting the floor in front of the couch. "You shouldn't have," she says. I help her up. Abby and I both wrap our arms around her. We're family. I can't lose them. I can't lose anyone else. "Ow, touching," the Overlord says. His voice is more grating than usual. He clears his throat. "I'll let that outburst slide, Jack. I understand you harbor much anger toward me, and that's perfectly reasonable. However, I think you'll understand why I do not want your autograph anymore." He smiles. The anger inside me burns again. He is a man in complete control, and he knows it. "You okay, boss?" one of the other guards asked, the one with the buzz cut. He looks over at us harshly, like we're the scum of the earth. "I think so. Thank you. Hamlet and I should be able to handle this. I'll ring you if we need further assistance," the Overlord says. Still rubbing at his neck, he settles on the edge of the desk. The other 2 guards file out. "Now, Jack, I say we get down to business," the Overlord says. "The ultimatum, before you try killing me again." His one eye sparkles in my direction. That's not good. Has he seen what I plan to do already? 48. For such a big man, Hamlet is quite agile. He has retreated to the shadows again. I try focusing on him without looking, listening to his steps, his gait, his heavy breathing. But it's harder than I thought. He's a 300-pound ninja. "The ultimatum is simple, Jack," the Overlord begins. "As you can see, we have quite a large following. The district covers nearly the entire East Coast and much of the Midwest. We have stations on the West Coast as well, and every day, those get stronger with more manpower. I have scientists and weapons specialists and economists and doctors, you name it, working around the clock to make this country great again. Soon I believe we will expand to Europe and the Caribbean, and perhaps other countries too, but not in the immediate future. We are reproducing. The zombies are dying off, getting too weak to remain a major threat. They will, according to some very great minds, be extinct in only a matter of decades. The few stragglers will be no more dangerous than stumbling across a dying predator in the woods." "Your point?" I say. "My point, Jack, is that we have won. We are winning, and we will continue to win. There's no beating us. There's no beating me." "It's not about that," Abby says. "It's about revenge." The Overlord waves a hand, crosses his legs. "Revenge is overrated. We do not operate on the basis of revenge.
Emotions can cloud one's judgment and, in turn, make one lose. We don't lose. Now, Jack, I am offering you a position here, alongside me. We are much better suited to be allies than to be enemies. Don't you say? I say nothing. This offer also extends to Miss Lily here, if she would be so inclined to accept. However, Miss Cage, I'm afraid you've already had your chance. He looks at Abby with amusement in his eye. She flips him off. That's settled then, the Overlord says. He looks back at me. Now what do you say, Jack? I can hypnotize you, like I did with your brother. He didn't know anything of his old life. He held no grudges, no qualms. He was a ruthless killing machine, much like you are now. Although you do have some rough edges needing smoothed out, but don't worry, I can take care of that. He waves his finger in front of his face like he's holding a pocket watch to hypnotize someone, and he laughs. It's a truly sickening sound. Hamlet crosses near the right arm of the couch where I'm sitting. I can see him out of the corner of my eye. I can see the pistol on his belt. The pen up my sleeve seems to weigh 1,000 pounds, and I feel it protruding from my arm like a splintered bone. What's my other option? I ask. You know what the other option is, Jack, the Overlord answers. It's nothing personal. It's just warfare. I can't have a ruthless killing machine against me. The stunts you pulled at the gas well, and then my prison city, those weren't nice, my friend. I wait a moment before I answer. Hamlet is getting closer, hovering. I think he might grab me if I say no, and then the killing will begin. I can feel everyone's eyes on me. That gun on Hamlet's hip is right there, inches away. But if I grab it, he'll crush my head with his massive fists. I have to subdue him, slow him down. My hand goes to my throat, fingers the locket that holds a picture of my lost family. My heart aches as I picture the ground drinking up their blood, and I see their lifeless faces. I look up and meet the Overlord's eye. I would rather die. The pen slides out of my sleeve and into my sweaty palm. I press the end of it and make sure I hold it down when I stab. 49. I aim for Hamlet's soft belly, but before I connect, he moves slightly. I think I've missed until I hear him screaming in pain. Norm always said the bigger they are, the harder they fall, and he was right. He hits the floor with an earth-quaking thud. The pen has lodged in Hamlet's thigh, right in the meaty part, and trust me, he's got a lot of meat. Blood gushes from the wound. I've driven it down at least an inch, maybe 2. You fucker! He shouts. But I'm moving fast. My fingers work the clasp of his holster. The steel fills my hand. Then my fingers work the safety, the slide, and finally the trigger. The sound of the shot is explosive, echoing off the wood-paneled walls, making the windows shake. I know this sounds crazy. I'm not a psychopath, I swear, but I don't have time to savor the explosion of Hamlet's skull because I'm turning around to face the Overlord. Blood sprays the ceiling, a big red firework of gore. It drips on me. I don't care. The Overlord. He looks scared. There's fear in his eye. Finally. The door rattles and opens. Spinning, I toss the gun to Abby, who already knows what's up. Lily, however, is in a haze, gawking at the fallen body of Hamlet. Abby snags the gun out of the air and shoots the first guard that comes in. Buzz cut. His rifle skitters through the blood, and Lily snaps back to reality, picks it up. Fuck, the other guard says, and he's running. I got him, Lily yells and rushes out of the room. Abby looks at me for a beat, and I flick my head in Lily's direction. Follow her, you're safer together. Abby tosses the gun back. This all happens in the span of 3, maybe 4 seconds. It feels so much longer. The gun in my hand, I rush the Overlord and shove it in his colorless face, right in his good eye. He is weak, he is frightened, he is at my whim. Until he's not. He pushes forward, causing me to stumble back. That's surprising strength. I fumble the gun, thinking I'm going to drop it, but regain control. "Good job, Jack," he says. "I didn't see that coming. You've managed to surprise me. That's a first, especially since you are so predictable. You're dead, you son of a bitch." I aim the gun at him again. "Oh, Jack, don't you realize I'm not an idiot? You don't get this far by being dumb." "What are you talking about?" I know I should shoot him, just end it right now, but I want to see the asshole suffer. He doesn't answer. Instead, he swipes the cup of pens and pencils away, where his hand was hovering earlier, revealing a small black button. He presses it. A screech hits my ears. Then the windows, the ones offering a view of the ruins of Woodhaven, are covered by iron bars. The door behind me seals shut with a thump. More bars. All the while, the Overlord is grinning his broken yellow grin. "If I'm going to die, Jack, you're going to die with me," he says. The walls open, secret doors rising up, and out come his super zombies. 3 of them, their eyes burning with hunger and rage. 50. First things first. I pull the trigger, and the bullet explodes forth. It takes the Overlord in his stomach. Nothing worse than being shot in the gut. He falls to his knees, blood pulsing from the wound. He clutches the burning, bleeding hole, but smiles the whole time. I hardly see him or the approaching zombies, because I'm seeing my wife and son murdered. I'm seeing Haven burning. I'm seeing my brother stabbed by my own hands. Because of what? Because of this cretin in front of me. You have no idea how long I've waited for this, I tell him. The zombies close in. The room is not big, but they're taking their time, perhaps confused. It doesn't matter, Jack. You have to realize that. None of this matters. You can kill me, go right ahead, but I'll live on. You won't, the Overlord says. A zombie reaches. The cold hand grips my shoulder. I spin and let loose one more round. These zombies don't wear helmets. The slug blows away half of its head. It falls down, slowing up the other one. Quickly, I turn back around. I have no idea how many rounds I have left. All I ask for is one more for the Overlord. That's it, that's all. Because this is between the one-eyed bastard and me. You've won the battle, but you've lost the war, he says, and he begins laughing, blood spilling from his lips. The district will never die. I don't care. A spark of momentary fear burns in the Overlord's eye. I savor it as long as I can, but the zombies behind me are getting up, no longer confused. You'll die just to kill me? I will, I say. And I pull the trigger. Not at the Overlord's head, not at his one good eye, not at his heart, if he even has one. I aim at his throat. I want to hear him wheeze and gasp for breath. There is one more shot, it turns out, and it blows a hole in the Overlord's neck as big as a saucer. He gasps with pain and surprise. The hands that grip his belly now find their way to this fresh wound. Blood pours and pulses. I hear the air wheezing from his esophagus. He is dying. That's for Darlene, my wife. That's for Herbert Jr., my son. That's for Norman Jupiter, my brother. That's for Haven, my home. And that's for all those you've hurt, all those you've killed, all the families you've torn apart, I say. The Overlord leans his head back against the mahogany. and then he dies. I watch the light wink out of his eye, listen intently to the last rattle his body will ever make. No time to admire this, unfortunately, because another cold hand is grabbing me and turning me around. I am ready for death. 51. The zombie's strength is unmatched. I try to pull back the trigger of the gun, but the slide kicks back. I'm out of ammunition. Maybe there's more around here somewhere, but I don't have time to look. Instead, I clobber the zombie's face with the barrel of the pistol. It lets go of me, snarling, as if it feels the pain. The other remaining zombie sees this as an opportunity to lunge. I dodge it. Skin flaps on its face in tune with its movement. Jack! It's Abby. I run to the door. Through the bars, I see her standing with Lily. Both are covered in blood. Neither of them hold weapons. Come on, Lily echoes. Together, all three of us try lifting the gate. It doesn't budge. Jack, behind you, Lily shouts. She is so pretty, so beautiful, and so is Abby. Looking at them, I realize just how much I love them, and how much I don't want to go. I killed him, I say. The Overlord is dead. Jack, Abby says. She's crying, tears overflowing in her eyes. Please. I shake my head. I know when I've been beaten. I've been beaten all my life. There's an art form to it, to losing, and I can lose gracefully. That's the least I can do. Go, I say as another cold hand grabs my leg. Get out of here. Live long and happy lives. Both of you. I've come here to do what I had to do. I shake the zombie's grip off of me. I am a drowning man. I can't help myself. I am submerged, and I know it, yet I still gasp for air, knowing water will only flood my lungs and kill me. Jack, please, Abby begs. I meet her eyes. Teeth sink into my calf. The pain is enormous, but I keep my composure. Another set of hands grabs my shoulders, pulls me back. The undertow has a hold. I will drown soon. Right now, though, I'm flying high on success. On love. Go, I shout. Lily has to tear Abby from the gate. She's screaming. She's crying. I've never seen her like this, and it breaks my heart. Go, Abby. Please. More teeth bite into my flesh, this time where my shoulder meets my neck. The feeling is like letting your hand linger on dry ice, burning cold. Abby, I love you. And Lily, I love you. Thank you both. Thank you so much. Jack, Abby moans. Somewhere in the distance, an alarm wails. The body of the snake is dying. And I have gotten my revenge. Go, I yell again before I am pulled under. Go. These are my final words on this earth. Abby and Lily are the last people I see. And then they go. Epilogue. I awake in brightness. A room, maybe, but there are no walls that I can see. Just endless white. A group of people stand in front of me, their features backlit by the blinding but welcoming light. I step forward. It seems like I'm stepping on nothing at all. I look down. I am not wearing the clothes I was wearing in the Overlord's tower. I am in dark jeans and a t-shirt. I run my hand over my face. It's smooth, no beard, not even stubble. My fingers ruffle through my hair. It's soft, shorter than it was. I remember pain. I remember sorrow. But why? The thoughts are Fleeting. Fading away. What happened? Where am I? One of the figures steps forward so I can see them and make out their features. It is a woman. She has long blonde hair that I know smells of cherries. She is smiling. It's Darlene, my wife, the mother of my child. I smile so wide that my face begins to ache. It's a good ache. Took you long enough, Darlene says. She wears a light green dress made of some soft material. The dress clings to her body, accentuating her curves, her shape. She is radiant. She is beautiful. I feel as if I am falling in love all over again. There is a tingling in my leg, near my calf, an ache in my shoulder right by the base of my neck, almost like pain. I do remember pain, but this feeling too is fleeting. My heart swells with love, the purest love I have ever known, and these phantom feelings of anguish soon fade away to nothing. Darlene, I say. Tears drip down my cheeks. I feel warm. It seems I have not seen her in a long time, but it also seems like she has never left. She comes forward, smiling. Her arms wrap around me. I hold her tight, breathe her in, the sweet smell of cherries. We kiss long and deep. Then we part. Where am I? Where have I been? I ask. Darlene's smile falters. Jack, you're dead. I look down at my hands. They are still there, still whole. I'm not dead. I'm right here. Jack, this is after. I close my eyes, grasping for the memory in my mind, the memory of how I died. I can't find it. All I have are memories of happiness, of joy. Mine and Darlene's first date, our first kiss, getting married, a beach, my dog, Cupcake, my son, Junior, family and friends and laughter. Happiness. After, I repeat, letting the word linger. She nods, takes my hand. There are people who want to see you. I look up at the figures obscured by the light. She pulls me gently, and I don't resist. I can never resist anything when it comes to Darlene. As we get closer, their features come into view. The first figure that steps forward is shorter than the rest. He looks like Darlene. He has her eyes. Dad? He says in a kid's voice subconsciously lowered to sound like a man's. Junior? I bend down and hug him tight, kiss him on top of the head. I love you. He smiles. I expect him to push me away and tell me I'm embarrassing him, but he doesn't. He says, I love you too, Dad. Another figure steps forward. Norm. He waves with all 5 fingers on his hand. I don't know why this is significant. I can't remember, and I don't think I want to. Missed you, little bro, he says, putting me in a headlock and rubbing my hair roughly with his knuckles. Quit it, asshole, I say jokingly. He lets me go, and I give him a soft punch to the ribs. There's Herb, the original Herb. He is big as always. His soft eyes find mine, and he asks, Do you hear the music, Jackie? And I do. A soft melody plays in the distance. Sweet, fulfilling. Herb begins swaying with the rhythm. A dog barks and pads along toward me like he's floating. He's young, but not quite a puppy. Ink black, red collar around his neck. His tail wags a mile a minute. Cupcake, I say. Hey, boy. He jumps up and leans on my front, nails digging in but not hurting. I kiss him right between the eyes. There's Kevin, muscles rippling, hair gelled. There's Tim, who comes up next to Norm and kisses him on the cheek. There's Mike and Mother in her wheelchair and Roland and Nacho and
Mandy and all of my friends and everyone I've ever considered family. Welcome home, Jack, Darlene says. We've missed you. I've missed them too. I think they know that. But suddenly, the blissfulness that has come over me threatens to leave. Wait, I say, looking at the smiling, tranquil faces of the others. Where's Abby? Where's Lily? Darlene places her hand on the small of my back. It's not their time yet, Jack. Are they okay? They're fine, she answers. Norm says, You know Abby. She's a tough son of a bitch. Darlene rolls her eyes at my brother, a gesture that just feels right. They will both have long and happy lives, she says. They'll be safe. And when it's their time, we'll greet them like we've greeted you. She musses my hair. I put my arm around her waist. Okay, I say. Good. Cupcake barks, and my son breaks away from us. He holds a bright yellow tennis ball in his hand, and he launches it. The ball hits and bounces far into the whiteness. Cupcake takes off, his tail wagging so vigorously I think he may fly away. He reaches the ball and, after batting around with his paws a few times, eventually brings it back. Junior throws it again. Rinse, repeat. I watch them do this a dozen times over while holding my wife, the love of my life, close. And as I stand there, I realize that I still remember pain and fear and evil, but just barely. And that's okay. I am at peace. I am happy.